bit after 9 o'clock. We're waiting for legislators to come in, and I do see we have at least one Democrat standing at the door, so we are going to go ahead and get started.
They send you this about this summit.
Welcome to our fourth day of our Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight. We have a packed schedule for our, I believe, and I apologize, I've sat on so many interim committees this year. I'm trying to remember, this is the last day for this one, correct? Yes, so this is the last one. So at the end of our meeting today, the committee will make our final recommendations for our joint committee today. So hopefully everybody has an opportunity to look into that, and legislators to have their recommendations ready to go. Malaysia, I had a question. There was a question about the fiscal note on Senate Bill 301, and I noticed that you had sent out that request. Have we heard anything back on that yet? Okay, did we get confirmation that they did receive the request? Okay, thank you. All right, so without further ado, we will now go to our first conferees. We're going to have an overview of preliminary committee recommendations. Oops, that was yesterday. Let me turn the page, get on the right page here. Sorry, I only had 3 cups of coffee. I should have had 4. We're going to, instead of having that overview again, recommendations, we're going to have a presentation on amendments to juvenile justice system statutes. This is in regards to Senate Bill 367, which was passed in 2015 on the circumstances and impact. And our first conferee is Natalie Scott, Assistant Revisor with the Office of Revisor of Statutes. Natalie, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see a few unfamiliar faces. So for those of you who I haven't worked with, my name is Natalie Scott. I work in the Office of Revisor of Statutes. I primarily staff the House Judiciary and House Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committees. And so I'm going to give you kind of an overview of some of the juvenile justice legislation that you've passed in the last few years. The biggest and first one would be Senate Bill 367. And just as a little bit of background, in 2015, the then Governor Brownback appointed a working group to look at juvenile justice issues. It was made up of stakeholders. There were legislators on that group, as well as judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, Department of Corrections staff, DCF staff. And that group put together a report of recommendations for changes to the juvenile justice system. And those recommendations were taken and then put into legislation, which resulted in Senate Bill 367. And obviously, as that bill progressed through the legislative process, there were many changes made to that. But the resulting legislation did make some pretty big changes to the juvenile justice system in Kansas. So you should have a memo from me. This memo, I'm just going to go over some of the very high points. If you have specific questions, you can, of course, ask me. But I also have some more detailed memos regarding that bill. If you guys have any interest in those, I can have those distributed. So the first kind of big change with Senate Bill 367 was that a juvenile was not able to be taken out of the custody of their parents or guardians unless there's a reason to believe that it would not be in the best interest of the child or that it would pose a risk to public safety or property. And so in order to determine that, they instituted a detention risk assessment tool that would assess the juvenile as detention eligible, or that tool would be able to be overridden, and that would be the only way that a juvenile would be able to be taken into detention. They wouldn't be able to be taken into custody for a violation of probation or their out-of-home placement. And to obtain a warrant to arrest a juvenile, a supervision officer would have to set forth that the juvenile had violated a condition of their disposition 3 or more times, and that they also pose a significant risk of physical harm to another or damage to property. So each director of juvenile intake and assessment services throughout the state was required to adopt a policy and establish guidelines for immediate intervention. That's on the adult side, that would be similar to diversion. So we call it immediate intervention on the juvenile side. But juveniles have a right to participate in an immediate intervention program under certain circumstances. So most first offenses that a juvenile commits, they are required to be offered immediate intervention. Cumulative detention limits were placed. So that was a maximum of 45 days over the course of the juvenile's case. So that's the maximum time that they would be able to be kept in detention if they were otherwise detention eligible. And then juveniles would be presumed to be juveniles, and that presumption would only be able to be rebutted by a preponderance of the evidence. So before Senate Bill 367, there was no presumption like that when we're talking about juveniles being waived to the adult system. So under Senate Bill 367, they're presumed to be juveniles, and they cannot be prosecuted as adults unless they're at least 14 years of age. Extended jurisdiction juvenile prosecution can only be used for juveniles charged with an off-grid or non-drug severity level 1 through 4 person felony. Extended jurisdiction juvenile jurisdiction is essentially the juvenile is given a juvenile sentence and an adult sentence that kind of run at the same time. So if the juvenile kind of messes up on that juvenile sentence, then the adult sentence can be imposed. So that process was reserved for only the most serious offenses under Senate Bill 367. The Department of Corrections, working with the Supreme Court, was required to adopt a statewide system of structured community-based graduated responses for technical violations of probation, violations of conditional release, and violations of condition of disposition for juveniles. And they were also required to develop standard guidelines for immediate intervention programs to be used throughout the state. Probation length limits were imposed for juveniles, so low and moderate risk juveniles who were adjudicated for a misdemeanor, and then low risk juveniles adjudicated for a felony could only be placed on probation for up to 6 months. High risk offenders adjudicated for a misdemeanor and moderate risk offenders adjudicated for a felony could be placed up to 9 months on probation, and then high risk offenders adjudicated for a felony could be required to serve probation for up to 12 months. Those probation length limits don't apply to off-grid felonies, which are the most serious felonies, or rape, aggravated criminal sodomy, or second-degree murder. So those limits do not apply to the most serious juvenile offenders. The court can extend a term of probation if that is needed for the juvenile to complete an evidence-based program in the community. In addition to those probation length limits, overall case length limits were imposed. So the misdemeanor juvenile offenders could only remain under court jurisdiction for up to 12 months. And low and moderate risk offenders who committed felonies could be under the court's jurisdiction for up to 15 months, and then high risk offenders for up to 18 months. The overall case length limits, again, don't apply to those most serious offenses, so they don't apply to off-grid or non-drug severity level 1 through 4 felonies. Supervision levels are required to be based on the results of a risk and need assessment, which is administered to all juveniles under this structure. And that risk and needs assessment has to be conducted before sentencing. Placement of a juvenile in the custody of the Secretary of Corrections can only happen when the juvenile poses a significant risk of harm to another person or damage to property and is otherwise eligible for that placement. And juveniles adjudicated for certain sex offenses would be able to be placed in short-term alternative placements in an emergency shelter, a therapeutic foster home, or a community integration program. Sentence maximums and certain scores needed for placement on that risk and needs assessment were created. So the serious offender 1 category juvenile offenders can be placed for a minimum of 18 months and a maximum of 36 months in the juvenile correctional facility. The serious offender 2 category could be from 9 months to 18 months. The serious offender 3 from 6 months to 12 months, only if they assessed at high risk. The serious offender 4 can be placed for 6 months up to 12 months, again, if they're assessed at high risk. Chronic offender 1s can be placed for a minimum term of 6 months, maximum of 12 months if they're high risk. And there is a rebuttable presumption that all offenders in the chronic offender category, if they're aged between 10 and 14 in the serious offender 2, 3, and 4 categories, would be placed in a youth residential facility. You might have heard the term YRC, that's what those are, instead of the juvenile correctional facility, so kind of a less secure placement. Starting January 1st of 2018, the Secretary of Corrections would only be allowed to contract for no more than 50 non-foster care beds in those youth residential facilities. So before Senate Bill 367, those types of facilities were used a lot more regularly, and this reduced the use of those facilities. A juvenile cannot be ordered to return to a juvenile correctional facility for violation of a condition of release, and they have to be discharged from the JCF when their overall case length limit is reached. The Department of Corrections and the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, which was created under Senate Bill 367, were tasked with exploring methods of exchanging confidential data between all the interested parts of the juvenile justice system, so from the local groups to the Department of Corrections, sometimes to DCF, depending on the certain circumstances. And then that Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee was created to oversee the implementation of all the reforms. And then finally, the Juvenile Justice Improvement Fund was created, and the Secretary of Corrections was essentially required to certify the cost savings from that reduction in the use of out-of-home placements for juveniles, and then transfer money into that fund. And then that fund was to be used to create community-based programming for juvenile offenders. So instead of going to JCF, they would stay in their communities and they would receive programming there. And so that's what that money was to be used for. Prioritization of that money was to be given to regions demonstrating a high rate of out-of-home placements before Senate Bill 367 was passed. So that's what you did in 2016. In 2017, we did what we sometimes refer to as kind of a trailer bill, some things that people thought needed to be tweaked, and that was Senate Bill 42. So we did make a few changes. We required the judge to make certain findings when they removed a juvenile from their home for the first time. Primarily, that was done to maintain 4E funding from the federal government. We also removed the requirement for the Secretary of Children and Families to prepare parents for a juvenile's return if that juvenile was in an out-of-home placement at the time of sentencing. Supervision officers were given the ability to request a warrant if a juvenile absconded, and the probation length limits told during any time when the juvenile was absconding from supervision. Juveniles that were charged with sex offenses were not required to be offered participation in an immediate intervention program. And immediate intervention was also not required to be offered to juveniles who originally were charged with a felony that was like adjusted down to a misdemeanor. Upon a finding by the trier of fact that a firearm was used in the commission of a felony, then that judge would be able to commit the juvenile to the juvenile correctional facility for a maximum of 18 months, regardless of the risk level of the juvenile. And the Juvenile Justice Improvement Fund was transformed into what we now call it the evidence-based programs account of the State General Fund. And the Secretary was given authority to certify those cost savings several times throughout the year, and then make the coordinating transfer into that fund. So in 2018, the legislature passed Senate Bill 179, which is somewhat related to Senate Bill 367 in that it created another use case for that money in the evidence-based programs account. So this legislation created juvenile crisis intervention centers to provide short-term observation, assessment, treatment, and case planning for juveniles who were experiencing a mental health crisis. So juveniles could be admitted to those centers for not more than 30 days when the head of the center determined that the juvenile needed treatment. And a parent or legal guardian would be able to remove the child from those centers at any time. A law enforcement officer would be able to take a child into custody when the officer reasonably believed that the child was experiencing a mental health crisis and is likely to cause harm to themselves or others. And that law enforcement officer would then be able to take the child to the Juvenile Crisis Intervention Center. When a court determines that a temporary order of protective custody would be necessary, then the court would also be able to place a juvenile in one of those crisis intervention centers. And the evidence-based programs account was then expanded to allow services for juveniles who were in this type of juvenile crisis intervention center. So that sums up most of the legislation that's passed related to juvenile justice in the last few years. There is currently a bill sitting in the House Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee, House Bill 2200, and it would make some changes related, again, to this funding mechanism. It essentially would allow kind of what we call crossover youth. I'm sure you guys have talked about those in the last few days, youth who are involved kind of both in the child in need of care system and in the juvenile justice system. So it would allow child in need of care children to be assessed using this risk and need assessment from the juvenile offender system. And then if it was determined that they could benefit from services related to the juvenile justice system, then they would be eligible to participate in those programs, even though they may not be justice involved quite yet at the time. So if you guys are interested in that legislation, I can definitely get you copies of that. But I would be happy to take any questions you guys have.
Natalie, thank you for that brief and overview. Committee, do we have questions for Natalie? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, you mentioned that a law enforcement officer can take a child into custody if it appears that his mental condition is going to cause harm, and it's a common sense. One of the issues I've found for law enforcement is that in asking us to do that, we're the ones without the training and providing some of that mental health care on an emergency basis. And I was in Wichita here about 6 weeks ago and had a chance to become familiar with the situation that occurred down there, foster child taken into custody. And we don't have enough of the mental health facilities to quickly get these kids to the right place. And I think in this case, that child, that youth died in a jail or a detention center as opposed to a mental health facility. And is there anything out there that we're going to be working on that can help facilitate getting these kids to the right place?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so what I would say to that, these juvenile crisis intervention centers, which I alluded to, in theory, a law enforcement officer who interacted with a juvenile, regardless of whether they're a juvenile offender, they could be a foster child, as you alluded to, but if that offender believed that that child was experiencing a mental health crisis, they would be able to deliver this child to a juvenile crisis intervention center. I would note, though, that unless I'm wrong, which I can be corrected, I don't believe that there are any juvenile crisis intervention centers yet in the state. So should those centers exist, then there would be a place to deliver those kids to, but at this time, I don't believe that there are any.
Thank you so much.
Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. So in the 2016 bullet points, you have the Department of Corrections Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee were tasked with exploring methods of exchanging confidential data. We just heard about the communication breakdown between law enforcement and DCF here recently, and I would like to think that since 2016, we've figured that out, and the exploring the methods is a done deal. Am I correct in that assumption?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Owsley, that legislation didn't require the implementation of any method of communicating that information across those agencies. It just required the exploration of trying to figure that out. So that would be maybe a question for the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee or members in those groups, DCF, DOC, law enforcement, to determine whether they've made any headway on creating a system for that.
And I know the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee just suffered a tremendous loss, but I will reach out to members on that as well. And then the fund was created. Are those funds still sitting idle? You mentioned that we don't have the, what did you call it, JCICs. Were the funds transferred to DCF for them to get established?
So, and I see Senator Baumgartner's kind of jumping out of her seat over here. We heard a lot about this during the Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight. But so the money sitting in that fund, you guys did transfer some of that money out of that fund last year. There was about $42 million in that fund, and research can, of course, get you like the exact numbers. But you transferred $21 million out of that in the last year. But specifically as it relates to the juvenile crisis intervention centers, that legislation allowed the Department of Corrections to enter into a memorandum of understanding to transfer $2 million for the purpose of establishing those centers. Because there aren't any of those centers yet, that money is still sitting in that fund. But during that year, you also made a specific appropriation, and I can't remember exactly for how much, but we could get you that information for the creation of those centers. But again, since they don't exist.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I just wonder if those funds would be adequate for establishing, the intervention centers. 21 million sounds like a lot, but I know that oftentimes it doesn't go near as far as we think it would.
Well, and to be clear, that 21 million wasn't transferred for the purpose of the juvenile crisis intervention centers. That money was just moved out of the evidence-based programs account.
Okay, so
And reappropriated.
even less. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There are several things that I want to just kind of mention, and I certainly appreciate Natalie's very thorough explanation and highlights of the action that's been taken. The Joint Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee did meet for 3 days, and we had several recommendations. But as it applies to this committee and the presentation that we just heard, that evidence-based programs account is to be used within our communities throughout the state to help our juveniles and to provide programming that will help the juveniles and their families. I will tell you that from the very beginning, 2016, that account has been watched, and folks like vultures have been waiting to sweep. And in 2018, there was that movement, and what it did allow is that the Secretary of Corrections would be permitted to enter into memorandums of agreement with other cabinet agencies to provide funding not to exceed $2 million annually for the evidence-based programs account of SGF for juvenile crisis intervention services. That decision didn't come out of the Joint Committee, which meets annually. That came out of a conference committee effort. So there was concern about $2 million being swept over. That $2 million is set aside every single year, and it has never gone toward any juvenile crisis center, and yet it is still sitting there. Now, DCF did come up with an RFP, and there was an effort in Johnson County to build a juvenile crisis center. They started the RFP process, but they felt the hoops that they had to jump through and the restrictions of the RFP were too significant that they abandoned that process. And no other community has gone through the process, the RFP process with DCF to get that $2 million. Nothing could be more frustrating for our Joint Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee than to see that money sitting there. But now let's just talk about the money from the evidence-based programs account. It is being used. It does go out every single year throughout the state, and there was an extensive listing as far as how those funds go out to different programs. Is it exactly what the committee wants? No, because quite frankly, what we want is not just once a year these organizations have an opportunity to access those funds, but we wanted those grants to be on a rolling basis so that smaller communities that perhaps don't have robust staff to come up with the proposals would be able to partner with other communities in the state to get some ideas on how to implement in their area. We also know the more rural the area is in our state, the less likely they can implement robust programs, because you can't have a robust program if you only have maybe 2 or 3 juveniles that could participate, and that they would have to drive 50 to 100 miles to get there to access that. So we're still working on that, but that was a part of the recommendation this year that came out of the committee, is that they switch that grant process so that it has funds that are available on an ongoing basis. But I think what's more important is the $21 million that was taken out of this fund in this legislative session that just ended. It was swept. It was swept. It was swept from being able to be used for our juveniles in our communities, and it was swept right into general fund to be used as determined. So one of the recommendations that did come out of the committee is that those funds be replaced and put right back in there. Because for us to address the issues of crossover youth, for us to address the issues that we know aren't being met of kids in our communities that maybe aren't wholly involved in criminal activity, but they are touching that issue of criminal activity, that are perhaps going to be moved into foster care. We want to make sure that the funds are there. And so I know that Senator Faust-Godot also served on that committee, that we had very robust conversations, and we know that there are areas and pockets in our state that they need those funds. Those $21 million could have been spent this year, this fiscal year, in Wyandotte County, in Sedgwick County, in Shawnee County, in Johnson County, in these areas where we know that we have lots of juvenile activity and where the supports are direly needed. But right now, it has been a very difficult challenge to power protect, if you will, those funds from continually being shifted away. If we as a legislature continue to allow money to be swept away, and I'm going to talk even money as, and I can't believe that when we talk about millions of dollars that we're talking about a small amount. But even to have $2 million sitting over in DCF not being used for a juvenile mental health crisis center, it's wrong. It's wrong because it's just sitting there, and we know there are tremendous needs. So the money's there. It is being used. There's more money that could be used, but it was swept away. And we all have to be working in concert to prevent that from happening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you, Natalie, for so clearly addressing this issue.
Natalie, I do not see any further questions from any members of the committee. Thank you again for your overview. And unfortunately, it seems like the state is very good at sweeping funds from different areas they were assigned to go to. So, committee, next we have on our agenda for presentation Amy Raymond, Director of Trial Court Programs, the Office of Judicial Administration. And Amy is with us virtually. Amy, welcome to the committee.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great, great. Good morning. It's nice to be with you today. Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chairwoman Conkranen, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm Amy Raymond. I'm the Chief of Trial Court Services for the Office of Judicial Administration. I serve as the OJA representative on the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. And in 2016, I served as the chair of the Judicial Branch Implementation Team, which was the team that was charged with executing provisions of Senate Bill 367 on behalf of the Judicial Branch. So as I'm sure this committee is aware, Senate Bill 367 required the judicial branch to complete several tasks, such as making appointments to committees, increasing training for our court service officers, collaborating with the Department of Corrections to create standards and guidelines for things like graduated responses, earned discharge credit for our juveniles, and immediate intervention processes. We were also required to adopt a state uniform risk needs assessment to be used with juveniles and collect data. With sweeping reforms such as this, it was challenging and complex for all stakeholders, particularly the judicial branch and KDOC, who were responsible for a majority of those tasks. Through all of these collaboration efforts, DOC and OJA developed a really strong working relationship. We've been able to maintain those clear, open lines of communication to continue working towards the realization of Senate Bill 367 goals. I've been asked to comment today on the impact of 367. I encourage each member of this committee to read the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee annual report. It's been prepared since 2017, and it outlines our progress thus far with the implementation of this reform and the impact of this reform. The report is available on the DOC website under the Juvenile Services tab. And I believe once you go to the Juvenile Services tab, there's a committee tab, and you can find all the minutes from our hearings as well as the annual reports. Our 2021 report will be available on or before November 30th of this year, and that deadline is established by statute. We had some really positive changes with Senate Bill 367, such as the increased focus on evidence-based practices when working with juvenile offenders. Another positive change is that Kansas is in the middle of implementing the Georgetown Crossover Youth Practice Model, which is aimed at identifying our youth who are involved in or at risk of being involved in both the juvenile justice and the child in need of care systems. This issue was commented on just a few minutes ago. The purpose of the model is to realign our systems in order to improve outcomes and experiences for our youth. The model is going to be implemented in 2 pilot sites, Montgomery and Shawnee counties. The model has been used in Sedgwick County for several years. Their program has seen just a little bit of drift with the model, so Georgetown is working with Sedgwick County to collect data to ensure fidelity in their program, to make sure that it stays in line with the practice model as originally developed. The Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee and each stakeholder continue to work hard to fulfill the purpose of Senate Bill 367. We have some really dedicated professionals in that group who are committed to improving the lives of our juveniles across the state. With anything, challenges will still arrive, but we continue to collaborate and work diligently toward the solutions that are in the best interest of our juveniles. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today, and I'm happy to stand for any questions the committee may have.
Amy, thank you very much for that presentation. And we do have a couple of questions, it looks like. Representative Humphreys is first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Amy, for coming. I'm wondering if you would be willing to give us just a few of the high points, bullet points, just a quick synopsis of that report that you're talking about that's online. I mean, yes, ideally we would all go read every bit of it and read the testimony, but I would love to hear just a little bit of your takeaway. Quick synopsis of the report would be really helpful.
Sure. I will apologize in advance. It may be a little higher level than what you're looking for. It's been a while since I reviewed the draft. You'll see data in that with respect to filings for juvenile justice cases, juvenile offender cases, and child need of care cases. We discussed the training that's gone on for both our court service officers and also for the community corrections officers. There is quite a bit about the Georgetown crossover youth practice model and where we're going. Our chair, Chanel Dupree, has done a good job of refocusing the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. So you'll see a section of where we started, where we're at right now, and where we're going. There's a piece that discusses what I think we've called Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee 2.0. So as this committee may know, implementation of reform such as this and changes takes about 3 to 4 years to actually set in. It takes us that long to get these things implemented. And then, of course, then there's time after that to see the reform actually make changes. So she's done a really good job of making sure the committee is focused on what are our statutory obligations, are we making progress, are we moving the needle? And so you'll see those kinds of conversations in the report. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I know that was just spur of the moment, but you did a great job. That was really helpful to understand what we would be looking at. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reichman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming, Amy. And I just have I think it's an easy question. I'm just kind of new to committee, and I'm not sure what this Georgetown crossover youth practice model is. And then with that, be interested to know if there's any faith-based in that at all. Thank you.
So I'm not aware of faith-based within the model, but the model is essentially, I like to think of it as a multidisciplinary team model. So we're bringing all the stakeholders to the table, child welfare, supervision, community-based services like mental health, and essentially creating like a wraparound services for our juveniles. So we have multidisciplinary teams. We have that model in the child need of care world. We have it in the juvenile offender world when it comes to immediate intervention programs or diversion programs. So this is an attempt to create that model with both systems coming together. And Georgetown, it's called Georgetown because it's Georgetown University, and they've implemented this in many states across the country, and it is a promising practice. It's been around, I believe, for about 15 years, 15 or 20 years. I may be a little bit off in that. But I like to, it's simply put, it's a multidisciplinary team approach to servicing the kids and their families. There's lots of data collection, so we can kind of pinpoint at what point in the system did this child become at risk of crossing over. So if they haven't crossed over yet, can we identify points in the system where kids are at risk, at high risk of crossing over, and can we do the interventions right then to prevent them from crossing over?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Foscato.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I think we're back on the right track now. You've got your laptop, and I don't have mine. That's how it usually is. So yesterday was a little discombobulated. Amy, it's good to see you, and sorry you can't be here with us in person as you usually are. So to the Senator Reichman's comment, so the Georgetown concept, is that already implemented and going? And so that's one question. And because I've not really heard about it. Well, I've just heard about it today. So I've and then my other question to you, Amy. So the relationship, though, regarding the crossover with DCF and the juvenile system. So was there anything in 367 or in what you just shared with us from your branch that DCF was supposed to specifically do? Or were they just given an option to kind of help those youth as they were identified? I mean, was there a specific piece that, like, for an example, those children in foster care and a lot of the teens who are in group homes, when they leave there, a lot of them aren't told that they are allowed continued education going on to college. And so, is that something that they could be making sure that they give those youth all the resources and tools available to them? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So your first question is where the model is implemented, and it is up and running in Sedgwick County. And Sedgwick County took the initiative several years ago to travel to Georgetown to go through their week-long training and they implemented the model before the Oversight Committee wanted to do it statewide. As I said before, there's been just a little bit of drift, which happens with any model. If you're not checking in with it, on a consistent basis, it just happens. So Georgetown is working with Sedgwick County to make sure that they are working in the model and that there's fidelity with that, because that's incredibly important with data collection. And then as part of the statewide initiative, we are working with Montgomery County and Shawnee County to implement those models. And there are statewide coordinators, one at DCF, one at DOC, and one in my office, and actually on my team, who are helping those three counties. The two, Shawnee County and Montgomery County, start from scratch, and then helping Sedgwick County get where they need to be to ensure fidelity to the model. With respect to actions that DCF has taken in response to 367, they've been an active participant and played an active role in the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. As I'm sure you all are aware, Chanel Dupree works for DCF, and she's the chair of our Oversight Committee. So there's been active involvement in data sharing conversations, in service sharing conversations, and all of that. So they've played an active role in that. I hope that answers your question. Please let me know if it did not.
Mr. Chair, if I may, so my exact question was, in the 367 itself, from your knowledge, was there a specific scope of duty that DCF would offer, or could they just kind of offer assistance regarding that crossover where they saw the need?
I'm going to be honest, I don't recall specific language. Crossover U was not in, I don't think that phrase was in the initial bill. I could be wrong about that, was in the initial bill, but DCF has been involved and was asked to participate in crossover youth study groups that came out of 367. There were several work groups that were created in amendments to 367 that DCF was asked to collaborate with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Concanon is online and has a question. Representative Concanon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. So, Mr. Chairman, my question, I don't know if it's for Amy or we may need to go back to Natalie or maybe even Senator Baumgardner wants to respond for how the committee has discussed this. But in the past, I have done some work on violence against healthcare providers. And so after Senate Bill 367 passed, there was an uptick in violence against social workers that were maybe transporting a juvenile or, in some way or another in contact with a violent juvenile. And there didn't seem to be any, after the 2015, there didn't seem to be any way to handle that situation or repercussions, or that they were just kind of at a loss. And I've talked to the different contractors, and it just was a real frustration at the time. And I'm just wondering, my question is, have we followed up with anything to give some support? Of course, we're concerned about the kids, but we also need to take care of our providers. And just wondering if there's been any discussion about that at the Juvenile Justice Committee, or if we've addressed it at all in statute, because I don't recall that we have.
I'm not sure if that was directed at me, but I will say I don't recall conversations at the Oversight Committee about actions against social workers. I don't recall that. However, there could have been, and I just don't remember. But I would encourage this committee, if you're interested in that, to talk to DCF, because I'm confident they're better situated to respond to that.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There have been discussions in the Joint Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee. In fact, the contractors that have presented for this committee have also presented with juvenile corrections in the past. I will simply share what was said at those hearings by Russ Jennings, who he and I would take places. He would be chair one year, I would be chair the next year, and we would flip-flop as far as chairman and vice chair. And his response at that time was, this is not something new. This is something that we continue. We had an issue with violence before the legislation was changed, before Senate Bill 367, and we continue to have that. Is it a problem? It is a problem, because safety of our children is important, but likewise, safety of contracted workers as well as agency workers is very important. So has there been legislation? No, there's not been legislation that's been introduced in this committee or in the Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee. Do we have youth that are violent? We do. One of the things that did come up in the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, I believe it was last year, is these kids, the crossover kids that are in both the juvenile justice system and in the foster care system, they tend to have a very long-term history of being in foster care, in and out and in and out. And in fact, one of the young men that came and testified last year in this committee shared how many times he had been in and out of foster care. He was put in a group home, the abuse that occurred in that setting. And so some of what we heard that yesterday from Michelle when she testified from the Women's Correction Facility. She was in foster care as a 5-year-old. Her infant child was put in foster care when she was a 16-year-old mother, and now she's in corrections. And so we do see the more times that they are shifted around, the more years that they spend in and out of foster care, it tends to be they are very, very angry youth. And that's why we have so many kids that when they age out of foster care system, they do not graduate from high school because they just want to be out of everything and left alone. Unfortunately, they're left alone without the academic skills that they need or any of the support systems that they really need because they're adults and they end up being homeless. So we've talked about it, but there has not been a recommendation for legislation at all with regard to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing that question. I've had discussions with Chairman Jennings as well on this issue, and while I realize it's not new, what was new was after 2015, they just didn't have any means to respond to it. And so I just didn't want this discussion about the juvenile justice statutes that we've passed in the last 5-6 years to go by without bringing up that is an issue. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kincannon. Amy, thank you for your testimony. I do not see any further questions from members of the committee. I would like to direct your attention to written-only testimony by Tanya Keys, the Deputy Secretary for Children and Families. And we will now turn our attention to an overview of standards and requirements of faith-based child welfare-related organizations. And to give that presentation for DCF is the Director of Permanency for DCF, Scott Hendricks. Scott, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Yes, I am Scott Hendricks, Director of Permanency with DCF, and I am going to speak this morning about the overview of requirements per law and regulation related to child welfare and faith-based organizations. I'll speak a little bit about DCF's current role, their affiliation, and ongoing partnering. To begin, there are multiple ways that a faith-based organization or any organization may be affiliated with DCF. There's no differentiation in practices or policies, and all are in compliance with existing and current statute. It's really breaks down to 3 separate categories of how a faith-based organization is affiliated with DCF. There are licensed facilities and agencies, meaning DCF is the regulatory agency and licenses those facilities or agencies. There's also providers through contracts, provider agreements, or grants. And then there are community-based organizations, which DCF has no oversight of, but they support the system throughout local communities and statewide. Of note, there could be agencies who fall into one or more of these categories. In other words, there could be a licensed facility or an agency who also has an ongoing provider agreement with DCF and so forth. The first category I mentioned, licensed facilities or agencies. A few of those functions, just for clarity going forward, child placing agency, you'll hear the term, and CPA. A A child placing agency provides adoptive and foster care services. An adoption placing agency provides strictly adoption, and foster care, strictly foster care services. A licensed CPA may or may not have an agreement with DCF, as I just mentioned. However, if they are serving children in the custody of the secretary, an agreement is required. Although as a regulatory agency, CPA does license many private CPAs as well. Some of the applicable laws and regulations, the first one is statute 65503, and those are really just definitions of what a child placing agency is, but one point I want to clarify is in those definitions, the term child care facility, I think oftentimes gets misunderstood because that definition actually includes agencies and referral agencies who provide services to children under the age of 16. I think it's often interpreted as a child care facility, meaning like a daycare or something else, but this does include agencies who provide those referral services and services to children under 16, according to statutory definition. Regulations, DCF being the regulatory agency, our role as licensure includes, for CPAs, includes application process, issuance of licensure, visits, complaint investigations, renewals, etc. Another applicable law is the Host Families Act, which is KSA 38, 2401, 2402, and 2403. 2401 just sets forth the requirement. 02 just defines what a host family is. And now 2403 gets into more specifics. The statute states that a child placing agency or other charitable organization working under an agreement with a licensed CPA may establish a program to provide temporary care. Now, while the statute requires screenings, such as background checks, et cetera, of these host family homes, there is no requirement that they be licensed by DCF. The host families are paid through the CPA, not DCF. So while DCF licenses the actual CPA, they do not license the host family program or those homes. Currently, DCF, we do have a licensed CPA who provides a host family program, and we also have a licensed CPA who has an existing agreement with a charitable organization to provide host family services. Continuing this, placement into a host family is not considered a DCF or an out-of-home placement. It's considered a private placement. Although the host family homes remain subject to an investigation, any investigation regarding abuse and neglect, placement does not supersede any court order regarding a child. Placements are considered voluntary and made by the parent. A power of attorney or a POA is required for that placement. The statute sets forth what powers are delegated in that power of attorney, and there is a judicial counsel form required for that POA. The power of attorney is valid for 1 year and is not to be considered as abandonment or abuse neglect by the parent. There's also language that states that the parent may revoke or withdraw that power of attorney at any time, and the child is to be returned as soon as reasonably possible. Another applicable law is statute 60-5322, or the Adoption Protection Act. Pretty straightforward in terms of it states that a child placing agency cannot be required to provide services or placement to a child in care when the circumstances of that placement would violate the set forth religious beliefs of the agency. Additionally, a license or renewal cannot be denied to that agency for not providing those services or placements based on their beliefs, religious beliefs. Now, those religious beliefs are supposed to be established, are required to be established in any governing or organizational documents and in the agency's policies as well. Payment cannot be denied to an agency for not providing services or placements based on that religious belief. Also included in this statute is exclusionary language, which states that the provisions of the statute shall not apply to any agency who is a current case management provider or has a case management provider contract or grant with DCF. So in compliance with the statute, the Adoption Protection Act is not applicable currently to KVC, Cornerstones of Care, TFI, or St. Francis Ministries. The second category I mentioned were providers per contract agreements or grants, in addition to case management providers, child placing agency, congregate care facilities. Other service provisions to children and families include family preservation, Family First Protection Services Act, drug and alcohol treatment, mental health services, etc. Contracts, agreements, and grants are monitored for compliance by DCF. There are reporting and outcome requirements set forth in the language within grants, contracts, and agreements. DCF Audits Division also monitors performance and compliance with such agreements. And there are DCF policies and performance standards that are monitored by DCF programs as well. The third category, community-based organizations and providers. These include, but again are not limited to, clothing banks, food banks, support groups, individual therapists for children and families, medical providers, parent and skill building providers, legal services, etc. While DCF does not have direct oversight of such programs, some may be licensed by other agencies, including BSRB or the Board of Healing Arts, etc. Ongoing DCF partnering. These are some examples, but it's not all inclusive. These are existing agreements that DCF has with faith-based organizations. A large one is a care portal, or the Global Orphan Project. Care portal is an online tool, and it helps connect families in need to local faith-based communities for supports, supplies, whatever the families may need. Government-based workers, agency workers are able to log on to the portal, make specific requests, as are local churches. Once those requests are received by Care Portal, they get in touch with local communities and churches to see if they can meet those needs and help provide supports to families and children in that community. Care Portal also supports promotion of safe sleep, which is a program that helps prevent infant mortality. Throughout the state, there's many of our regions at DCF have really positive stories and influences that Care Portal has had, and being able to provide services throughout all the system, pre-entry, during, and for adults who are aging out and young people who are aging out of the system as well. Another agency is America's Kids Belong. It's an affiliate in Kansas. They work with our Adoption Exchange, which is Adopt Kansas Kids, really help promote and support and recruit potential adoption families. St. Francis Ministries, as we know, case management provider, a licensed CPA, a Family First grantee, et cetera. And we have many licensed CPAs who are faith-based. Again, they include but are not limited to Restoration Family Services, Holy Family Foundation, Catholic Charities has multiple child placing agencies, Safe Families, and Youthville. Provider partnering. Our case management providers and child placing agency grantees have close working relationships with faith-based organizations within communities who are not directly affiliated with DCF. These collaborations occur locally, oftentimes in churches or other faith-based communities. A lot of the efforts surround recruitment of family foster home and adoptive resources. As was mentioned yesterday, the faith-based communities are a great recruiting area for potential foster homes. I believe it was mentioned yesterday by a conferee that 22 homes had came from one church, et cetera. So they do play a very important role. Some of those agencies who partner with or work with CPAs and CMPs include Foster the Cause, Joy Meadows, and Faith Builders. Also, as we know, and many of our case management providers and child placing agencies use community faith-based resources such as churches and other resources for promotional events, special recognitions, et cetera, and training sites as well. So that is the conclusion of my presentation here. But as you can see, faith-based organizations play an important part and are woven throughout the system. DCF obviously has varying degrees of oversight and regulation and affiliation based on current statute, but they do provide vital services to children and family in Kansas. So I will take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Scott, thank you very much for your testimony. And committee, do we have any questions for Scott? Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Scott. And the KSA 60-5322, when was that adopted? What year was that?
The Adoption Protection Act. I am not certain on the exact year it was adopted.
Was it?
I will definitely find that out for you, but.
Okay, was it, do you know if it was because of House Bill 2481 in 2018?
I'm not certain as to that either, but I will find out for you.
Representative Nick with the Revisor's Office might be able to answer those
Yes.
questions for you. Nick?
Thank you.
So 60-5322 was enacted in 2018.
And was that after the passing of HB 2481? Or was it in a direct response to the passing of that bill? I'm trying to see if there's what the connection is.
I'll have to follow up with you on that and check into that. The
Okay.
bill you said was 2481?
Yes, yeah, in 2018. Thank you.
Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, Mr. Chairman, I want to say that I believe that everyone in here, in this room today, and some listening in, we just want to do the best for the children here in Kansas. None of us are perfect, and again, we just try to do the best that we can. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions for Scott. And before that, I'll say that I appreciate everyone that opens up their homes and their hearts for children in whatever capacity. Again, Mr. Chairman, just for background information, I have to share that my reason for introducing the Grandparents as Caregivers Act was because my sister and her husband both died, left 5 children, and my mother, their grandmother, raised them. And so all of this is so important to me. And so I come from a place, Mr. Chairman, not blaming anyone, just trying to get some answers and do the right thing and be able to help the constituents that reach out to me regarding child in need of care issues. So, Mr. Scott, could you please clarify to me again, you mentioned that some of the faith-based programs are, the oversight is within DCF and licensed by DCF. So just clarify again which ones they are and what's the major difference between those faith-based programs as opposed to childcare or daycare facilities. So just 2 questions. I want to know, because I get calls from people, and after listening to them for 45 minutes or an hour on the phone, when they'll say, oh, DCF did this, then after I talk to them a long time, I find out that it's not a contractor, it's not St. Francis, it's not KVC, it's not DCF, it's a whole nother entity. And so, therefore, that's why I want to know which ones are licensed or because you mentioned in your statement that some DCF does not oversee. So I want to know which ones they do. And then are they required to, because by law, Mr. Chairman, we require that if you are a daycare provider, that you can only have so many children in the home at one point to the ratio of adults in the home to care for them. You have to transport them with seat belts, car seats, and so forth. We do know of a case, or I do, of a councilman here in Topeka, Kansas, where had way over the amount of foster children in his home, just bunk beds stacked and stacked. And so the rules and requirements and regulations for those faith-based entities, sometimes I get the calls where people say they don't have the same rules as what we require, that foster homes, daycare providers are required to have. So I know that's a mouthful, Mr. Scott, but if you could respond, I'd appreciate it.
No, thank you for those questions, Senator. I'll try to do my best to break that down. And for you, DCF will only have oversight as a regulatory agency for those child placing agency who are actually licensed. So.
So are you saying the other ones aren't?
To your question about daycare, those are licensed by KDHE, would be licensed to KDHE. I am saying, yes, that some of those that are existing licensed CPAs have a existing agreement and relationship are not licensed, because under current statute, our regulatory arm, if you will, does not extend that far, and it's not permitted in statute. It is permitted for those CPAs to have an existing agreement with such organizations. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, but I think in the scenario that you're referring to, yes, we would not have regulatory jurisdiction over those agencies, and they are not placing children in the custody of the secretary in the homes.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I think that's been my major problem of the legislators. We know a little bit more and have a better understanding of the process. but those are our constituents. They don't know all that difference. And so when they call, they don't know that if a faith-based good human being is just trying to help them, and when you say that once they sign over, where you can keep my child for a while when I come, and then they feel when they come back to get their child, it's all these major obstacles where that doesn't happen for multiple reasons. However, you just stated, Mr. Scott, that they can sign that affidavit, and when they want to come back, they can just get their child. But I hear the horror stories of where that does not happen. And when someone calls me and they only know the name DCF, so they say DCF, and then I call everybody at DCF that I know and they don't know anything, and then I just call everybody, and nobody knows, and some of those entities, they don't really have a brick and mortar place where a person can go. There's just a phone number, and it's just really frustrating. For DCF to not have that oversight, but then be accused of everything. And I know well, Mr. Chairman, that's the frustrating part, is that there are so many different categories. And I think that if children are in any of those categories, that we should have more oversight and understanding to where they are and how they're being cared for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I respond?
Yes,
comments?
but before you do, I just want, if you would, in your response, it's not just faith-based that falls under that category. For some reason, we're concentrating on that term, but this is broader than faith-based organizations. So if you would, yeah, please respond and then put that in your response as well.
Yes, it is not solely inclusive of faith-based. It's the practice of any agency, regardless of their, if they're faith-based or not. To your point, Senator, the term "as soon as reasonably possible" is not defined in the Host Families Act. So, I understand that there could be frustration around that. And so, it is it's statute in terms of and it's statutorily allowable what the current situation is, and our DCF's responsibility for oversight. So.
And before we go on to the next question, Nick, did you have the follow-up to Representative Reese's question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it looks like House Bill 2481, the Senate did add an amendment to add the Adoption Protection Act to that bill. The Adoption Protection Act didn't ultimately pass in 2481, but it later passed in Senate Bill 284 through a conference committee.
Of that same year?
Yes.
And that was what, Senate Bill?
Senate Bill 284.
284. Okay. Thank you so much.
Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Scott. To ask, I think, the senator's question in a different manner. Your last two slides, you have ongoing DCF partnering and provider partnering. I'm guessing that the ones in the ongoing DCF partnering, as their CPAs and grantees, it looks like most of them do have oversight through DCF, but then the provider partnering, you've got Foster, the Cause, Joy Meadows, and Faith Builders. I'm guessing that those ones are with the no oversight that you discussed in the first slide.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell us, Scott, when the Host Families Act was passed? Sorry, we're getting into history here today, but I'm just curious about that.
Yes, and I was not prepared for the historic aspect too well, so I might call on Nick if you could assist.
And while he's looking, if I may, Mr. Chairman, okay, so, and then you mentioned on that, you were on slide 9, and you were talking about the Host Families Act, and you said we have one that's licensed, I think, and one that's not. What are those the ones that you mentioned later, or which?
Yes, they were both on the last slide.
Okay.
A statute allows for a licensed CPA to establish a host family program. So we do have a current licensed CPA who operates a host family program.
And which one is that?
Safe Families.
Okay. And who is their CPA?
They are a CPA.
They
Because the
themselves are
statute
CPA.
says.
I see.
Yeah, it's a CPA or.
Or authorized by C.
Or,
yeah,
or
right,
an organization working under a CPA.
Right,
Yes.
But they're licensed. And how is that program going? Or maybe we're going to hear about Safe Families later, but I don't think it's on the agenda, actually. Do you know an update on Safe Families, how it's going? Because
May I call up a colleague of mine, Leslie Renneback? She oversees the licensing.
would that be okay? Thank you.
She'll be able to have specific.
So for the record of those listening in online, Scott has used his call a friend, so he no longer has that option available from here on out.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Rennebeck, and I am a Deputy Director in the Foster Care Licensing Division for Department for Children and Families. For a little bit of refresher, Safe Families did provide a presentation last year to the committee. For the Child Placement Agency, the facility, Safe Families for Children, is operating in compliance with the regulations. They currently have homes in the Johnson County area, Southeast area, and also in Sedgwick County area.
Okay, good. So it's expanded a bit since we got that report. Yeah, thank you. And then my last question, well, Scott, real quick, then you said I think there was one that's not a CPA but is acting under, and which one is that?
Correct, and that would be Faith Builders.
Okay.
Acting under agreement.
And I think we are hearing from them.
Yes,
so, okay.
DECA would be that licensed CPA.
Okay, and then my last question is, you had mentioned, the importance of the faith-based kind of outreach and how that's been helpful. And so DCF in the past has had a faith-based community initiative program. Where do we stand with that?
There is currently not a faith-based division in DCF. Was that your question?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it was a particular program, community and faith-based initiative. I know we have had it in the past, so do we know when that went away and why that went away?
That's something I will have to follow up with you about.
Okay, I think that would be helpful to know, since we're all hearing that actually it's been helpful, the faith-based programs have actually increased our foster homes. I would be interested in what happened to that program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. And Nick, do you have a follow-up on the question about the question for Representative Humphreys?
Just to confirm, that was the Host Families Act, the historical information for that. Yeah, that was passed in 2016, so 2 years prior to the last one we discussed, in Senate Bill 418.
Scott, it does not look like you're in jeopardy of being buzzed out because you do not have that lifeline available anymore, because I do not see any further questions. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you.
Committee, now we'll have presentations from our faith-based child welfare-related organizations in our first conferee. And what we'll do is we will hold questions until all conferees have had an opportunity to speak. Just for the sake of time. And our first conferee is Andrea Dixon, Executive Director for Faith Builders. Andrea, welcome to the committee.
Good morning, and thanks for having me up here to speak to you today. I'm not used to formal speaking settings like this. I spend most of my time in the trenches with kids and families, so I don't stay in the box well. I don't follow script well, but I'm going to give it my best shot to explain to you what we're doing and answer any questions that you have. Faith Builders is a volunteer organization that works with kids and families in crisis. We believe that our mission is to be the hands and feet of Jesus to those in crisis. Faith Builders started back in 2012. We incorporated in January. I took the first child in my home in 2007, and I was just trying to help one person and then another and then another, and we eventually created a board of directors, and then we got our nonprofit status, and we've been going on from there. I have no paid staff. We operate solely on volunteers. We have a gamut of services. The biggest service that we provide is goods and services, and we have a 4,000 square foot warehouse in the southeast part of Wichita, and it holds a clothes closet, a food pantry, a hygiene pantry. We have diapers, wipes, formula, baby supplies. We also have furniture, household items, cleaning supplies, just kind of anything that families might need to have a hand up. When we first started working with families, there seemed to be struggles with those families accessing resources. And I would Google all the resources in Sedgwick County. It seemed like we had lots of food pantries. We had lots of clothes closets, but everybody was needing food and clothes. So I did some more research with our families, just talking to them, and they lack the documentation that they need to get into those. So we decided as a board to have low barrier access to our warehouse. So we don't need your ID, we don't need your proof of address, we don't keep a lot of statistics, we don't verify when you come and when the last time you came was. We just open our doors, and if you have a need, then we try to meet it. So we partner with a number of community agencies. We work with the drug and rehab centers. We also work with the Wichita Police Department, the Sheriff's Department. We work a lot with DECA and St. Francis. We work with some of the local hospitals, Calm Care, anybody that is serving clients that have a need that we can fill. Our warehouse is open from 1 to 3. On Tuesdays and Fridays, it's staffed by volunteers, and parents, foster parents, caseworkers can come in and get what they need for their clients. And clients can also come in on their own. They don't need a referral, and we just try to help out the best that we can. We did sit down and meet with St. Francis because we do have a heart for those kids that are already in the system. And one of the things that they suggested was a place where teenage kids could do their laundry. Maybe they don't have a permanent placement. Maybe they just have somewhere to sleep. So we put in a washer and dryer in our warehouse. It doesn't look the greatest because I just like, okay, let's buy one. So we bought one, and I had this nice little closet in the back that I moved some stuff around, and I'm like, it can go right here. But I guess you have to have like water within a certain location of your washer and dryer for it to work. So it's in my office because that's where the water was. So we do have a washer and dryer that's free for these teenagers to use, also for families that may have their power off. They may not have the money for a laundromat, so they can also come in and do their laundry. St. Francis also suggested that we put an area in there for visitation. The visitation rooms at St. Francis, they're empty, and so parents don't bring things for their kids to do, and then the kids jump off the couches and go crazy like kids do, and then it doesn't go well. So we have one corner of our warehouse that we laid carpet and put some couches and some shelves, and we have age-appropriate toys and activities for those kids. We have snacks, we have a changing table and diapers and wipes. So it's just a more family natural setting for parents to see their kids. And so we do allow St. Francis to use that for supervision of visits. We also supervise some visits for them. We also supervise visits for family law clients and other agencies that need supervised visits for a period of time. So that's kind of what the warehouse looks like. Also, we use the warehouse to provide services for clients. And one of the biggest services that we provide to clients is obtaining their ID again. We work with tons of of clients that are coming out of jail. Some of them are coming out of rehab, and they just don't have their birth certificate, they don't have their social security card. And so there's a frustrating mechanism, I know, for case managers, because all they want their clients to do is get a job, but they can't get a job because they don't have their paperwork. So we've worked a lot with the Department of Vital Statistics. We actually know what you can use instead of this. We know you can use a jail face sheet and a hospital signed face sheet. So we just learned to kind of be creative. I actually met with a guy coming out of corrections, and he's in residential now, and he signed a letter saying I could pick up his birth certificate and filled out the thing, and then we used his mom's ID. And so on my way home, I'm going to stop by the Department of Vital Statistics and get that for him. So just kind of helping them maneuver the system. They don't usually have the internet to look up those things. They don't have the money to pay for it. They don't have postage to mail it and things like that. So we spend a lot of time helping them get their IDs and their paperwork so that they can get a job. So it's one of the biggest services that we provide for them. Also, transportation is a huge issue. We're working really hard with the courts to alleviate suspended drivers. So many people are driving on a suspended license, and it increases our respite numbers too, because we get calls in the middle of the night to come get kids because parents going to jail because they drove on a suspended license. So we're working really hard to try to figure out ways for them to do that. We do sign off on some volunteer hours and some community service hours. We've also started a new program where they'll say, I don't have $5 extra. That's the common thing. I don't have $5 extra for my fines. So now if they can show proof to us that they've paid $5 or up to $25 a month on their utilities or their rent, then we'll put $25, up to $25 on their fines. So that they can decrease while their bills stay current. So once they get their driver's license paid off and reinstated, then we help them pay for that and search out insurance and put them on the road legally. So that's a big service that we provide also. We also do a lot of budgeting with our parents. It's amazing to me what people don't know, and I think you don't know what they don't know until you know what they don't know. So we had one mom that she said, hey, I need to figure my bills, and I just need to know what my 20 is. And I'm like, okay, what do you mean, what's your 20? And she goes, well, what's my 20? And I don't know what your 20 is. She goes, they take 20 every time I cash my check. So 20% of her check was going to a check cashing agency. So we taught her how to open a bank account, and we set that all up for her. And she was like, so do I have a vision card with my bank account? No, you don't have a vision card. So we partner with Kansas State Bank, and they help instruct our parents. But it was super funny when we took her into the bank for the first time. She had her phone, and she's like, first time in a bank, And I'm thinking, I was at bank at age 10, and here she is in her 20s and never been to a bank. So it's super fun to empower those people to take control of their own finances and to control that. So we do a lot of budgeting, creative spending, we call it, things like that. So those are a lot of the services that we provide for those families. We also partner with our local school system, USD 259, and we work with about 17 schools. When I first started partnering with the schools, I was amazed at what their biggest need was, and that is underwear. Underwear is the biggest need of schools in Sedgwick County. Socks, snacks. And so we do come alongside them. We help with backpacks and school supplies. We help with school uniforms. I think some of the numbers are on there. I'm not a big statistics person, so I had to really go back and dig for that, so they're not in my memory. But one of the things that we especially like to do with school-age kids in our school partnerships is make the parents the heroes for their kids. And if you listen to the school teachers, they have a heart for their kids. And so we had one child, and it was his birthday, and when we were taking him to school, I said, it's your birthday, are you so excited? He was like, no, I'm not. Sometimes kids bring snacks, but I don't think my mom can do snacks. And I said, okay, well, I hope you have a great day. And anyway, so then we went and purchased him some cupcakes for his class. We took him back to the school office, and I told the receptionist, please just make sure you tell this kid his treats are in the office. That's all I want you to tell him. You don't tell him I was back here. Just say, your treats are in the office. And she said, okay. And then I called Mom, and I said, when your son comes home from school today, ask him if he liked his superhero cupcakes, and then tell him that you knew that chocolate was his favorite. So we never asked anybody to lie about what happened, just put some things out there. So when he came home, she called us crying, and she said, when he came home, I asked him what you said, and he's like, I knew you were going to figure out a way to get my cupcakes to the school. He was so excited. And at the end of the day, he was happy, and she was the hero, and that's how it should be. So we do a lot of things with the teachers, some Christmas gifts for parents from their kids and things like that, because it may not be necessary like food and clothing and shelter, but it's really important. So we do a lot with them. We help with, we did back to school hot dogs. I've never bought so many hot dogs and buns in my life, but provided that for this back to school so that people can be comfortable. We partner with Chicken and Pickle, and we help to provide rackets to the high schools so that they can play pickleball, and we just help with really whatever the school asks for. So our school partnership is a really big piece of what we do. We're also parent advocates, and although we work on the front side of the system a lot, we do recognize that there are parents whose kids are already in the system when we meet them, and we want them to be able to get their kids back. I am a foster parent, and I don't take foster care placement very often, but I do listen to those parents when I have kids in the home, and meeting all those court orders and doing all those things is very difficult. So I teach a parenting class. It's court approved and it's court ordered for parents whose kids are in the system every Wednesday except Thanksgiving and Christmas. And it's in the evening from 6:30 to 7:30. There's no charge to the parents. They can come and fulfill their 8 weeks classes. It doesn't have to be 8 consecutive weeks, just has to be 8 classes. And then they get a certificate. We also teach a court-approved budgeting class and nutrition class for those parents so that they can access all those services without a fee. So we do come alongside them when they go to court as their court advocate, just kind of helping them understand the system and maybe help them facilitate, getting their court orders done faster and their kids home sooner. So we do a lot of parent advocating in the juvenile court system. We work a lot with parents coming out of drug addiction and alcohol addiction, and we work a lot with drug-affected children. And so one of the biggest frustrations for us is pregnant women using substance. When we work with them, we get them medical care, they go through treatment and they get clean, then they go to a sober living house. And most of the sober living houses in our area, they ask women to leave at 7 months because they are a medical liability, which I understand that. But then they go back to whatever they knew, and then by the time the baby's born, they're back using again. So with COVID, there was no reintegration in any of these facilities. So we had parents that were court-ordered from prison to inpatient rehab, and then they had to go straight to a sober living environment or go back to prison. Well, if you've been in prison for 5 months and then you go to inpatient for 30 days and then there's no reintegration, you don't have any money and you can't sustain yourself in sober living. So that was super frustrating. So after we put a couple people in sober living, paid their first month's rent and their deposit, we figured out there had to be a better option. So in April of this year, we opened a sober living house for those clients so that they don't have to relocate 2 months before they have their baby. And then when their baby's born, they are sober. So that was a super fun challenge during COVID, but it's going well. It's full with a waiting list. And we have a mentor that comes in every week, and she meets with the parents. They do random drug tests. We have a house parent. We help them with transportation to work and getting their license. We've put 2 of the women through the driving school, and they now have their license. And one of our other residents there, she has paid off all her fines now, and we're working on getting her license. So it's been a long process to pay those fines off, but she's there now. So she should have her license in the next month or so. One of the smallest parts of our ministry, but it's actually the most visible part, is respite care. And I think that's kind of what everybody's been debating. One of the things that is a little bit confusing is that for the foster system, respite care is helping families that are licensed with their foster kids when they're sick or going on vacation or need a break or something like that. For us, respite care is almost the same thing, but it's helping the biological parents. So we work with the parents whose kids aren't in the system at their permission to bring kids into our home and care for them. I have 24 homes that take kids into their homes. Some of them are licensed, some of them are not. All of them are background checked and trained on what to do, policy, procedure. I think, Olitha, where some of the confusion comes in our program is that we do ask parents to sign appointment of agent paperwork before we bring their kids in every case. That gives us permission to have the child in our care and also permission to seek medical care. Doesn't make us the medical decision makers, but it lets us get care for them. We also use it a lot in day respite because we have many parents that get a new job and they can't miss any work and their kids need their 2-month can be healthy exams or they need immunization and the parents can't take them, and so we can take them using that form. It's the same form that I leave for my parents when they watch my children and I'm out of town. It's notarized only. It does not stand up in court, and the parents can't ask for their kids back at any time. So that's respite care for us. One of the problems that we run into is sometimes the state is already on board, and parents use us at the last minute as a alternative to the system, and we don't want to put kids at risk. So sometimes the courts or the state will ask for us to place the child in temporary guardianship. And so those cases actually have to go through the court. They go in on the probate site, and then to be dissolved, they have to go back through the courts. So ultimately, it's the courts that make the decision for them to come in and for them to stay. And we do that usually, unless it's in a case of emergency, with consent of the parent. When we take kids into respite or guardianship, we charge the parents nothing. We pay for everything the child needs. And we work with the parents to save up and maintain their resources so when kids go home, they have what they need. We have a smaller warehouse on the other side of town, and it's stocked with pack and plays, swings, diapers, formula. We are big into safe sleep as well, and we want our providers to make sure they have everything that they would have for their own children. And then we work with the parents that way too. We do not give out the address of the children's location because sometimes we're working with families with DV issues, but we do give out the cell phone number. We do send lots of pictures with the parents because you can tell a parent, oh, your kid is doing great. But then they sit there and wonder, like, what does great mean? Are they crying? Are they sad? But when we send them pictures and they're playing and they're happy, then it's a lot of peace of mind for the family. So we do a lot of that kind of work as well. We're not an adoption agency. We get a lot of calls about adoption. We don't do adoption. I know there was maybe some question or concern that was brought up yesterday about whether or not that we're adopting kids or not. We're not. We have done 3 adoptions since 2011 that would be private outside the system. One was a consented, requested adoption by mom when the child was a little over a year old. One was an abandonment case where we just stepped in to watch the child a week before the child was born. We were contacted by the Rehab Association, and they just said, baby can't be here during inpatient treatment. Can you just help out for 30 days? And mom chose not to go back to rehab. And so we worked with her for about 3 weeks, got her stable housing, and then she walked away and hasn't been seen since. So we waited 90 days before we even did a guardianship, but Kansas has a 90-day respite rule, so after 90 days we had to do something. So we did a temporary guardianship for 2 years, and after we hadn't seen mom for 2 years, then we went ahead and moved toward permanency, just as the courts would do. And we do DECA oversees our licensed homes when they do foster care. And so we bounce a lot of questions off of DECA regarding numbers of kids in homes, what can we do, what can we not do, whether it's a type of child that we think we can handle. We don't handle high needs cases. We do a lot of drug affected children. We do a lot of medical fragile with homes that are staffed with nurses and things like that, but we do not do the behaviors in the cases that we don't believe that we can handle as well as a fully trained foster home can. So we do that. One of the fun things that we're doing now is holiday stuff. The need around the state, I know you guys know, is great. And we're just a small little bunch of Jesus freaks, I guess. That's what we get called a lot. But we don't take any state or federal money. We don't have any grants. We're all privately funded. I don't have any paid staff. I do contract some services for case management and things like that. But we can rally the churches, and they do an amazing job. So every year we sponsor foster kids that are teenagers that don't really get Christmas gifts, and we give them a $15 gift card to Walmart or Target, which doesn't sound like very much until the child placing agency says they need 500 or 600. Then it's a lot. And we wrap them usually like on a theater box of candy or a pack of gum. We wrap them up and we give them to those kids. We're doing 125 Thanksgiving dinners or food boxes, and 80 of those boxes are going to state agency families. So families that are in Family Pres or foster care or are associated with Behavior Link. So we are supporting DCF-based families. We don't discriminate against who we serve and who we help. And I just think that there could be a huge collaboration if we could all be transparent, consistent, and compatible and just make things better for these kids. I thank you for allowing me to speak to you today, and I'll answer any questions that you have.
Andrea, thank you very much for your testimony, and we're going to hold questions until all conferees have
Okay, great.
opportunity. Malaysia, she did bring something up that kind of a reoccurring theme. If you would, when we're trying to get that fiscal note for DCF, we really need that after lunch so committee members can have that before we make a recommendations. That way they have an opportunity to review that. So when you send that request, would you also ask for if they could get a number of children that have been taken into custody because mom and dad were arrested for a suspended driver's license or underage drinking or something very similar in nature. It seems like I know it's anecdotal right now, and that's why I would request to have that information to see if it's something more than anecdotal, because I think that's an issue if we're taking away a child from someone strictly because of a suspended driver's license or something else like that. So, committee, next we have our next conferee is Minister Nina Shaw-Woody, LMSW Executive Director Therapist for TBRI Practitioner Kansas Family Advisory Network. And Minister Nina Shaw-Woody is with us virtually. Oh, no, she's not virtually. I apologize. She's with us. Welcome to the committee. Thank you.
Welcome. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Senator Richard Hellman, Vice Chair, Representative Susan Concanon, and my friend Senator Aletha Fausto, and other committees, Senate, House members, and staff of the Child Welfare Oversight Committee. If y'all don't mind, I would like to invite my staff to stand up here with me, Ms. Casey. And the reason I'm asking that Casey joined me is because KFAN has evolved since 2007. You have my written testimony, but this is my time to share with you things that you will not get in a quick snippet from KFAN. I love this woman. She was my first case here in Topeka under KFAN. Casey and her family were dealing with the child welfare system, and KFAN just consisted of me and a couple of volunteers, and I traveled up here to Topeka just to meet with her. And now she is a staff doing excellent work up here. She goes to Wyandotte, Johnson County, anywhere 2 hours from Topeka is her area of just serving families. We are a faith-based organization. KFAN did not start that way, but under my leadership, we became that way because we noticed that that was one of the major components missing from families is that faith-based part. Is that we have families that when they fill out a referral, they can say, we want prayer. They can say, I want to be referred to a minister. And you would be surprised of the number of people we actually pray with because that is something that they want that is important to them. We are a unique organization, and I love us, and I love all the people that we get to partner with because they help us find and serve families. We work with families in just one chapter of their lives, and that's with them struggling and with them hurting, and they just need help. Sometimes they just need somebody to talk to, somebody who's not going to judge them or come against them, but somebody who's going to listen and understand, because why, you'll hear my other testimony this afternoon, but I've been there, done that, lived that life. And so we just want to be there with, like my friend said, we want to be the hands and feet of Jesus. You know, Mother, I have on my wall in Wichita, I have 3 pictures. Mother Teresa, Jesus, and my mom, because they are my 3 greatest inspirations. And there were a time when I had to go shopping in my mom's refrigerator and in her closet because I didn't have food to feed my kids. So that's why she's up on my wall, and that's why our food pantry is named after her. We do so many unique things. But one of the things that we do partner with Wichita State University and Newman University, because while we work with upcoming social workers, we want to be able to help implant into them and for them to see the reality of what life is like serving families. We want them to, we trying to just educate a whole new set of social workers to understand and be able to accept families as they are. So we enjoy our partnership with them. We partner with many different agencies across the state, and we believe in that because why? It takes a village to serve our Kansas families. KFAN cannot do it alone. Although we have 4 offices across the state, we still can't do it by ourselves. And so we pride ourselves to partner with the people in the community who has that skill, who has that service, so we can connect families to be able to get that help we need, and we walk alongside of them. One of the things that we are partnering with the Center for Capacity Building for States is building our state kinship navigator program here in Kansas. Why? Because Kansas is moving to a kinship state, and we need to help our kinship families. They have, Senator Falsco, I love her because of what she did with the kinship. And because that has been a gap in our system for so long, and them not receiving the help they need, because believe it or not, it costs money to raise kids. And whether it is, oh, thank you, whether it is our kids or somebody else's kids, it costs money. And having been a foster parent, I know I get paid to care for those kids. But when I took in my own relatives, I didn't get paid to take care of those kids. And so we know that families have needs, and we want to be able to support their needs. KFAN is the only non-child welfare organization that has currently serving parent management training out of Oregon, our PMTO services. We provide that to families who are at risk, and we go into the home and do one-on-one for as many weeks as it takes to help that family develop the skills they need to keep their kids and their families together. We have been invited more and more across the state to be a part of DCF team decision-making, where we are invited to participate when they're making that and having a conference with families to determine, do we pull the kids, do we connect them to services, what do we need to do? And they have included us more as a partner in that because we can help advocate for families. We can help families think about things that they may not think about at that time because they're nervous. They're on a conference with so many different people who are judging them or going to make a decision about them. And so they allow us to now to be a part of those meetings to be able to help families. We have served, just this year, we got 165 new referrals across Kansas. That's 290 kids in those families we got referred to help. And that does not include people that we give food to or that comes to our resource closet to get clothes. And we do not charge for either one of these because we believe there is a need and we need to help that need. And I would rather a family spend money on a bill instead of getting their electric cut off and then not have to spend on clothes and food. So they can come to us to get help, and we don't like Andrea stated, we don't take all that information. You have a need? You need food? Come on, we're gonna feed you, because that's what's important to us. We are statewide. We have an office in Coffeyville, Topeka, Dodge City, and our corporate is in Wichita. And one of the things that I am so happy that we are doing now to help be a voice to Kansas families is that we are partnering with KU and the Family First Prevention Service Act to go and hear families' voices from 53 counties in Kansas to be able to find out where the gaps in services are. So this way families have a voice, because that's important to us, is that advocacy piece, is to be able to give families the opportunity to share what they know. And going around the state, trust me, I've been in cities I have never thought I would be in here in Kansas. I've been on roads, dirt roads, and I'm thinking, okay, where's this thing taking me? And I was just like, okay, but I've talked to so many beautiful people who really just want to, what, I can do this? And plus they got a $10 Walmart gift card. But they was like, they wanted to have that time to share what they're going through and their experience. And so our goal have been to get 500 of these parents and caregivers to fill them out, and we are shooting for over 500 because we want Kansas to have the opportunity to speak up, to share their experiences. And so we have been excited to do that. To us, it is an honor and a privilege to serve our Kansas families. They need somebody who is going to say, here I am. I'm here to help. I'm not asking for anything. I'm not here to judge you. We're just here to walk alongside you through this time. And when they feel like it, okay, I'm good, bye, we said, okay, well, thank you. Call us again if you need us, because we don't put a time limit on how long they have to work with us. We just want to be there for them. And so I thank you for this opportunity to share my heart with you, because our families need help right now. They need somebody, and they need people like you who are going to make a difference in our child welfare system. I'm proud of Kansas. I've been in this system for 20 years, and I've seen the changes that we have made over the years. But I know there's still changes to be made, and I thank y'all for giving me this opportunity. And if you don't mind, I'm gonna give Casey, you wanna say something real quick?
And just thank you for letting me be here. And I'll be seeing you guys soon, because I am a co-chair for the Family Prevention Act service, so we'll be back up here.
Yes.
Sure will be.
So thank you for giving us this opportunity to share with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Committee, our next conferee is Justin Orbendorfer, Executive Director and founder of Joy Meadows. Justin, welcome to the committee.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. This is new to me, so I'll try to make sense to everybody. I'm super impressed just with the number of people in here doing incredible ministries. That's just amazing. I applaud all of you guys that I've been, sneaking to listen to. It's been amazing. In my family, I've been a foster family since 2009. We kept watching multiple sibling sets continue to get split and divided all across the county, all across the state. We had one case specifically that with 7 kids that was split up in 3 different homes and medically fragile, drug addicted situations, and they got to the place where and the state's efforts to get as many as they could into one house, they continued to split, and finally when the courts got to it, they had been split for so long, for so many years. The case had lasted for 7 years. They finally just said, we're gonna leave the kids where they're at, and they began to adopt them out in different places. From that situation, one of those kids, we had 3 of them, but one of the kids we ended up adopting from that sibling set that we raised. And it was one of those stories where most people get to where they say, I hate the foster care system, it's all evil, it's all wrong, it's all terrible, I'm never fostering again. That's kind of a common theme you hear from people who get into foster care. when we had that situation happen to us where we decided, well, we're not going to quit. That's not the answer. We're going to do something different. We're going to change the system. We began to research, what is this answer? What are the people doing? What are the states doing that are really effectively meeting the needs for sibling sets? And we began to research throughout all the nation. And this verbiage, this idea of care communities or foster care communities began to come around. Foster care community is a place where there's residents of multiple homes. They're all foster families. They're all trained, licensed foster families from their own agencies. It's not an agency itself. Families are vetted. They're put into the home. They're given a minimal rent of $100 to give them a home where, for us, our homes are 3,500 square feet. They're 6-bedroom, 4.5-bath homes. They're large homes for large sibling sets to stay together. That's what we do. We began this endeavor in 2018, began to raise money. In the process of raising that money, we continue to expand our ministry. We began to realize that churches were really excited about what we're doing, but they wanted to know what we could do now, like what can we do immediately. And so we began to partner with churches and begin to train and equip churches on how to do foster care ministries in their own congregations. I'll talk a little bit later about that because I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself. But when we began to look at the residential piece, for us, when we look at the residential piece, the model that we got stuck to was the families have their own agencies, they have their own location, they have their own home, they pay their own bills. But they have respite neighbors. They have people next to them that can actually meet that need and support them and help one another. There's therapy on site. So there's no more, if you have a sibling group of 5, right, and you're fostering a sibling group of 5, and then all 5 are traumatized, all 5 need therapy. At least one kind of therapy. And then you start thinking about that foster mom or foster dad, trying to figure out how we're going to get each one of these kids out of school to a location back and forth. How's that ever going to end? Like, how's that ever going to land? And so finally, there's parents basically say, well, they're just not going to get therapy. We're just going to get them to bed and get food in their mouth. And that's as much as we're going to be able to do. And so for us, what we began to do, we raised money. We bought a piece of property. It's 23 acres. With the 23 acres, it's one house. It was a large house. We renovated it from a 4-bedroom, 2-bath to a 8-bedroom, 4.5-bath. In the basement area of the house is 3,200 square feet. Like I said, it's a very large house. In the basement area of that space, we began to build it out as a clinic area, a therapy clinic. And so we begin to invite agencies and organizations saying, this is what we're doing. And we have now 12 therapists on site. We've had over 1,000 appointments throughout this year. We do various therapies. One thing we do as well is a kid might come in and need like attachment trauma therapy, but they might also need speech pathology, and they might need like OT or NMRI. And so with the various therapies that foster kids who've gone through trauma need, it's impossible to find it in one location. For us, it's a one-stop shop. A parent can come in and get multiple therapies done at one location at one time. So this has been going on for this last year. We bought the property. Our initiative was to build houses, but this thing called COVID happened, and we kind of go, wait a second, maybe we're not building houses. So we started waiting and changed to say with a therapy emphasis. On the property, it's beautiful. We have an orchard, we have a garden, we have equine therapy, we have animals, we have little goats. I mean, they're a big hit. And so when people come out to our place, kids believe, parents believe, foster families believe they're coming to the homestead. That's what they feel like. But the therapists are working with the children, and then they're going out to be with the kids for that hour. It's not necessarily always in an office. Sometimes they're doing the therapeutic work on a trail or with the orchard or the garden. And we begin to see huge results in watching kids begin to transform at a faster rate than typically seen in the foster care environment, especially keeping siblings together. So as we continue to develop this process, we found another need when the family does show up with the 5 kids in foster care that all need services. Well, what are we going to do with the 5 kids when the mom's with one of the child? In the therapy room, how are we going to, so we begin to have a mentor program. So now we have mentors on site that come and volunteer as well. So as the other siblings are being stuck kind of in that situation with one or is getting therapy, if the others are getting therapy, that's great. We'll compound that, do multiple therapies at one time. But if not, mentors are then taking the kids out on trails and with the animals. They're actually becoming the grandma and grandpa that they needed in their life. And in foster care, you know that finding a safe place or finding a safe adult is hard for kids who've gone through trauma. And so what we do, we begin to encourage those relationships. The wounds of kids in foster care is relational. It's a relational wound. Mom and dad hurt me. My brother and sister hurt me. My family hurt me. It's a relational wound. It's only going to be fixed through relationships. And so we begin to give them healthy relationships, begin to give them an opportunity to connect to people that aren't going to abuse them or neglect them or leave them. And so through this process, we have now compounding therapies that happen. We have multiple siblings, multiple families come in. We continue to develop this year. Over the COVID year, we raised $1.2 million to build 3 additional homes on the property. Yet again, expanding that need. We've got specific on what we're looking for. We're faith-based. We're looking for churches. We're looking for church families. We're looking for those who are already pretty strong in their faith and veteran. We call them high-capacity parents, is what you need to be, because it's for the large sibling sets. That's what it's for. We've taken everything. I'm a foster family as well. We just reintegrated our 3 that we had and moved them back to mom and dad. And just to give you an understanding of what we do, this sibling group came in right when we moved on the property in March of 2020. And as we moved in, these kids had been in 6 different homes in the last month. These are the kids that people would take to their visit and not come pick back up. Foster families would drop them off to visit time with mom and dad and not return and say, you figure it out. These kids were high traumatized. They were high need kids, mostly abusive of one another, really violent, very vocal. They were runners, they were hitters, they were biters, it was all of it. But we're talking about 5, 4, and 3. We're not talking about teenagers. And a 5, 4, and 3-year-old, they were so bad that people said, we don't want them. So my wife and I said, we'll take them. We brought them to our house. Within a year and a half, those kids are back in their own parents' home. Now, that's with 2 hours of therapy every week. That's with a TBRA-trained family. That's with a lot of extra effort and a lot of love and a lot of adults around them. But we were able to take that, you have to split them apart. They'll have to go different places. You can never have this work, to now sibling groups staying together, moving back with mom and dad. Part of that story is mom and dad also got connected with one of the churches that we trained. And they got support system as well of helping them get a job, get secure, and learn how to be, well, for the dad, learn how to be a man. And we began that process even with that family. So it was both sides of us working with the kids and the churches working with the family that lost their children. So we are currently continuing to grow in our resources. We do, like many of these ministries, we grow produce. I can't tell you how many thousands of pounds of produce we gave away. I found out this year that apple trees will produce 200 pounds of apples per tree. We have 90 of them. So we had a lot of produce given away. We have a huge garden. And what we do, families come out to our property once a month. We call it Second Saturdays. They come to our property. We'll have over 200 people out on our property. We give them produce. We give them bags. Say, here, go fill your bags. We give them clothes from their clothing closet. We feed them dinner. We have a big event. There'll be an activity, slides, or whatever will be going on. Like next weekend is we're doing all the horse riding. It's all going to be riding ponies and stuff like that. So there's activities for the kids to do. And what we found, it begins to connect the foster families. The actual parents that are going through the war stories are sharing and trading their case and what's going on. And we're starting to see an adulting happen, which has really been beautiful, them actually ministering to one another. Because we have over 50 volunteers on site. They'll be taking care of the kids at each activity station. So it's been a lot of work trying to get the churches now, instead of making a compound, keeping the church away, we're opening the door saying, no, we need you here because we need the volunteers, we need the help, we need the people, we need the involvement. Every volunteer is vetted, every person's background checked. We have like over 50 churches that come on site to do various, like their building or their gardening or their whatever. We have those activities happening all the time. But within Joy Meadows property, it's been an absolute miracle. I don't really have the time to tell you all the stories, but step by step, God continued to answer prayers, and we watched it in a radical way. We only got in that property in March of 2020. We've already raised the money for the 3 new houses, and we've already seen over 1,000 kids in care getting therapy on our place. So it's been really kind of a groundswell. People are really excited about being a part of it. Families are wanting to be on site. It's a regular location for families that come. Those who foster know that you can't necessarily take your large sibling group of foster kids to like Deanna Rose or whatever, because they're runners or they're biters or they're violent. And so you just can't take them places because people don't know how to deal with sometimes your chaos. But they can come to Joy Meadows and we all get it. We understand what they're going through, and we're all there trained understanding how to address kids who are going through trauma. So that's the physical location. We also have, and obviously there's a whole lot more in my notes than what I'm telling, but what we also did is we started a program of Fostering Joy. Now we know, I mean, you guys know the state numbers better than I do, right? We have 7,000-ish, kids in care. We don't have near enough families to meet that need. We know that we keep training families and people keep quitting, right? We have like a 50% drop-off rate after the first year. Like we train a family, they get into the system, they take their first kid and they quit, right? I mean, that's pretty constant. I don't care what agency you are. Everybody wants to tilt the scales and say ours is better or worse, but basically we're at a 50% retention, right? Well, the problem is that's just a hole in the bucket. It just keeps happening. Well, what we do is when we find foster families, we'll encourage them to go to one of the agencies, get trained. We don't really care which agency they use. I'm not an agency, I don't care. But what I do care is that they're supported once they get licensed. And so we surround each foster family in the congregations. First of all, they're called by God to be a foster family. This is a calling, right? Not everybody should foster. But those who do feel like they're called to it and choose to foster, we then support them. And in that support system, we give them a care community, which means there's going to be, we use the language of family a lot, but we're going to say a family helper, which is like the cool uncle, right? The funkle, right? We have grandma and grandpa. Those are just transactional. Some people just don't want to be relational with children, which is a problem, but they should still do something. So you're the gift card giver. That's what you do. We have a team leader for each one, and we have a respite family for each one. So by the time you surround that community with, let's say, about a dozen people, 6 couples will be in that care community, and they're committed to a year contract with that family. You know what happens? They don't quit. They don't quit after the first year. They don't quit after the second year. After 2 years, we're still at 92% retention, still fostering after 2 years in foster care. And what does it tell us? Well, God's involved. It tells us that having a calling on your life is involved, and having a support system of those in faith around you is actually really essential in keeping people fostering. We don't have to recruit as hard as we do if we can keep the ones that we have. The problem is we don't keep the ones that we have. They get burned out, they get turned out, and they're dismissed. And we know in marketing, right? You might have a bunch of good testimonies, it takes one bad testimony, and it spreads faster than anything. And that's the whole issue with foster care. That's what it is. All we hear is the bad thing, and we hold on that bad thing, and we always say, I can never do what you're doing. And I want to look at them and say, you're probably right if that's your attitude. But if you're willing to love a child, if you're willing to sacrifice yourself, then maybe that'll be different. So within this system, it's really been amazing watching this happen. We've got 49 churches we've trained so far in the Kansas City area. Of the 49, our numbers are pretty cool when I start looking at our improvements. I got to flip to my notes, but I have a graph in your notes someplace that begins to show the improvements that we've seen. Here we go. When we start looking at those who are supported in a foster, like in a care community, we have like a new caretaker requested, right? So that means a kid's in the system. He looks at the mom and dad he's been given in the foster care system and says, I don't want him, get rid of him, right? 29% improvement, right? So that call's not being had as much. Behavior of a child calls for a move. That means foster family says, hey, I can't take these kids. They're nuts, they're crazy, I don't want them. That's been a 73% improvement because that parent now has a respite provider. They have a support system around them. They have prayer warriors around them saying, we're here for you, we're gonna advocate for you, we're gonna be next to you. Runaways, 89% improvement on runaways. You know, kids who have uncles and aunts and a family and a support system and a church family that loves them and parents that love them, they don't run. They don't run. We begin to look at a child placed with other relatives, 38% improvement. So if it can't stay, right, with the foster family, the best answer is that kinship. Like a lot of times that's the kinship response. Well, 38% increase. Reunification, up 30%. That means that actually happens. We can heal the siblings step together. We can keep the family fostering, and reunification has been improved 30%. And then child placed in an adoptive setting is up 42%. That means there's been an entire group of people that's supporting, loving this child, this family, through the situation, through the courts, through the cases, and then at the end, we find that there's a reunification of actually adoption at the end, a permanency, which is always the goal. It's always permanency. And these are really different than state numbers would give you. This is really different, but that's because we do things differently, and we're very specific on who we support. That being said, one thing that I find interesting, of the 12, let's say the 6 couples, of the 12, 25%, we've been getting this number back, 25% at fostering. So like in this room, there's one foster family, and each couple will foster. Within that year contract, the volunteers sign a year contract as well. So the supported family and those giving support both sign a year contract saying you're in this to win it, right? We're all the way through. You're the ride or die for this whole system. We have 25% of those begin fostering themselves. The supportive families start walking through this. They see the trauma, they see the hurt, they see the court, and then finally the husband turns to the wife and says, okay, we can start fostering. We're recruiting out of these groups as well. My foster group, like my care community, Every single one of them, I lost it. I destroyed my care community because every single one of them has fostered or adopted now. So when you can walk in the feet, and everybody keeps saying, I can never do that, well, they can give a meal, or they can become transport, or they can go to the game or the play or whatever activity. They can do those things, and all of a sudden they start realizing these kids are just kids. They need to be loved. Their hearts begin to open, and we begin to see new families doing foster care they never did before. So that's what a family of faith can do. That's why this faith-based initiative is such a big deal. It's different than what the secular side is. There's a calling, there's a mission, there's a purpose. It's not suggested scripturally for us to consider the idea of caring for the orphan. It's like your mission is to care for the orphan and the widow. And that's what this group's here to do. And I feel like we have a physical location that's really been successful. And like on the clothing closet, one thing, finding a place for everybody to have some place to serve. During COVID, what we've always done, actually, in our clothing closet, having a warehouse is awesome, having that space and that resource. We didn't have the space of a 4,000 square foot warehouse of clothes. But then I also have been on the side of it as a foster family, walking into a warehouse of clothes with 5 kids, trying to figure out how the heck am I going to get clothes on them and pick this out. So what we do is we get requests online, and they tell us the size, the sex of the child, and we pack a week's worth of clothes. We give them all backpack suitcases, and we drop them off. We ding-dong ditch, like we knock on the door and run, and we just give them a blessing. For teenagers, we don't give them their clothes because they don't want your junk. We just give them money, and we give them a gift card for $100, and we're like, here, take care of yourself. So that's a little bit different as well. We served 85 families this month just on that part of our ministry. So Joy Meadows is pretty broad. I know I shared a bunch of different things here. But what I'm just saying is that there's a lot of incredible people in this room, and there's a lot of people here that I feel like if we have the right heart and our minds focused on what Christ wants us to do, I think we can really change the world. Joy Meadows has been in it for, I don't know, about 3 years total, fundraising and everything. I think there's a lot more people that will recreate or do their own ministry that's going to change the world as well. I think I've hit all my big buttons for you, but that being said, I celebrate you. I celebrate this committee, and I'm just going to continue to pray for our state to do what's right for kids. Thank you.
Justin, thank you very much for your testimony. Committee, our next conferee is Lori Gonzalez, Chief Program Officer of Ember Hope Youthful. And Lori is with us virtually. Lori, welcome to the committee.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Hildebrand, Madam Vice Chair Concanon, and committee for this opportunity to provide testimony. I believe you have a written testimony in front of you. I'm hoping you do. If not, we can make sure we get that for you. And I actually am going to pass it off to Amy Engel Hudson. She's our Vice President of Foster Care, and she will talk a little bit about our foster care program and our faith-based initiatives.
Good morning, and once again, thank you so much for this opportunity to share about our organization. I have to say that listening to all the testimony so far has given me, it has really lifted me up personally and professionally. This is very near and dear to my heart. Our organization, unlike some of the others, has been around since.
Amy, I
Yeah.
apologize for interrupting, but for those of us online, they did not catch your introduction. Would you mind stating your name and who you're with and everything for everybody online? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Amy Engel Hudson, and I am the Vice President for Kansas Foster Care for Ember Hope Youthville. We are a child placing agency in the state of Kansas, and we've been around since 1927. So unlike some of the organizations that are a little newer, we've been around for many, many years. And the church actually started us in 1927, and the church is still a very huge part of our organization and our mission. We have provided foster care in Kansas since 1972, and some of that is in the testimony that we did present. So one of the things that I noticed, and several other people have mentioned already, is that we have a, a condition in Kansas where we are burning and turning foster parents, where we're recruiting them, training them, and then losing them. And this isn't new. It's hard work. Um, Kids are from very tough places with significant trauma, and it is very difficult work. And so, in my history with the organization and being a social worker for over 20 years, what I found is the foster parents that were the lifers, was kind of what I would call the ones that we had some and still do that have been foster parents for over 20 years. And when you look at them and what makes them unique, it is that they have a committee or a community of support. And most of the time, that support is with their church family. And so, oh, I would say 6 or 7 years ago, we started a program called First Peter 4:10. And if I can just read that scripture, it says, each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. And while we know that not everybody is called to foster, we know that everybody has a part to play. And so, as others have mentioned, things like providing transportation and mentors and freezer meals and just all different sorts of ways that they can lift a family up. These make huge, significant impacts on foster families who don't feel now so alone, that they're going through this journey together. Um, as part of that First Peter 4:10 mission, we have reached out to numerous churches across the state of Kansas, some that already have a foster care mission and some that we asked if they would consider starting a foster care mission because they had foster parents in their congregations that were supported by our agency. And so it has been I would say a mixed bag of a response. There are some exciting and wonderful things happening in Kansas that where I have seen firsthand churches really wrapping around families and coming beside them through this process. So one of the things that Joy Meadows talked about, and I think maybe Miss Nina Shaw Woody, is that foster parents have complex needs, and sometimes some of those needs are spiritual needs. And our staff, while we don't claim to be experts in everything, there are experts out there that can meet those needs. And one of those is spiritual. So having that other component of their faith family be able to pray with them, to walk them through some very difficult times has been so empowering for families that they do not feel like they're doing this alone. I've witnessed churches working with biological families to lift them up, to give them another family. Oftentimes we see generational poverty, we see generational abuse and neglect, and we all have people that we rely on. But if you don't have somebody that has a healthier lifestyle or has made different choices, it's hard to have that kind of support, that needed support. And so I've seen churches come beside these families and lift them up and provide that level of encouragement, financial assistance, prayer, all of those things that are so needed. So that is our First Peter 4:10 mission. We do work with organizations like Foster the Cause that actually go into churches and recruit members of churches to foster. And so Foster the Cause recruits and works with us to train the homes. And we still have that. I think there was some question before for Mr. Hendricks about homes, or do they meet the regulations and all that stuff. So as a child placement agency, that is our role, is to ensure that those foster families through like Foster the Cause do meet all the regulatory regulations through DCF, that they receive trauma-based training, that they have a worker assigned to their home through our child placement agency that oversees all of those things, that it's communicating with the grantees about the cases of the children placed in their home, all of those things. But then they have a separate worker through Foster the Cause that helps meet their spiritual needs. So things that we may not be the expert, that their volunteer is more of the expert. In addition to this ministry, we also have numerous churches that bless our kids and families. One of the things that our homes love is Christmas connections. So there are churches throughout the state of Kansas that love on and support our foster families and our kids, both in foster care and in our residential center, to provide, we do something you want, something you need, something to read, and something to wear. And so all of the kids get to choose, make a list, kind of like their letter to Santa. And churches bless our kiddos every year. They also help us with back to school drives, just a lot of unmet needs that when you do have a large sibling group, like Joy Meadows talked about, we have homes that have large sibling groups as well. It is very costly to prepare for first day of school, for graduations, for class rings, for proms, instruments, all of those things that may not be covered in the daily rate that homes receive. And so our church partners throughout the state really lift up and want to provide as normal of a life as a child can have, and provide all those experiences, camps, you name it. We are just very, very blessed in that. As well as we have church partners that we have an organization called Volunteers in Mission that comes to our campus in Newton at least once a year and spends a week to help repair some damages that have occurred, or to freshen up things and make things a very home-like atmosphere for the kids. Somebody also mentioned how kids need additional people in their lives, and that is absolutely correct. I think we all, when we were kids, had other people in our lives, either teachers, neighbors, aunts and uncles, all of those people who helped lift us up. And kids in care really need that. And so the more positive adults that they can have interact in their lives, the better off future outcomes can be for kids. Lori, do you have anything else?
I can just add a little bit that we also have residential services. Amy talked about foster care. We offer qualified residential treatment program, QRTP, and psychiatric residential treatment facility, PRTF. We also try to incorporate some faith activities for the youth on campus. We offer Bible studies. I will say it's all voluntary, but we do have some volunteers who come in and offer those with our youth on campus, as well as we have a chaplain who also provides some voluntary services if needed. And actually, that person supports our foster families and the kids in our foster home as well as in residential. So that's it. Thank you.
And I just want to also say that while we have a faith-based initiative, not all of our families are connected to a church. And so one of the beautiful things is the churches that we partner with do not discriminate. And so they support and love on all of our families, no matter what their religious affiliation is or if they have a church family.
Lori and Amy, thank you very much for your presentation. Committee, we will now open up for questions for conferees. Do we have any questions? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is it Nina or Nina? Nina, okay. Nina, thank you so much for coming. And I remember hearing you last year. Last year, I feel like I had a better feel for what your main emphasis is. So could you just thank you for everything you're doing, and you've expanded, I think, and that's awesome. But remind me, is family preservation your main goal, or kind of what's the driving force?
Our driving force, and thank you for asking me, and thank you for hearing me again, is to restore the family unit.
Okay.
Because child welfare has always focuses on the children. And having adopted 6 children from the system, all my children had and wanted connection with their birth families. But there was not a lot of connection and support for birth families to turn their lives around. So our support and our focus are the caregivers, parents, bio parents, relative caregivers, whoever at whatever point in life they are at, whether they're dealing with the child welfare system or they're not dealing with the child welfare, but they want to turn their lives around and they need help.
Yeah.
And so we work with the caregivers to help them better support their children.
Okay.
Nina, I apologize.
Yeah.
Nina, would you mind stating your name and who you're with?
I'm
You're good
sorry.
for everybody
I
online.
am
Thank
Minister Nina Shaw Woody from Kansas Family Advisory Network.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so do you have a grant from the Family First?
Our grant is not from Family First.
Okay.
We have 2 grants from DCF. One is for us to be able to provide services to families, and the other one is the kinship program.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Senator Foscato.
How did you know, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, first, I have to say that I'm a Jesus freak too. So I was born and raised in a Christian home, and I was at church every Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, all day, and it's still that way. I even attended the prayer meeting at 7:30 in the mornings with the chairman, Senator Richard Hildebrand, and so I also, I do everything that I think I've heard the conferees say that they do. I've been doing them on a regular basis. I get calls. I live in Wichita, and the Cerebral Palsy Foundation is in my district. I get calls from them to give them rides. I help them with the wheelchair. I do all of the things that we talked about today. My question, though, Mr. Chairman, is for Ms. Dixon, if you'll come to the microphone. And as you're coming, Andrea, I have to tell you that the senator, the chairman said, he leaned over to me and said, "You don't even let me call you Olitha." And so looking around this room, Mr. Chairman, of this committee, I think I've served longer than anyone on the committee. And as I look out into the audience, the person that I've known the longest is Miss Dixon. We run into each other at the post office. I've attended fundraisers that you've had to get money to do the things that you do. I appreciate what you do. We've come down a long road of trying to get an understanding of what you do. I feel your heart. I personally know some of the people that you have helped. Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Dixon is one of the reasons that I introduced the performance-based contracting bill that you heard in your committee, is because over the years I would hear about contractors that weren't doing all the things that you do. And so I wanted individuals to get the funding from their performance. And so your performance is stellar. Over the years, it's gotten to that point. I believe, Representative Humphreys mentioned Senate Bill 418, the Families First Act. I was around here when that legislation was passed and supported it. I believe that was in under the Brownback administration. And so so a lot of things I hear from foster parents that and I don't know who brings them. I don't know if it's DCF or if it's St. Francis or DECA in Wichita, but they will take a child to a foster home. And those foster parents tell me sometimes the kids come with shoes that are too big, too tight, and then it goes around and you end up helping them with those clothing items. I'm wondering, why doesn't DCF or the contractors who receive that federal funding, the feds give the state money, the state gives the contractors money, how come they don't have a closet or the funding to do what you're doing? So maybe you should get the funding, but that's just that's a sidebar. But Mr. Chairman, I want to reference Mary Ware yesterday. She talked about the programs, the organizations like Faith Builders that are boots on the ground.
Correct.
Helping. And again, earlier I stated, I think everybody in here wants to help in their own way. Mr. Chairman, I've been around since it was called SRS. And at that time, most people just needed help, you know, food stamps and a medical card and, you know, some transportation. Now we have evolved into all these services that are going on. We know that individuals are having babies at a younger age.
And more babies.
Yes, and we can do better in our schools, even driver's ed. We need to put that back into the high schools to be taught. That would prevent some of that suspended driver's license issues. And I think you received the text message that I sent you of the suspended driver's license workshop that I'm a part of with the Wichita Bar Association and the Wichita Police. Send some of those individuals to that program. I emailed that to the chairman as well. So we do a lot of the same things. We try to help a lot of the same people. And when you talk about respite care,
yes,
Mr. Chairman, and anybody who's listening, gosh darn it, I care about the kids. And I don't care what color they are, what race what faith, nothing. I just want to help people, period. And so whether it's the contractors, or I agree with what you said, Mr. Chairman, it's not just about the faith-based. I think it needs all of us, but we don't need to duplicate services. We need to help those, and you're one, I believe, that needs to be helped. Mr. Chairman, I do have a question, actually. I remember you called me one day, and you were, some of the programs and trainings that you offer to people in Wichita there and across the state, actually, is, you know, you get children of all races.
correct.
And so you called me one day and asked me if I would participate in the, you know, helping parents know how to do hair. Look at me in this room. I mean, we have a lot of people in the audience all around. And so every day I on purposely wear my hair differently for a reason. And so, because I could, like, I'm a chameleon. Look, today I think I look Native American or Hispanic today. I don't know. But my hair, you called me and asked me, and I said, no. I can't do it. I don't want to do my own hair. And I have daughters who I had to get up earlier in the morning, even though they took a bus to school. We had to get up even earlier so that I could do their hair before I sent them off to school. And most of the time we missed the bus and I had to drive them there because that's a whole chore in itself.
It is.
That I don't think any others on this committee have ever had to do with their daughters, but I have two of them, and I had to do that. And hair and shoes are important.
They are.
And so in your statement, and all the things that she said that she does in Wichita with this program, she does it. All of that's true. I bear witness to it. And so, can you, though, tell us, so St. Francis, I know you store things there to help families. How does that actually work? And then the respite care you provide, fantastic. And then, Mr. Chairman, I'll just close. So those are my two questions of your role, because like I said, I get calls from people and they don't know who's doing what. And thank you for explaining your role once again, Ms. Dixon. And so the respite care, how does that work, and how does your networking with St. Francis or DECA to store your things there and to provide those services that I thought that St. Francis should be providing? And then finally, Mr. Chairman, I'll say this. I want everything that's being said in here today. I want all these services to help our children. I just want us to be mindful as we move forward that, and I know we've heard from the committee, Mr. Chairman, that we've talked about culture, but there are some differences.
There has to be.
And so I'm just saying, let's implement those differences in there and not penalize people for being different. And let's just provide the services that I might need totally different from my other committee members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So first off, the warehouse, it's accessed in a multiple variety of ways. St. Francis did have an employee, her name was Sarah Robinson, and she was kind of our community liaison, but she's no longer there, so things have altered a little bit, but workers will email me. I just got an email earlier, and it's like, hey, we had a kinship placement pass away. There's no other options for the kids. They came into care. There's 4 of them. None of the clothes that the kinship provider had fit them. They need shoes and clothes. And so I just forwarded that on to my warehouse people, and we're like, can you go get this, even though we're not open today, and get it to St. Francis? On the days that we're open on 1 to 3, caseworkers can come in and get whatever they need. I don't want to bash DECA, but DECA has trained their workers really well to come in there. We have a couple family pres workers, and they come in every time we're open with a list, and they just, like, they almost know the process better than my volunteers, and they get a bag out, write the family name on it, and then they just put in whatever they need to have a list, the clothes, this size, shoes, this size, whatever. We're super picky about the clothes and things that we have in there, because one time I had a child with me, and I had her dressed cute. Actually, we were going for pictures, but she was of a different race, and somebody in the store was like, wow, that doesn't look like a foster kid. I'm like, probably because it's not. And I could have been nicer, and I'm working on that. But it's so offensive to me to think that a foster care child has to look some kind of way or not look some kind of way. You know, so we get kids in and they're like,
And
I
Mr.
just,
Chairman, Ms. Dixon, so, but how are you able to store your things with St. Francis? How is that
we store them in our
possible?
warehouse. We store them all in our warehouse, and
But is it located in the building on Harry?
No,
in
it's
back
not.
of Big Lots? But I thought someone told me that St. Francis allows you guys to use a warehouse of theirs.
That's incorrect.
Okay, clarify. Thank you.
We have a warehouse that we rent, and it's at 1855 South Rock Road, so Pawnee, almost to Pawnee. And we bought all the fixtures from Gymboree when they closed down. So we have panels on the wall and racks. And I think I spent half of my 2020 budget on hangers. So we have clothes that are sorted by age, season, and gender. So when you go in, there's like 0 to 3 month boys, 3 to 6 month boys. So parents can come in and shop and choose what they want. They're all cleaned. If they're not clean, we wash them on site. If they're stained or ripped, they're thrown away. Our motto for donation is, if you wouldn't put it on your kid right here, right now, today, don't give it to us. And then the same with shoes and things like that. So they can come in and access any of that stuff they want from 1 to 3 on Tuesdays and Fridays, or they can cell phone me or text me for an emergency and say, we're bringing a group of kids in now, and this is what we need. We are working with St. Francis to try to come in on the front side, because we get calls from other child placing agencies. And we had one kid that he came in on a Friday, and we got a call Friday night, but we couldn't get everything and get it to him till Saturday, and he had nothing, not even a toothbrush. And so, I mean, we never know the situation of the foster parent. We're not called to judge. But for a kid to be able to not even take a shower or put some pajamas on because they don't have any clothes, could we meet them, you know, once we know they're coming in, could we have that heads up, and maybe we could get those clothes to the worker or to that home, so when the kid got there, they felt a little more welcome, like, hey,
Right.
welcome, here's your
And-
stuff, or whatever, instead of making them sit with nothing.
Sure, and
So
Ms.
we're
Dixon,
working on
Mr.
that.
Chairman, for time's sake, so that was going to be my next and final question to you. So what is your role of, so one signs that form and that child is with you?
For respite care?
Yes, yes. And then the parent, or where the parent wants the child back, and then who makes those decisions of, no, you're not ready yet? How do you navigate that? Do you go back and talk to DCF, who they have certified psychologist, or they have someone to oversee their case, whether it was drug-related or what have you? So do you do two things? Do you do just respite care? And then I think you have a need to want to work on the front end more so with DCF or some of the contractors. But when a child is in a foster home, in your care, or however that goes, and then the mother wants the child, how does that process? So who makes that decision then, if you're not licensed, quote unquote, as Scott said? So do you circle back around to DCF, or who's your overseer?
If DCF is not involved and it's just an agreement, hey, I'm having surgery and I need a week's care for my child, the parent makes that decision, and we take them in willingly and they go home willingly. If we go to take them home and this situation is not well, we will always give them the option, why don't we leave the child in respite a little longer and let's work to get your gas or electric on. If they say no, we let them know that we will return the child, but have to report to DCF because we are mandated reporters. So, but we always give the parents an option outside of that. If it's a situation where there's a we have to go through the courts or like do guardianship or else we're doing custody, then the courts decide that. So when we work with parents and they get all this stuff done, they've been clean, they have a job, then we go back to the courts with them and we say, look, we did a guardianship because of A, B, and C. All this is done. Parents are doing well. We stay involved and we're asking the guardianship to be dissolved. And the judge makes that final decision. I do have one question for you. If you, the issue that we run into the most with respite care is childcare, because we have homes, we have more homes that would take kids, but there's no daycare for them during the day, and the parents aren't working or they're in rehab and they don't have access to it. Most of my families would not qualify for DCF-approved daycare. However, they don't have the extra funds to pay for it either. So we're actually partnering with the daycare, and we're providing volunteers for the secondary staff to offset the cost of free care. And then that'll be available like for Harbor House clients when they go to court and things like that until we can come up with a better solution.
So you can't get that from DCF?
We can't get any help with childcare through DCF if the children are with us unless the parents have a job and have already ongoing daycare. So we're partnering with a licensed DCF-approved daycare to open a satellite location in Wichita. It's on East 37th Street, and we will be able to offset, like we'll have like 20 volunteers that commit to 80 hours a week, and then that's 80 hours worth of salary that the daycare doesn't have to provide, and so then they can offer free care for those kids that need it. Also for parents who get a job and can't get daycare until they get 28 hours. So we couldn't find a solution through DCF, so we're creating one.
That's awesome. Thank you, Ms. Dixon.
Yes.
Senator Reitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a round trip of 624 miles in southwest Kansas, and it was worth it just to hear these 4 presentations. I love the enthusiasm and the spirit that was presented. And I want to thank you for all your groups that you're doing. My question is, do we have any in southwest Kansas? Do any of you groups or any of you in southwest Kansas? Thank you. And whereabouts?
We are, why don't you say my name again?
Yeah, please state your name and who you're with, and then.
I am Minister Nina Sharwoody from KFAN, and we are located in Dodge City. We have an office in Dodge City, but like when we were doing the 53 counties, we went down into Seward and Meade and Ellis, all down in there. So we cover anywhere from 2 hours from Dodge City to serve families.
Thank you. That's my area, so I'll keep in touch with you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Representative Ousley.
This is Amy Ingle Hudson from Ember Hope Youthville, and we also are in Southwest Kansas. We have an office, 2 offices in Dodge City, and serve from the Oklahoma border, Colorado border on east. So, and do have some church partnerships as well in Southwest Kansas. Quite a few, actually.
Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for inviting our guests today. I think this is the most in-depth that I've ever seen upon our collaboration with faith-based organizations here today. And I don't want to mistakenly, and if I may, I've got a few questions. I'll try to be short. I don't want to be mistaken and lump our first 3 together inaccurately, but I know Youthville is a CPA, so they kind of seem in a different category than KFAN and Joy Meadows and Faith Builder. So I guess first off, for Justin Oberndorfer and Minister Nina Shaw-Woody, do you guys offer respite? I know that Justin said in his testimony that they had respite neighbors, but I didn't know if that was actually respite care.
Yes, please, and if you would, state your name and who you represent.
Justin Oberndorfer with Joy Meadows. Yeah, the idea for the community would be then your neighbors would be the respite. So if you have a sibling Like, I mean, just going from here to the Ozarks, right? It's crossing state lines. You can't take your Kansas kids in the foster care system across the border, right? And so you have to find a respite for your child. Well, then you have a neighborhood of people that you could supply that for. That's one way. We also have plenty of respite. Like so the Fostering Joy program, I know I'm kind of confusing. I have two pretty big programs. That's the residential. The ones we do with the churches, though, each foster family that we've trained to support, they all have a respite family with them. So, yes.
Are they licensed respite
Yeah,
families?
licensed respite
Okay, because
families.
I know you'd said that your foster parents were licensed, and I didn't know.
Yeah,
if
foster
the-
parents. So each care community will have a licensed foster parent and then a supported agreement with a respite family as well with that family.
Okay.
Minister Nina Sharwoody from KFAN. And what we do is when we have new clients come up on, we help them identify who their natural support systems are, and we try to connect them to their natural support system and put things in place for them to be able to help.
Okay, and that makes sense. And then have either of you heard of the appointment of agent form? Because I have not heard of that. That was new to me today. Okay, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what's going on with the faith builders over here, because it seems unusual.
For those listening online, those were two head shakes in the negative, so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister Nina Shawwoody. Justin, if I could, you also said that, all your homes, I'm assuming, are licensed, and you said you had therapists working in a basement therapy setting. Are they licensed therapists also?
Yeah.
Okay.
They all have their own clinics, and we're considered a second location for each therapy office.
And then it was brought to my attention of a group of siblings that were in your care, and 4 of them wound up going to non-relative kin, and one of them ended up being adopted. And I was curious, in situations like that, one's in Leavenworth and 4 in central Wichita, are those siblings do they still have contact? Are they still able to interact with one another?
They could if that was open for that, but not in our case, no.
But not out of your control?
Right.
Okay. And then, thank you. Andrea Dixon, the respite parents, volunteers that you're working with, I'm assuming they're not licensed. Do you guys perform background checks on them?
We do. Some are licensed, some are not. We do perform background checks on all of them and anybody in the home that's over 11.
Andrea, would you mind stating your full name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Andrea Dixon. I'm the Executive Director of Faith Builders.
Okay, and then a guardianship. I'm not familiar with that process. I'm a painter by trade. I don't operate in a courtroom. I'm much more comfortable on a ladder. Can you explain to me what the guardianship, you said, if you'd had the child in respite for the 90 days and you were forced to go into a guardianship by state law, what's the guardianship agreement? Is that between the bio parent? Is that between?
It's filed in probate court at the consent of the parent, and it just gives temporary guardianship to one of my families. And then we work a case. We have a case, when we do guardianship, we have a case manager, and they do case management to set out what goals need to happen, because it's more of a longer term temporary placement. But we had to start doing guardianship because of the 90-day respite rule. Under 90 days, we use appointment of agent. And that form actually came from Gina Meyer-Hummel when she was the head of DCF. We met with them before we started doing this, and they revised the form and they drew it up for us. We just put our letterhead on the top of it. So that's where the form came from.
And there's no court
There's no
involved in
court
that.
involvement. It
It's
has
just
to
a
be
notary public.
notarized. That's it.
And then what would happen after a guardianship if a parent was deemed not fit? Is that child then adjudicated as a sink?
No, usually we talk with the parents and figure out like what alternative options there are for permanency. And sometimes when we do a temporary guardianship, we'll already name the permanency. Like I just recently did a case where I was a co-guardian with the grandmother based on location. One child was in the system. They were driving 2.5 hours for a visit, so she didn't want the new baby to not be able to see her parents on a regular basis. So we put in the guardianship that the baby would reside in Wichita. That's where parents were. We would work the case. If the child could not go home, she would then join her sibling and reside with grandmother permanently.
And all of this is done outside of the court?
All of that was done outside of the child in need of care court. It was done in probate court, which is a consensual court.
Okay.
Does that not make, so So if a child is not a child in need of care and something needs to be filed, it can willingly be filed in the probate side of court. And we work a lot, like Nina said, with kinship. There's a huge deficit for kinship support. So I think we've navigated and paid for about 17 guardianships to be filed so that kinship can have their children, because they don't have the financial resources to file guardianship through the courts. It takes an attorney, and Kansas Legal Services is backed up, and usually this has to be done like now. Like your kids are in police protective custody. If you want your grandkids outside the system, you have to do a guardianship. So it's done on the probate side. A judge signs off on it, and it's temporary.
And I appreciate the efforts trying to keep a child out of the system. It just seems like they would be a sink if you were not there providing what you're providing, which sounds odd as you're the only one in the state doing it, to my knowledge. Thank you. And then my last comment was just to Amy Engel Hudson. Thank you for your comment that your churches don't discriminate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Johnson, and just to add a little bit of my own comment to that comment, I think everyone that got up and testified that represents a faith-based organization today made that same comment. So, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pastor Justin, thank you so much. What was it, about 6 years ago, you first discussed your vision with me outside our classrooms at the high school?
Yeah.
And it's there. It's the most beautiful, loving place. Are you willing to discuss what's next? I represent Wyandotte County also.
So so the model that we created, we always want it to be just the first model of many. I feel like every county, especially look at some of the really hard, like obviously Sedgwick County is ridiculous, the number of kids in care in one county. And so we want it to be a model that can be reproduced. And so we've created all our policies and everything to do to be reproducible. We right now have a second location that just got acquired, I don't know, a month ago. It's 160 acres in Wyandotte County. And so as we're developing one right now, which the reason why we're in Linwood currently is because it's in the middle of Wyandotte, Johnson, Douglas, and Leavenworth. It's basically the hub. It's 25 minutes to each one of those agencies. That's why we wanted to be there. It's the greatest need. Of all of those, though, Wyandotte is by far the most kids in care in that area, in that little quadrant. And so now we have 160 acres that was just donated to us so that we can begin to do a second location there. So is that what you were fishing me for?
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Foscato.
Mr. Chairman, so my question is actually for you. So of this Child Welfare Committee, and I went back and looked at some of my old documents there in my office, just around here on the first floor. And I've got stacks of these same type of committees. I've been on all of them over the years. I just received another text message of one that I was appointed to by Governor Sebelius and Governor Brownback and Governor Collier and now with Governor Laura Kelly. And so hearing everything in this room today, Mr. Chairman, my question to you is, so what do I do when a constituent calls me and they're really not sure if I think Ms. Dixon just, or Representative Owsley, the agent application or form, guardianship, I know that I work a lot with I'm on the board with Kansas Legal Services in Wichita. Marilyn Harp spoke here at our last meeting and talked about guardianship. I know a lot of attorneys actually that serve and have served in the legislature and the guardianship. But my question is, what do I do? Who do I call if I get a call and the constituent is not sure if they're in state custody or if they're not? And then I call Secretary Laura Howard I call her liaison to me, and nobody knows where and who and the decisions that are being made for their children, out of court. And some of the people are uneducated, and they sign documentations and they don't know. I mean, who do you go? That's my frustration, Mr. Chairman. Who do I go and talk to help that constituent if we have all these different entities? Some are licensed, some aren't, who gets to make that decision if they're not? What's the purpose of this committee, or oversight committee, if things are happening in the world with no oversight, and then the constituent calls me, how do I get help for them? What do I do? And then that's why we have people, the articles over and over and over saying, they kidnapped my child. I don't know where my child is. Well, hell, I don't know either. And so, Mr. Chairman, at the end of this, I want to know, who do I call in this room? If I email Tanya Keys, she's got to look and find, and that's why it does not make sense in the courtrooms when everybody passes the buck and they say, well, I don't remove your children. I didn't do that. The courts did it. I don't do this. Well, who does it? I mean, it doesn't make sense for me to have been in this Kansas legislature since 2004. And the first bill that was passed into law in 06 was the Grandparents as Caregivers Act, and most of the laws that you're dealing with now, Mr. Chairman, I have introduced them. But nobody's following the rules. For grandparents, we have a law on the books that says interested party status, that grandparents or any kinship, if the courts know their whereabouts, they're supposed to receive a letter and be in the courtroom. Grandparents are supposed to be able to stand up and say something. You guys, I don't know, I think you guys have amended my bill over the years in your Child Welfare Committee, but grandparents, they will call me and I'll tell them, let's go to the notary, because I'm not taking your word or anybody's word, and sign saying, and they'll tell me the judge's name, they'll tell me the date and everything, and they'll sign at a notary, and I have those in my office right around the corner right now where they're not allowed to speak in the courtroom. And they are grandparents, interested party status, and they are not allowed to speak, and then they're sitting there by themselves with no attorney, no advocate, no CASA, no nothing. I just want to know, who do I talk to? All this stuff sounds wonderful, and the gentleman here, I want to come and ride the ponies. I mean, it sounds wonderful and beautiful, and you're on that end of it. But gosh darn it, in the city of Wichita, inner city, Cedric County, when I don't know, something's wrong. When I don't know about Georgetown, I'm thinking you're talking about Bricktown in Oklahoma, or Old Town. I don't know about those things, and that's where the communication goes. If I'm a state senator on this committee, and I've been on every child welfare committee, joint corrections committee, all these years, since 2004. And gosh darn it, all the recommendations we make, I never hear whatever happened to them, over and over and over, the recommendations. So I'm just saying, all this sounds good, and I'm not accusing anyone, and it's frustrating to me, Mr. Chairman, when the individuals in the audience that are here, they're doing a job to help children. I'm doing a job to help children, but everybody comes up, they're defensive. I'm not accusing, I'm a middle person. I'm the connection to the children and families. And gosh darn it, I believe that if we would put more money into helping the families in the first darn place, instead of after, it doesn't make sense. I know years ago I took a family called me, and I shared this before. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Chairman, that a school teacher who had an illness of diabetes, had to go on dialysis. She still wanted her children to be active in the community, and she went to DECA to just for some after-school programs. They ended up taking her children from her. Hell, I had to go back and help fight to get the children back, and they went there for help. Doesn't make any sense. And so my point, I've served under a lot of administrations. It's not any one person's fault, but something is wrong when we can't help the family up front. That's all. It just makes sense. Help them up front, or give the services to the Mary Deans. And Miss Dixon, stand up. I just want to see you. We've went back and forth. We've been battling for years. Finally, we're at a good point where, the other lady that came into the last meeting you had, Mr. Chairman, and I asked, you and I have worked together helping people. Some things you do I don't like, some things you do I like. And the same way with my children. Some things they like, some things they don't like that I do. And that's just the way it is. But I just want to know, Mr. Chairman, at the end of this, because that 800 number, last time Scott or somebody, I've called that number. That number is insufficient to me. If you call that 800 number to make a complaint, then they refer you to somebody else and somebody else and somebody else. And gosh darn it, Representative Johnson, that kid in Wichita that died, that you said you were over in Wichita with, that father, that foster father tried to call people. He didn't get any help. He called St. Francis and they told him, we'll get back with you in 2 hours. There's nobody here available to help you. Well, hell, all these services that you've shared in here today in all these years, and we're still having the same old problems. Mr. Chairman, Mary Dean gave us a stack, word for word, what former legislators have said. I've just got text messages from former Representative Jim Howell. Just as we were talking and Miss Dixon was at the microphone, he's a Sedgwick County Commissioner now, and he said he wants to talk to me about some suspended driver's license bill, and he gave me some recommendations to give the committee. Everybody's got a recommendation, but I don't see that we're ever going to get to the point where we want to be if everybody comes up and you guys never tell us what problems. Dixon, you're the first one who just said, here's what I need to help. Here's how you can help me with this child care. Mr. Chairman, it will save my time later. I think you got a part right after lunch, and this will save me from saying it then. When we talk about those services, I got a young lady that just the overall food stamps, medical card, child care that we offer. It doesn't make sense for Ms. Dixon to have to create a child care program and get funding from people and do some fundraisers in Wichita like we've done to raise money for people. And we've got all this money that we're talking about and creating new programs to do. It doesn't make sense for the young lady Felisa Talbert, who wanted to testify today, but she's at work, for her to have the Welfare to Work program where she has worked at Walmart. This is the craziest thing, and then I'm a drop the mic after this. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life for the Welfare to Work program. Actually, she's a college graduate. She's 29 years old. She wanted to love and be loved. And so, but she got a guy that was no good. So she had a baby. So her little boy's 4 years old. I've actually babysitted him one night. I can't believe it. That was that was the scariest thing for me to do, to babysit a kid. That wasn't right for me. I wouldn't do good. But so she had the baby, she's doing good things, but she's got a baby, raising the baby by herself. But he's 4 now. So she worked at Walmart. And then because once you get the kid gets to a certain age, you got to go to work. You can't be at home anymore, Mr. Chairman. And so then she got a better job at our local tag office in Wichita. You know, I went there and renewed my tags. And there she was, and I took pictures of her. Do you know what, Mr. Chairman? So as soon as she got that job and she turned in her income report, she made $3 over. $3. So they cut her off from the child care. So, Mr. Chairman, now she had to go back to Walmart to get a part-time job to pay for the child care. And then we wonder why that recycling, because hell, she can't maintain it now. She can't pay for the child care. So one of my recommendations, and so we won't have to do it later, Mr. Chairman, will be that we wean them off. You know, give her 3 to 6 months so she can save up some money for child care. But the sad thing about it, and I got the facts, is that she didn't receive the letter from DCF that they were cutting off her child care until like like a month. I mean, they had already stopped her money, and she was like, you know, she didn't find out. I mean, something's wrong. We're not communicating, but it doesn't make sense for her to work for, I'm talking about the real tag office where the license plate, she works there, but she cannot afford child care for 3 measly bucks. I know we have to abide by the federal laws of the poverty level, but we can do some other in-house policies to help people. And so, finally, that's why I'm so frustrated. Since 2004, I still don't have a good number. Who do I call? I mean, I don't know if they're in custody, if they're not in custody, because the constituent doesn't know. We need to require that somebody explains it to them. I'm not getting paid to do that. I don't work out there. I sit up here. I'm trying to make life better. And the only thing that I do, Mr. Chairman, seriously, every morning and every night is pray. That's the only thing that gets me here safe on those highways from Wichita to Topeka, rain, sleet, or snow, is prayer. And it makes me want to cry to hear all the stories I hear. And I know everybody cares, and we have to do something for these children. This is insane to keep having a special oversight committee on child welfare, and we make recommendations, and we don't, Representative Humphrey should not have had to have asked, where's it going? How's it going with the First Family Act? We should know. Somebody should be telling us on a regular basis and publishing that information, and we should have these numbers that I've heard in here. Hell, I'm Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Oh, Pastor, Minister Nina Shaw, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, but we can't measure our success. I'm looking at the numbers of kids going in the system is getting higher, even though we're the only thing that has brought it down, I believe, is COVID. Your numbers look good now because of COVID. Because, well, anyway, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if after all of this you can tell me who do I really call and to know if a kid's in state custody or in a respite or with just contractors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, thank you for your question. And since it was directed to me, I don't have an answer for you. I don't know who you call in Wichita. One of your last meeting, we had recommendations, and you had made the recommendation, and I believe I seconded it, to have DCF work to get that a solution. That's something that as legislators, when we come back, that we should make sure and see how that progress is going. So hopefully DCF, and I know Secretary and Deputy Secretaries in the audience, they are working on that diligently to come up with a solution for us, because I do know that is frustrating as a legislator not to have an answer for a constituent when they call in a time of need. You know, they're traumatized, they're emotional, and they need some type of answer. And when we can say, I'm sorry, I do not know, I do not have an answer, that's not good enough. So we do have a couple of more questions. Representative Concanon online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I lowered my hand, so I'll catch up with offline. Just try to save some time. But I would like to say that Senator Fausto-Cadeau's comments on, you know, why we haven't heard about certain programs and that sort of thing, that you hit the nail on the head why we need this oversight committee, so we can communicate with what Georgetown is, what the Georgetown model, what faith-based organizations are doing, and you know, communicate, and all of us know something. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just want to apologize to the committee and those in the room. While we were sitting here, I received a text message that on my company debit card, there had been very large charges. And I had to go deal with that immediately, but I'm pleased to tell you, after coming back and getting the information they needed, that they were able to stop those charges. So I apologize if I missed some of the testimony, but I just want to say my heart was touched by the faith-based organizations and the volunteers that are helping families and that are helping children, and that is our mission from God, and I so appreciate all of you being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Conferees, thank you very much for your testimony and for what you guys are doing. Committee, we are into our lunch period, 25, almost 25 minutes into it. We are scheduled to be back at 1 o'clock. I don't know about you guys, but by the time I walk somewhere and get something to eat and walk back, I will not be back at 1 o'clock. So I am going to, we're going to recess and then reconvene at 1:30. Welcome back from lunch. We are a little bit running behind still, but we are back in session and getting ready to go on to our next agenda item. But before we get started on that, I just want to draw to the committee's attention, there was a handout on the St. Francis settlement in your area, so be sure to review that. Our first presentation this afternoon will be on benefit programs, and to give that will be Carla Whiteside Hicks, Director of Temporary Assistance to Needy Families and Early Childhood Programs with DCF. Carla, welcome to the committee.
Afternoon. Hope that helps. To the chair, what am I doing with this? Thank you. To the chair, the vice chair, the ranking minority member, and other committee members, I first want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding DCF's intentional efforts to increase and adapt access to the programs and supports that we have that are intended to support those we serve. For Needy Programs is one of the provisions of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. And set forth in that law are 4 purposes. So everything that we do with TANF has to fit in with one of those 4 purposes. And they are intentionally designed to make Those are the 4 purposes I mentioned. The first 2 purposes, those on the left side, are income-driven. So in order for someone to qualify for a program that is supported under Purpose 1 or Purpose 2, they do have to meet certain income guidelines. Purposes 3 and 4 allow much more flexibility. As you may know, TANF is a block grant, which allows states a wide latitude of discretion in how we spend those dollars, again, as long as they meet one of those 4 purposes. Well, We will pay for those scrubs. We will pay for steel-toed boots. Thank you. We will do whatever we can to help you get that job and to keep that job. If transportation is an issue, we can pay for bus passes. So we can, if you're having to pay, someone to get a ride to work, we can work with you to figure out what's the best way that we can help you make sure that transportation is not a barrier to you maintaining your employment. Item 3 also it talks about, it shows the allocation report for employment services. We do track how we are spending those TANF dollars as we are supporting those individuals. And then in item 4, it's a more detailed, I believe that's the pie chart. So you can see by region how we are spending money to support our TANF clients. And the highest areas are in transportation, job readiness, and client services. Those are the areas in which our families really need our support to be able to work toward economic self-sufficiency. We also provide TANF funding for grantees throughout the state of Kansas. So we know that the barriers our families experience are not siloed. If a family is experiencing economic hardship, there are likely to be some issues also with maybe homelessness or food issues. There can be mental health issues. There can be a whole array of things. And so we want to make sure that because our families do not have siloed issues, that our approach to assisting our families is also not siloed. So that's where our TANF grantees come in. The items that you see listed, those are the basic areas that we have in which we provide services for families in the community. These do not necessarily have to be TANF clients. It can be anyone in the community who needs this service would be able to walk into that agency and have those services made available to them. We have an interactive map on the DCF website so that our eligibility workers in the field office can, if I'm working in Wyandotte County and a client comes to me and says, hey, I have a need with this, I can go to that interactive map and I can see every TANF funded program that is available in Wyandotte County. So I can search by geographic region. I can also search programs that have anything to do with DCF. But if it's something that is going to benefit our clients, help overcome those barriers,
And then my final question, if I may, Mr. Chair, is said about, we're going to extend this for a while to give them an opportunity that I'm working now, but then at some point, we're cut off. We're cutting people off because they need to be able to pedal that bicycle on their own. And so are you seeing more programs like that instead of the cliff that Senator Faustido talked about earlier for $3, that we're seeing more of an extension of, we'll give you a little bit more lead time to be able to get your job and do the things you have to do?
I can't say that I'm seeing more of that. I can say that there's more conversation around that, and that is absolutely something that we are considering. Again, that's one of the reasons for increasing that guideline for childcare subsidy to 250% of the federal poverty level, is to help ease that. And then we would anticipate that our resource agents would also be able to help our clients as they're leaving TANF, or even if they're just receiving food assistance or they're just getting child. Those individuals have access to supports in the community that can help with that cliff.
So that means an individual single mom would be making about $31,000 a year. So if she is, what additional services does she continue to receive? What did it used to be? And you bumped it up to 2.5. What was it before?
For childcare, it was 185% of federal poverty level.
185 to 2.5.
Yes.
And was this an arbitrary decision? Or?
It was not. It was not. Childcare is expensive.
Right.
We all know this. So this was, we began having those conversations at the beginning of the pandemic, and we had, funds available. We wanted to make sure that we were supporting families. So it actually started with our Hero Relief Program, and we were providing those services that program for first responders. And then, realizing that this is a bigger issue. And so now we have expanded that to all child care subsidy.
And then finally, on the average cost per person, it says
Those are reasons non-cooperation was the number one reason.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be curious to see where the lifetime limitations falls in that category or percentage.
That is not, so that's not considered a non-cooperation. And I believe that is, so for the case closures, the time limit is roughly around 7-8%.
And then just to clarify, on the handout, the first slide you've got here, it says U rate. And I don't want to assume that's the unemployment rate. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Carla.
Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Carla, for the presentation. So just to clarify, so the welfare to work, so the mother getting a job. So, and and then the child turns 4 or 5, ready to go to kindergarten. So when is the child care cutoff? You said, is it gradual, or is it when they report their next income evaluation? How does that work so that we keep that individual employed and they don't recycle back into the welfare system? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the Office of Child Care has provided additional guidance on that issue. In the middle of my eligibility period, we cannot decrease the benefit that we are paying to a family. It cannot happen during that 12 months. So that is one clarification that we have received from the Office of Child Care. And then again, increasing that limit to 250% of the federal poverty level has just increased the opportunity for families to remain eligible for that benefit.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. We heard from faith builders about all kinds of services they were needing to provide, and that oftentimes folks didn't have documentation such as a social security card, driver's license, things like that. So I'm assuming they would need all of that just to apply for
No.
TANF? No.
No. A Social Security card is not a requirement. A Social Security number can be, depending on the program. A driver's license is not the only form of ID that we can take. There are several. We can take a library card for some of our programs as verification. So no, that's one of those areas in which we really hope that those families and those helping organizations would reach out to DCF to make sure that they fully understand our eligibility requirements, because there's a lot of flexibility in those policies.
I can't help but thinking, from what we heard from KFAN, but also from faith builders, that many of those folks that they're serving would be eligible.
It sounds like it. And so that could be a good use of the self-service portal. So they can absolutely help individuals go online, go to that self-service portal, and make application that way. They can upload documents. We will, if they register through the self-service portal, we can communicate, well, not true communication, not two-way communication, but if the client chooses, we will send a text message every time there's a new document that is available, some action that needs to happen on their case. So that is another way that we can communicate with clients. But we do encourage individuals to apply, and then we can work from there.
I guess a little of my concern is, so faith builders is volunteers, KFAN, primarily volunteers. And in the testimony earlier, they shared, most of these people don't have access to internet. So we heard from faith builders that they purchased a washing machine and dryer just so because it just doesn't seem for folks if they're eligible. And if I think it's wonderful that they don't have to have a driver's license, because a lot of folks aren't going to get a driver's license if they don't have a vehicle. They don't have a need for a driver's license. So what are some plausible ways that you're exploring to get more folks access to this service?
So we do have the phone. So clients, they can, if they can somehow, that again has a name, an address, assuming they're not homeless, and a signature, or maybe even not a signature, we can begin to process that application for them. As far as what we're looking at, I believe that all of this begins with conversations, with open conversations, so that we have specific issues that we can address. So if I know that the one agency that you are addressing is having this issue in this community, then we can have that conversation, because that may not be the same issue that is being experienced in my community. So I haven't thought about that. But absolutely, if we can keep those lines of communication open, and then we just have to be open to all of the ideas that are put out there. I tell our grantees, I never want them to come to me and say, well, I don't think we can do this. Don't come with that attitude. I need the attitude to be, how can we make this work? How can we better meet the needs of those we serve? And I think if we can do that, if we can keep our clients at the forefront of every decision we make, I think we can come up with some really creative ideas to be able to meet those needs, probably some that we in this room would never even think of, which again is why it's so important to have that voice from those we serve, so that we are not making decisions for them. What do they need? Did we ask them how they want to be served? And if we can do that, I think we can come up with some really amazing ideas.
Carla, I like that attitude of how do we make it work? Not why can't we do it, but how do we make it? So I appreciate that. And I have a feeling we're going to have some conversations going on to figure out how to make that work. Thank you so much.
Carla, I do not see any more questions from any members. Oh, Representative Reese.
Almost. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carla, on this handout on page 6, help me to interpret this and see if I'm interpreting this correctly. So we have East, West, Kansas City, Wichita, East.
Those are our DCF regions.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that still makes sense to me. So if we look at like East, and in the green is employment, so 18% employment, and then 54% job search, job readiness, compared to Kansas City. Does that mean that it's harder to find a job in that East?
Not necessarily. So this is simply indicating how we spent TANF dollars to serve our TANF recipients.
Okay.
So for Kansas City, yes, we would have spent 47% of those funds, of the funds that we spent, 47 was for transportation. And that could be transportation helping to get to a job. It can mean transportation to get to meetings, coming to the DCF office. You needed to go to the Social Security office to take care of some business. All of those things would fall under transportation.
And I apologize, committee. I received an email that we're still having technical difficulties and the audio is not coming across to those listening online. So let's give him a little bit of, I got the look from our technical genius out there, Alex, and let's see if he can get it fixed and going for those listening online. So just hold with us for just a couple of minutes, and Alex will give us the thumbs up if it's ready to go. All right. Alex has said that it is a continuing issue that they're working on, but right now we are connected, so continue onward. So with that, we'll go to our next question, Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this is in here somewhere, but sorry if I can't find it. So I'm looking at the budget, the actual estimate using actual data. And so I see, what I think are the funds that have been used, but where do those funds come from, percentage-wise and everything?
The funds that we use for
Just
TANF Employment Services.
everything.
So they come from our TANF block grant, which is roughly, it's just over $101 million annually. And then we also, because we tend to meet our federal requirements, we have a state maintenance of effort that is just under $62 million, I believe, every year.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So the state puts in 62 million.
Correct.
So that we can meet that maintenance of effort, so that we can pull down the federal funds of 101 million?
Right.
And was that I think I interrupted you. I'm sorry. You were still talking.
No, you're fine. Yes, so 101 million, that is our annual allotment from the federal government. And then if we meet, particularly work participation rate, so at least 75 or 85% of our work eligible clients are actually participating, then we meet that work participation rate. And so then the state maintenance of effort is 85%. If we don't meet it, nope, it's 75%, I'm sorry, it's 75%. If we don't meet it, then it's 85% of our allotment.
Okay, so if we don't meet it, then the state puts in more?
Correct.
Okay. And so I think so we do have statutes that govern some of TANF. I think maybe it's like in chapter 39. Yeah, and I know that there was some sort of, and this kind of plays into this 75 and 85%. In statute, there's certain things that we have to do, that the applicants must do. And it seems like, I think the governor suspended some of those things until the end of the year. There's question about the authority to be able to do that. But how does that play into that maintenance of effort?
So those were actually not suspended. We shifted them. So those things are still happening. They never stopped happening. What we did, because we have families who are in need of services immediately, we would approve TANF and then allow the career navigator who's working one-on-one with those families to still get those documents. So the documents we have not changed any of that. We're still getting them. We changed the process, but we did not change the policy.
So if I hear what you're saying, the policy says you have to do an online work program orientation, verify unemployment compensation application, other things that you have to do to get the funds. And you're just saying, oh no, we're going to give the funds and then on the backside have them do that?
And if that doesn't happen, because career navigators make contact with, they have a time frame for making contact with newly approved TANF households. So it's not like a month later or 2 months later. At the Employment Services Division, as soon as one of the eligibility workers clicks, okay, authorize these benefits, a task is immediately created in our eligibility system, and that task goes to Employment Services. So they know immediately that here's a new family, and they start to reach out. So yes, there could be a time in which the new client does not complete those requirements, and we would close that case.
What sort of time frame do they have to complete that task?
Typically, we give individuals 10 days. So from the day that I send a notice to you, the day that I tell you this is what I need, you have 10 days to comply.
And then they wouldn't get any assistance after that. And I'm assuming we don't claw back what you've already given them.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And Carla, I was actually waiting till everybody talked because I was going to mention that memo, Policy Memo 21-09-10, to see if that was still in effect. You said you adjust things. So walk the committee through the process. So 39-709 is the statute that governs that part of TANF. If I come up and I apply for TANF benefits without providing that information in that statute, when do I start getting benefits?
Once we have the other information that we need, so we have to verify, for example, your identity, things like that. So there are a set rule of things, a set list of things that we do have to verify. So once we have that information, then we could approve your TANF case.
Okay, so you said you have to do what, other than that statute, because you're not doing what you have to do in that statute, so what regulation or what rule are you referring that you have to before someone gets that benefit?
We're looking at, excuse me, at federal guidelines. So we have to verify citizenship for TANF. And we have to verify if I am requesting TANF for minors who are not my children, they're not legally my children, then I have to verify relationship. So if I want TANF for my grandchildren, I have to provide birth certificates to prove that relationship, because I can only get TANF for those children if I meet certain guidelines as far as what that relationship is. So those are things that we would verify prior to approving the case.
So if I fill out an application and I satisfy the federal guidelines but not the state guidelines, you guys are suspending my state guideline requirements and giving me that benefit?
For probably a month, you may get benefits.
What authority do you guys have to do that?
I am going to defer that question to, I can get back with you, or I can ask my secretary to come speak with you.
Well, I'm really curious because we're really sticking to the federal guidelines and saying we have to do this before we're going to give you, but we're going to adjust or suspend, however you call it, state guidelines where you don't have any authority under the federal guidelines, you don't have any authority under the state guidelines because that is law, and you're doing that. So I'm just really curious of where the authority comes that you guys feel like you can just, that's a statute, but we're not going to worry about it. That's.
You know, what I will say is that the intent was not to bypass. The intent was to meet that immediate need for clients. This is not something that we have done prior to the pandemic. Unless there's another public health emergency or something like that, I could not see us even considering doing something like that again. So it was simply in response to the massive need that we knew that we had for TANF benefits in the community.
Okay, I understand the intent.
Right.
But you guys took a conscious position not to, with your intent, not to suspend the federal guidelines, but to suspend state guidelines. And they're both rules or regulations, but this is a statute and it's a law. But we'll probably talk a little bit more about that before too long. So do we have any further questions? Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question with regard to that. One of the designations for federal funds, preventing and reducing the incidence of out-of-wedlock pregnancies and establishing annual numerical goals. Are TANF funds used for abortions or for birth control?
No.
Prescriptions?
No, they are not.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Carla, thank you very much for your testimony.
All right.
Committee, I don't see any further questions, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our next presentation. This will be on pediatrician's perspective of proposed Adrian's Law recommendation requiring physical evaluation of potential child abuse victims. In committee, just a refresher, if you guys have slept like I have and sometimes need to be reminded of what we're talking about. There was a recommendation at our last meeting when we had recommendations about requiring The recommendation was to have legislation written, introduced, possibly requiring a pediatrician to look at a child if there was a child abuse claim on top of a policeman, a law enforcement, or DCF, and DCF looking at it as well. So, committee, our first conferee is Jennifer Hansen, MD, Fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics, FAAP. Jennifer, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chairman Hildebrand. I am Jennifer Hansen. I'm a child abuse pediatrician in the Kansas City area. My colleagues, Dr. Emily Killo and Dr. Carrie Weeks, we're also going to join in this virtually. So I'm going to cover their part of this as well, maybe winging that part just a little bit, but we wanted you guys to get all of the information. Emily and Carrie are also child abuse pediatricians in the Kansas City area and in Wichita. So we are here today on behalf of the Kansas chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. So again, we thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As child abuse pediatricians, I'm sure you can imagine that I and my colleagues feel strongly that children who are alleged victims of abuse receive appropriate medical care. In that light, we're happy to share our recommendations today for the proposed amendment to Adrian's Law regarding medical evaluations for children who may have been abused. The goal of this legislation should be to ensure that the right children receive the right medical evaluations at the right time and in the right place. There were a whole lot of rights in that sentence, which also opens the door for a whole lot of places where we might not get it right. Our training and our board certification as child abuse pediatricians gives us the expertise to help assess which children would most benefit from medical exams and which type of medical provider would be most appropriate to perform that evaluation in a given child with given concerns. Not all children who are reported for suspected abuse or neglect need a specialized medical exam, and certainly a large percentage of those children and those medical exams could be performed by a doctor other than a child abuse pediatrician. There are currently only child abuse pediatricians in Kansas City and Wichita. That leaves a whole lot of Kansas that does not have that particular expertise. But our community doctors and pediatricians across the state could serve as local resources for these children and families with a little bit of coordination of care combined with some training and mentorship. Therefore, we propose a two-pronged approach to this. The first is a statewide triage system that would incorporate the expertise of a child abuse pediatrician in the decision-making for seeking medical care for alleged victims of abuse. And the second would be to develop a coordinated network of medical providers, which we call safe care providers, who would receive initial and ongoing training and education in the evaluation of abused children. So I'm going to describe first this triage system. And then we'll talk more about the safe care providers and the medical provider network. Dr. Killo and I recently partnered with DCF to start a pilot project in Wyandotte and Johnson counties that is piloting this type of a triage program. It was modeled after the Missouri Safe Care Network and adjusted to fit Kansas and DCF practice models. It was developed in partnership with DCF leaders. This is a referral system where a DCF specialist who receives a report of a child who is alleged to have been abused or neglected is able to receive input on the need for a medical evaluation early in the course of their investigations. So when DCF receives, the way we've set up this pilot in Johnson and Wyandotte, when DCF receives an allegation for an investigation of abuse or neglect on a child who is 3 years old or younger, then they will complete a referral form. And I have a copy of these that I can hand out to you guys so that you can see what we're talking about.
Irada, would you make sure that that gets handed out to each committee member, please? Thank you.
So they complete this brief referral form that has sort of basics of the allegation and reported injuries. The form is emailed to a centralized email address, which is then accessed by a child abuse pediatrician who would review the form and the allegations for each of these children.
We, as the child abuse pediatricians, review the form and provide recommendations for medical care. That would include recommending an evaluation by a primary care provider or an evaluation in a local emergency room or with a child abuse pediatrician. It also provides the opportunity for us to say this kid probably doesn't need medical care based on the information that we have at this time. The triage system helps us ensure that the kids who need it and who would most benefit from a medical evaluation get their medical exams and they get them in the right setting. It allows child abuse pediatrician expertise to help select those children who would most benefit from a medical evaluation without placing unneeded burdens on families and investigators and the medical systems in the state. I mentioned that this pilot project was modeled after the Missouri Safe Care Network. So a similar triage system has been in place in Missouri for the entire state since 2016, and referral forms are reviewed by a child abuse pediatrician daily in Missouri. The child abuse pediatricians there, similar to Kansas, are localized in 2 areas, in St. Louis and in Kansas City. The system, so now it's been in place for just over 5 years, and it's been well received by Child Protective Services in Missouri, by the family and juvenile court systems, and by the medical system in Missouri. There are a lot of examples of cases in which this referral system resulted in medical exams that ultimately changed the outcome of an investigation. Sometimes those changes are that we had additional information that enabled us to protect an abused child from further abuse. And sometimes it was a medical evaluation that identified a non-abusive cause of an injury that was reported. So then we were able to keep a child and a family out of unnecessary sort of systemic involvement that didn't really need to occur. So again, this is where I come back to the right kids and the right family and the right type of care. In addition to that sort of making sure the medical evaluation is valuable, although it's not an intended intended outcome of the system, the Child Protective Services workers in Missouri have also been empowered by this system to advocate for appropriate care for the kids they investigate. As by way of example, I recently had a worker reach out to me after I sent her back one of these forms and I recommended that a baby have a medical evaluation. I had recommended that that child needed to go to an emergency department, and I specifically included on the recommendation that the kid needed to have imaging of her head and a skeletal survey, so x-rays. When they went to the local emergency room, the doctor, it was a local small community emergency room, the doctor was not planning to do that sort of evaluation and instead did sort of a basic physical exam and was planning to send the baby home. The CPS worker was able to say, hey, I think this kid needs these things. Look, here's Dr. Hansen. She's a child abuse pediatrician in Kansas City. She said the baby needs this. They did those things and indeed did find fractures on this baby, so broken bones, that would have otherwise been missed. And the presence of those injuries then presents a different case to CPS workers and the court system to allow further protective measures be put in place. This example also sort of plays into the second part of our recommendation about medical providers that I'm going to get to in a little bit more detail in just a moment. The triage system, though, would require a coordinated effort with DCF and with Kansas child abuse pediatricians and the medical community in general. Referral forms would be sent hopefully early in the course of a DCF investigation to allow timely medical evaluations to occur when they're needed. And child abuse pediatricians would need to review these forms on a daily basis to provide that feedback back, again, in a timely manner. The details on what exactly this would look like, when would forms be sent, which doctors would review which referrals, for example, could be worked out between the doctors and DCF to ensure the best fit for all of the parties involved. But because this pilot program is already in place in Wyandotte and Johnson counties, and because DCF leadership was involved in its development, it shouldn't be difficult to roll a similar program out on a statewide basis, and it should be able to happen fairly quickly. The second part of our recommendation involves developing a network of medical providers across the state who receive additional training specifically for the medical evaluation of child abuse. This would allow kids in Hayes or Garden City or Concordia to receive local care by someone who has at least some additional training in this area. This is a an area of training that most pediatricians get maybe a day or two of training on this in their 3-year residency program. So it's not that they get no training, but to become a child abuse pediatrician, we get an additional 3 years of training. And so there's a lot of information and a lot of training and expertise that comes from this that just isn't present in a general pediatrician or even an emergency room doctor or a family practitioner. So this sort of development of a network of trained medical providers is important, but it will take time to coordinate and develop and increase the workforce to meet this goal. The referral triage system could be put in place to help bridge that time gap. So I'm going to transition a little bit to talk a little bit more about this provider network, this medical provider network. So we call these safe care providers. The safe care program in Missouri is a state-funded program that maintains a coordinated medical response to child abuse. It provides mentorship, support, and training, both initially and on an ongoing basis, to medical providers in local communities across the state. So these may be doctors or advanced practice nurses or physician's assistants. They receive an initial training that is a 2-day training, and the number of hours incorporated in that are based on the National Children's Alliance recommendations for children's advocacy centers. They then receive annual training every year as well. They also, the Safe Care Network also provides a platform for performing forensic evaluations and comprehensive medical care of abused children. So who, again, is a safe care provider? So this is any medical provider who receives this training, initial 2 days, and then every year there's a 1-day training and some additional training hours that are more of the provider's choice. But there are specific requirements for ongoing training that are based on, again, the Children's Advocacy Center's guidelines. And the training is guided by the child abuse pediatricians who serve as resources for all of the medical providers in the state. Obviously, all of this has costs. So the funding in Missouri, I'm going to talk about that just because there's a model for that already. This is a line item in the state budget. It has sort of 2 places and 2 homes, I guess, in their system. So the Safe Care Provider Network part, the education and training for medical providers, is housed in the Department of Health and Senior Services, and that's where payment for that system comes from. In addition to having a system where we are maintaining training requirements for providers, the Safe Care Network should also have the ability to pay for these medical evaluations. It's not reasonable to expect providers to have additional training and expertise and to not be able to get reimbursed for their time and effort. To do this type of a medical exam, it takes more time than your typical well child check or other thing, and it's a more concerted thing that they don't get reimbursed for at a good level from Medicaid or from insurance. So funding for these things should be addressed in the bill. Safe care providers would be eligible for payment for exams if they meet current training requirements. So if they've gone through that initial training and they are current on their ongoing medical education requirements, this helps ensure best practice and standard of care for trained medical providers who are up to date in the most current practice guidelines for the evaluation of child abuse. In other words, it makes sure that if you're going to a pediatrician in one place in the state, you're going to get the same care as if you're seen somewhere else in the state. The other benefit of this network is that each medical provider across the state has easy access to a child abuse pediatrician who would serve as a mentor as needed. Funding and payment for medical exams should not be tied to a report to DCF. So the mandated reporter statute should not be in any way tied to being able to be paid for an exam for this. And likewise, payment should not be tied to diagnosis. So it shouldn't be that you only get reimbursed when you've diagnosed abuse, because we don't want to diagnose abuse when there is no abuse. Additionally, I think it's important to be thoughtful about where the money and where the funding streams are housed and where the control of those systems is. For example, I think payment for medical exams for child abuse evaluation should be separate from DCF so that we can avoid perceived or actual potential conflicts of interest related to that. We anticipate that you're going to ask about how much we think this will cost. So using numbers from Missouri and what we've done in Missouri and sort of adjusting those for population, we're estimating about $500,000 annually to do this. And so that would cover the referral triage system where you send that form. And so that covers the time from the child abuse perspective, pediatrician perspective, and the sort of infrastructure needed from that from DCF, as well as the training, both initial and ongoing for medical providers, and reimbursement for medical exams for child physical abuse and neglect. The last thing that we wanted to point out on this is that what we've been able to do so far in the development of the pilot program has only been possible because we've partnered with DCF, and we think it's important that DCF remains at the table as we continue these conversations and plans. We propose that a work group be formed that includes the involved parties to put together the finer details of whatever this might look like as we move forward, to make sure that it fits in with DCF practice models and what actually can and cannot happen in medical evaluations and things like that. So I thank you again for your time, and I am open to questions.
Okay, Jennifer, thank you very much for that testimony. Committee, do we have any questions? Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your presentation. I was a little curious, so the training that the pediatricians would take, would that count toward professional CEUs?
Yes. So we, right now in Missouri, the continuing medical education that they receive for being a safe care provider absolutely fulfills their licensure requirements, and those through the American Medical Association, yeah.
I think that that's also a benefit. The other question I had is yesterday, I don't assume that you were listening to the hearings, but we had testimony from an individual where his very young son had experienced an accident on a farm. And when they took the young child, infant, to the emergency room, at that point, law enforcement got involved, and the child, after leaving the hospital, was taken into custody. And in fact, I think based on what his testimony was, the child was in foster care for 16 months before it was diagnosed that the skull was growing more rapidly than the brain, so there was additional fluid. So in a situation such as this, that we don't know any more details than simply what was shared in testimony, would this be a case where obviously a safe care provider could step in and the likelihood that a child wouldn't need to be away from family during that important attachment time for an extent of 16 months?
That would be the goal. As child abuse pediatricians, I mentioned we have 3 years of training, and really the training is designed to make sure to all possible ways that we get it right, whether we're calling it abuse or we're calling it something else. We never want to make that diagnosis wrong for lots of reasons, including those that you've mentioned. But yes, absolutely, that would be the goal. In Missouri, in addition to that sort of initial medical training, each safe care provider is assigned a child abuse pediatrics mentor who is available to review cases and, even if needed, provide a written formal case review where they review all of the medical records or whatever else and provide a written opinion as sort of that higher level of expertise.
So I guess, Mr. Chair, just as the only follow-up, in Missouri, do they allow for, what if the parent says, okay, we think that perhaps a determination has been made wrongfully and that my child hasn't been examined by a child abuse trained pediatrician. Do they allow for the parent making the request of that examination also?
Yes. So there is a standardized formal billing sheet that a safe care provider would fill out that gets submitted to the state for them to get the reimbursement. And on the form, there's an area that I don't know the exact wording. It's something exam or evaluation requested by, and we accept requests from CPS, from law enforcement, or from parents or guardians.
I think that's important. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and bringing this to us. I had no idea there was a pilot program in Johnson and Wyandotte County. It sounds like, how long has that been in place? I'm sure you said it.
I didn't say it officially. So we received grant funding that was granted in July. And so it went live in October. So we had some months of planning and sort of infrastructure building and training, but it went live in October.
And so far, so good?
So far, so good.
Okay, and it sounds like based off the Missouri model and the pilot, and you're bringing this to us here today. Yesterday, the committee accepted a request to connect law enforcement and DCF with a revisor. Do you think you're to that point yet to start drafting a bill, or do we want to let this pilot program work a little longer before we look at legislation?
I will defer, but I think that from a program development standpoint, like I said, I think it would be easy for it to roll out in other places. And I do think that we have experience with other models and we have the right people at the table in developing this, that I think it would be possible to move forward with legislation.
Okay, well, maybe we'll get a chance to hear a response to that. Sorry for putting you on the spot. And please do tell Dr. Emily Killo I said hello. Thank you.
I will.
Representative Reese.
For a second there, I can't remember the question I was going to ask, but I came up with another one. When you're called to do an evaluation or assessment on a child that's been brought in, and let's say it's in an emergency room, right? And the child is there, so it's live. You're not receiving that report, but you are the one that's actually doing the assessment. Do you also interview the parents or whoever the caregiver is?
So yes, whoever brings the child to care, and whenever possible, we would also talk to whoever who had cared for the child in the time frame in which a concern arose. So sometimes by the time a child gets to the hospital, maybe they are, for example, with mom, but they were with grandma whenever the thing started. So if possible, we try to talk to people to get all of the information that we can. I can speak to my own practice and the practice of my colleagues because I know that, but I don't know what other people would do. That would be part of the training. It would be part of the recommendation for that medical training.
I am so happy that you do the work that you do and that there's a pilot going on and there is going to be a way to be able to have more physicians, pediatricians trained. And I'll give you a little of an example of why it really touches me. I had a friend who, a couple who adopted a little girl from Guatemala. And she was having some respiratory problems, and they took her to the emergency room. They're brand new parents. They're like, this baby's going to break on us. So they took her to the ER. And right away, they were reported because on her back, on her skin, was a blue patch. You know what I'm talking about. So, of course, there was not a trained pediatrician like yourself that was there. And the good news is that there was enough intervention done that the baby was not placed in custody or anything like that. But those kinds of things, though, that's in my culture, we call that the mark of the Aztec blood. You get this, just that blue kind of tint to the skin, and it's always on the back. But I've heard so many families where the babies have been taken because they see that and they think it's a bruise, and it's not. I don't even know what it is, but.
We still evaluate kids for that, not infrequently, because, they started a new daycare and a daycare provider changes a diaper and sees something and they're super concerned about it. And we see them and we can offer that evaluation. But yeah, I think it's important to recognize that there are really good doctors out in the community that could do this, but our healthcare system right now is set up in a way that it's not financially possible for many of them to do this type of exam. And so even, I mean, they can't live out of the goodness of their hearts. And so it's really hard for them to sort of engage in this sort of evaluation because it does take a long time. I tell families when I meet with them, I tell them, this is going to be not like any medical exam you've ever had. You're going to be here longer. You're going to ask answer more questions. We're going to get in way more detail than has ever happened before. And it takes a long time.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for all you do. Quickly, on law enforcement, how are they being trained in this new module in Wyandotte, Johnson County?
So I guess law enforcement doesn't have a direct role in this pilot program. That being said, so the pilot program in Johnson and Wyandotte only includes the referral form. It doesn't yet include like the medical evaluation piece of it. So they send me a form, I send it back to them and say, I think this kid needs to be seen by their regular doctor, or hey, this kid should come see us. If there were a law enforcement person who wanted a child they were involved with to be seen outside, where it wasn't recommended through the DCF referral form or whatever, then certainly there is room in this model for them to request an exam outside of who would automatically be referred to us. And that does happen in Missouri as well.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is because there has been a lack of communication with DCF and law enforcement, and so there have been many times we butted heads and one side won't share with the other, but it is critical that
Agreed.
those law enforcement people get this special training. It is so unique and takes some extra time, and this is where your program would give it to those officers, and we have to have that for our people. Thank you so much again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jennifer, thank you for your testimony, and I do not see any more questions from any members of the committee, so thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, we will now turn our attention to presentations on the foster care system from individuals, providers, and organizations. And we're going to deviate just briefly from our schedule of conferees. Minister Nina Shaw-Woody has to get back to Wichita. She has an appointment that she needs to get to, so we're going to go ahead and hear from her so she can make her appointment. Nina, welcome back.
So much, Senator, representatives, and I am Minister Nina Shaw-Woody, but I am standing before you today right now as Nina Shaw-Woody. I am standing before you today because I am representing 6.1% of Kansas right now. What you see as an African American, there are 6.1% as of 2019 African Americans in Kansas. I'm standing before you that according to the DCF report for September 2021, 19.5% of our children are in foster care. Now, if you do the math, that's a lot, considering there's only 6.1% of us in this state. One of the things and why this is so important to me, because I'm gonna let you read my testimony, but I grew up in an era where it was taught, and I'm not from Kansas, y'all, so every now and then you may hear it. I grew up in an era where we were taught to be proud to be black people, to be who we are. We had dolls, everything we did in my family had to incorporate who we are as black people. So moving to Kansas was a culture shock to me, which was very interesting. And one of the things as I worked in child welfare and I told you earlier, I've been in child welfare for 20 years. And one of the things that was most interesting about my time in child welfare, especially starting, is that as a recruiter, I couldn't even get into the black community. And I'm thinking, why? I'm black. What's the hang up? What's the hold up? I can't recruit for my own people. And I found out after having a conversation with Representative Gail Finney, was that because I'm not from Wichita, I have to be accepted by my own people in Wichita. And so she told me, she said, what will happen is that you're going to be at a meeting one day and somebody's going to attest for you and they're going to say, okay, She's good, and y'all, that's exactly what happened. That was the only way I was able to recruit African-American families and in the African-American community. And so I found that interesting because I'm like, okay, I thought, you know, we all being black, it's all a good thing, but it was not a good thing. And I see Senator shaking her head. What has made this interesting for me as a black person here in Kansas is because my life is child welfare. I have been a grandparent raising grandkids placed in my home by DCF. They are now, thank God, they're with their mamas, so this is good. I currently have 18 grandkids and eight children, and 6 of them are adopted. And so, and yeah, I don't know what God had in plan for me, so that was his thing. And the most interesting thing that I found in trying to recruit is that we have a lot of black people coming forward to be able to do foster care for our kind. But the interesting thing about it, even still today, there are a lot of African Americans that come forward who are not getting placed African American children in their foster home. And they came to do this. Personally, I found it very interesting because I'm out there, I'm in Kansas City, I'm in Topeka, I'm in Wichita, doing black foster care and adoption fairs, really trying to recruit families for our children, and I'm not seeing families that I'm recruiting adopting our own children or being denied placement of our children. And then it became even more personal for me as I began to adopt myself. And my husband and I adopted 2 young girls who were from the northeast section of Kansas, and we're from Wichita. And the interesting thing about it, and trust me, I had 6 kids before those 2. My kids, there was an adjustment problem because they couldn't relate to these black kids because these black kids did not act black. These black kids had their whole time in foster care where they were placed before they came to us in 3 different white families and foster families. And so these kids came to my home, and no offense to anybody, but my kids said, "Mama, what's wrong with these people? They don't act black." My kids could not relate to these kids, and it took a while. It also took a while for these children to be able to relate and be able to go to a multicultural school in Wichita because they were not used to that. They were just used to being a minority in a public school. And so we went through that transition, and we went through that as well. And then another interesting thing that we found out in working in the African American community, you know, I like to explain to people all the time, it's not that black people don't want white people to adopt our kids. Can I just keep it real with everybody? What it is that we want to know that when you take our kids, you're going to care for our kids. You're not just going to provide a home for them. You're going to learn how to take care of their hair. You're going to learn how to take care of their skin. You're going to learn how to take care of them as a person. Because you cannot tell me you don't see color, because if I stand next to him, you're going to see my color. You're going to see these kids' color. One of the things I used to do was cultural competency training, and I explained to people, if you take in a black kid and you're in a white community, imagine how that child is going to feel going to a school where they're the minority and there's not people who look like them. That's important to these kids. I had this one young little girl said, "I want to be adopted by somebody who looked like me." Do you know how that'll break your heart? And you think, oh, skin doesn't matter. You know, they just need a home. They need a home that's going to be able to incorporate their culture, whether it's a black culture, Hispanic culture, Asian culture. They want a home that's going to embrace them as who they are as people. And it's not just that you're going to provide love, because you're going to run into issues that I see now as a therapist, is that I have biracial kids or African-American kids who are in homes not like them, and they're struggling with their identity. And this is real. And then another experience that I experienced personally, even with the judicial system, is that I have an African-American son. He is 37 years old. He is targeted in Wichita in any kind of car he drives. The biggest thing that they have always told him, you shouldn't be in this kind of car. And he gets pulled over and over again. And this is real to us. And so one of the last things I wanted to share is that my husband and I came forward because we believe in family. I believe in family, y'all. And I want to see these kids reintegrated with families as much as possible, if at all possible. And we came forward to adopt these 2 kids. Actually, it was a sibling set of 3. They called us grandma. They called us papa. They called me Nana, they called him Papa. The mother called us Mom and Dad because we take in people who are not all, it runs in my family. And we embrace families. And so, but we got denied these 3 African-American little boys. And they went to a Caucasian home. And it's not that I have a problem with that, but my frustration with this was that we knew the family. We knew the grandparents, we knew the aunts, we knew the uncles. We was planning on keeping these kids not only connected to their family, but to their culture, but we were denied by Caucasian family. And one of the issues that we were denied was I had a SUV and they didn't know if it would hold enough children. I'm like, I got an 8-passenger SUV. I got a lot of kids already. Don't tell me I can't fit these kids in my car. And so these are the things that I have experienced here in the Kansas child welfare system. But y'all, I love child welfare in Kansas. And I want us to embrace our families. I want us to embrace our kids. I want us to love on them and teach them who we are. We have to find homes who are able to take Hispanic kids who don't speak English. That's important because that's who these kids are. It is traumatic enough to be pulled from your home and your family, but you are in a place that don't understand you. I remember I had this one lady tell me one time, she said, she had some Hispanic kids placed in her home and they would bring food home from their visits and she would tell them, you can't bring that here. And so in our classroom setting, we had to correct her because that's a part of who they are, that food, that culture, and you need to embrace that. And so I encourage you as you go through what you're planning to do this year, take care and pay attention to the disproportionality in Kansas. It's real. Senator Fausto brought it up earlier. We have been in so many meetings across Kansas over the years to address this disproportionality, but I praise God right now that DCF and KU have the racial equity going on because we did this major study here to find out why we have so many disproportionality issues in Kansas. And so they decided not just to take what they learned, but they decided we're going to do something about it. And they've had 2 webinars to address and help bring understanding about racial equity. And so this is important to us because it's important to us as a people. And I just thank you for giving me this opportunity to share, and especially to share early because I got a client waiting for me in Wichita. But I thank y'all, and my heart is with y'all as y'all collaborate to bring about change in child welfare. Thank you so much. And that is concluding my testimony, y'all.
Nina, thank you for that testimony. Committee, do we have any questions for Nina? Senator Gossage.
Thank you so much for being here, beautiful lady. I really appreciate it. You mentioned there was a study that was done. What were the results of the study? Because we all know the larger percentage, but was there any determination as to why?
This was done, now Senator Fausto, don't help me with this. This was done under Governor Sebelius, yes. And they brought people from across the state of Kansas from different sectors and factors, and they looked at the disproportionality in child welfare as well as in the criminal justice system. And it came across that there was a need and that it was real in Kansas, but nothing was done because of it.
I guess my question is, I mean, we can say there are a larger number of Black children that are in the welfare system or that are in the foster care system.
Yes.
The question is why?
That, ma'am, I would have to defer to DCF.
So this
because
is why
that starts at the beginning. The investigation into our family started at the beginning. And people got to realize poverty is not a reason to take kids. Family, I have 3 grown daughters with trauma from child welfare, and they're grown raising kids now. And I still see the trauma issues. And that's why we have to go back to see why when we're investigating, is this something that can be fixed without removing the children out of home? You know, can we do family prayers? You know, I'm grateful that they're doing the team decision-making meetings to try to avoid bringing as many kids into the system. Those things are helping, but it goes back to looking when you first meet that family, what is your assessment? And can you leave the biases out of it? because everybody is not like you or not like me. They were not raised like us, and they are looking at things in a totally different perspective. And can you go into that home and accept these people as they are and see the need and say, let's address this need? Can we do that?
So again, thank you for being here. I sometimes question studies for the sake of a study and to say, look at us, we're studying this.
Right.
But if nothing really comes of that and we don't really figure anything out from this study, like having a committee for a committee's sake, but nothing really happens from that committee. And I can't speak for everybody on this committee, but I can look around this room and say, we want to see something fixed. And again, we welcome your input. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nina Shaw-Woody, thank you for driving to Topeka and have a safe trip back to Wichita. And you brought out a point that just meeting people where they are is crucial. It's, Mr. Chairman, earlier when we heard the presentation, I think it was yesterday, and the young lady mentioned hot Cheetos and grape pop. My 29-year-old daughter still eats that, and she's a college graduate employed with the U.S. Post Office, doing great. And she's healthy and good, and I don't know. So those are just little things, though, if you don't try to change it, but embrace it,
Yes.
it makes everything easier. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have been known to partake of the Flamin' Hot Cheetos before, so, and grape soda, so, Senator Gossage.
One other quick thing.
Yes, ma'am.
My youngest, I have 4 children. My youngest son bought a used red MR2, little sports car, when he was his senior year in high school. I too said, you realize if you drive this car, you will be stopped. And he was stopped by the police all the time. Here's a child who's never drunk alcohol in his life and had no reason, but it's just the car.
Yes.
And he was stopped and he goes like, they just seemed to like, how are you doing today? Where are you headed? Kind of like, how'd you get this car? So just mom to mom, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much. And I don't mean to keep you, but my best friend was unable to have children. And her doctor had a college-age girl that was an athlete that became pregnant, and it was a biracial couple. He was also a college student, was athletic, and they were there on scholarships. They made a decision to give the baby up for adoption. Our doctor got a hold of her, and she and her husband said, absolutely, they want that baby. And so they took Ethan out of the hospital. Now, the comment is that when Ethan was probably, I don't know, like 4 or 5 or something, anyway, he asked my friend, he said, Mommy, when am I going to turn white like you and Daddy? And it's just precious. I mean, because, so then she really had to explain things, and he is such a well-adjusted, wonderful young man, 26 years old now, but I've never forgotten that he asked her that because he didn't know. He didn't know. So, I mean, I understand there are differences and things like that, but when a family opens up and they love somebody and they accept them openly, and that's why it's like, but I understand what you're saying about the cultural things, but I can happily say that with a smile that he is just a tremendous young person that grew up extremely well and loved. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing. And I have I used to teach the math classes for families to become foster parents. And there was this pastor and his wife from Rose Hill who ended up adopting a biracial child. And she noticed that when she went to school that everybody didn't look like her. And so they got reassigned as a church and they moved to Florida. And they purposely moved to an area where the child will feel more like themselves and not see the differences. Does that make sense? But what the interesting thing about it was that she took her, in Wichita, we have the Senator Fausto, Juneteenth. Yes, we have Juneteenth. And they took her to the Juneteenth celebration, and that's the African American celebration. And the young girl told her mother, she said, now you're the minority, not me. I know, I thought it was so cute. I will always remember that. But it just shows kids pay attention to that. They see that. And we have to be willing. And what I loved about them is that they still took her to the Juneteenth, even though they knew they would become the minority. They still, because it's a part of who she is. And so thank you for sharing.
Okay, Nina, I do not see any more questions, so be safe on your appointment. And committee, we will now hear from Sam Mason, a former foster youth. Sam, welcome to the committee, and thank you for doing this.
I'm extremely nervous, so.
Don't be nervous. We appreciate you coming up and letting us know from your perspective. I think it's very important for this committee to hear the perspective of someone that's went through the foster care system, so we appreciate you doing this.
Thank you. Let's see, I entered foster care. I was 11. And it was in December. So I had just turned 11. And I aged out on the 14th of August at 12 o'clock. I was in college. Foster care was really rough. And not only because, rebellious teen, but because you're under a microscope. Everything you do is on broadcast for people that you may not even know. And that kind of sucks because every kid goes through the rebellious stage and the acting out stage, and you can't really do that as a foster care child. I lost what I was going to say, but I will have to say that I did have a great support system. Either that be the few caseworkers that really stood out and or my CASA worker named Diane, who I was texting when I was getting up. I call her mom. I always say she's my official unadopted mother. But I have a whole speech. Hold on. Oh, hi. Yeah, you have my speech. I appreciate that. Okay. Anyway, I was taken out of my home due to abuse by my stepdad and neglect from my mom. And I was placed into care with a wonderful lady named Lanisha. I don't know if she's watching. And that went really well. But still, I was missing something, because I didn't have that, I don't know, that person in my life that wasn't, telling me what to do 24/7. And that's where Diane came in. Diane, she's a CASA volunteer. I don't know if you guys know what that is. But Diane changed my life. And I say that in every possible way she's changed it. She was that woman who told me, hey, if you don't want to go to college, don't go to college. If you want to live in a shack making paintings, go ahead and do it. I'm here to support you. And as a foster child who didn't know who to trust, because, you have caseworkers and they come and go. I had, I think a total of 30-something caseworkers. Some I didn't even get to meet because they were there and then gone before we had our 1-month visit. And so she became that person. She became that adult in my life that made the decisions that I necessarily wasn't sure if I wanted to do or not. she always told me that she chose, I want to say me out of a packet, because there was 2 packets. There was me and another child, and she chose me. And that's probably why she's been stuck with me for 9 years now. And I'm not going anywhere. But yeah, she did things behind the scenes that I didn't know she was doing, such as when a new caseworker did come in, she was giving them the rundown of everything, because I had explained to her how I was tired of telling people my triggers or what's going on when I have visitations with my mom, which they were supervised. I had a caseworker who didn't know that, and we were gone for 2 hours. Anyway, but yes, she was, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like she was, I wish she could have adopted me, if I'm being completely honest. And I try to tell people about the CASA program due to the fact that she has made an impact in my life. And when it felt like no one else was listening, either that be my foster parents. I didn't get moved around a lot, thank God. I was a good kid for the most part. So I didn't get moved around a lot, but I did get overlooked because of that. Because I didn't have issues. I wasn't, in court every other day or getting in trouble with the law or nothing like that. I was good in school. I was in band, for crying out loud. So I got looked over. Like, that once a month visit with your caseworker, cool. But there wasn't anything else after that. Like, there wasn't a lot to do within the system. Besides go to school, come home. I got a job at 16 and I had a crap ton of meetings, sorry. Either that be therapy, but there wasn't a lot of stuff to do with other kids who were also in care. It was just, who were you placed with that you could relate to, because they're also in care, obviously. And I don't know, I didn't really get out into the community until I did get older. And that's something that I think Diane brought about to my caseworker as an idea, like, hey, let's get her volunteering. Let's get her doing art. I was in a Van Gogh program. I don't know if you guys know about that, but you should look it up. It's in Lawrence. I don't know where I'm going. I'm all over the place. But I guess just foster care in general sucked. And you get taken away from your family, and then you're placed with a new family, and they have to get to know you, which is cool. What's your favorite color? What do you like? What do you don't like? But they know everything about you because you have a red book, and everything up until the moment you were placed with them is in that red book. But that's not really getting to know the child. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I had a foster mom. I love her. She tried to connect with me based on things from other people I've telling her, such as, like, in my red book, there was, oh, I like to draw. Cool. I like soccer. Cool. Stuff like that. But she never really asked me questions, and that's also okay, I guess. I was also scatterbrained back then. But I wish that there was something that we could have done together, because there wasn't a lot of those opportunities either. Like art in the park. Okay, I know that sounds crazy, but it would be fun. It gives kids ways to express themselves. And you can bond with your foster family or foster parent, which, believe it or not, there's not a lot of bonding that goes on with foster parents and foster kids. Between the meetings and school, I didn't do a lot of bonding. I talked to them in my adult life because I asked them a lot of questions about being an adult. And they're the only adults that I know, really. But I think it would have been helpful because I wanted to get adopted. That was something that I did want. And I felt like if I had a safe place to bond with my family, my foster family, that would have happened. And I'm not just saying family therapy. I promise you, it doesn't work. There's just a lot of harsh emotions that go in. But that was something Diane had also brought about, was getting me to, I don't know, open up to my foster family. And we did activities together. They went to my school musical, my first musical. It was great. I was a backup singer. I felt good about it. But Diane kind of advocated for me when it came to that and told them what I really wanted to do when I wasn't, I guess, able to have a voice or was shy about my voice when it came to asking adults things. And that was kind of Diane for me. I completely just didn't follow this, so we're just gonna put that down. Wow, I'm up here and I know I'm all over the place, which I apologize. I don't know. I really don't know what to say at the moment. I went blank.
Well, Sam, I will tell you that committee members have your handout, and we appreciate that you're not reading it and going by it, that you're going off the hip, to say, and we appreciate that. And you've done a very, very fine job of presenting, and we appreciate it. If it is okay, if you're through, we'll open up for questions, but if you want to say more.
Actually, I kind of have questions for you guys.
Well, this is something that we normally don't do, but in this case, I think this is a special case that we will go ahead.
Okay, well, I guess my general question is, do you guys know anyone in foster care? Do you know anyone in foster care? You guys know people in foster care? Okay. Now my question is, will you guys be willing to take them out and do stuff? Would you personally take out that foster child and be like, yo, let's go get some pancakes at First Watch? Would you do it? Yeah, we got some yeses. So why aren't you guys CASA volunteers?
Representative Carlson, she just threw down the gauntlet on this.
Yes,
So let's take the heat off of us, will you?
In my town, we had a fabulous CASA program, fabulous. And there was one district magistrate judge that tore it apart.
Ugh.
He didn't like working with women, and he did not like working with children, and he told the prosecutor, do not file any sink cases in my court. Don't do it.
Well, that sucks.
Yes, it did. And so now there is no CASA program, but since I've been on this committee and things, yeah, I'm going to look into it and try and get that started, because I know it is a very good thing. And yes, I would volunteer to do that, because I've got the time now. My children are gone. And so, yeah, but so that's, I think that to try and get the CASA program back up, I'm going to have to ask lots of questions. I have a lot of help. But we had one, and one person was able, which is no longer on the bench.
Amen.
And it was a retention vote. So you can kind of guess he was really well liked. But anyway, so my other question to you is, would you have rather not been placed in foster care? Would you rather have stayed?
Oh, God, no.
Okay, all right, that's just, so it wasn't a horrible experience that you were glad to get out of there.
I was glad to get out of the situation that I was in. Yes.
Okay.
110%.
Okay.
And I always tell people foster care opened up a lot of opportunities for me. If I lived with my mom, my bio family, I wouldn't have gone to college. I probably would not be independent, wouldn't have my own place or my own car. I'm a single mom raising a little boy who's amazing. He's my twin. I wouldn't have been doing any of that. So yes, foster care did open up a crap ton of opportunities.
Well, and I feel very sad that you didn't feel that bonding with your foster parents being there that long, but I'm sure you have a fabulous bond with your son. And thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Reichman.
Thank you. I didn't quite understand your question. I was, my wife and I, we were foster parents for a couple of years. Had an emergency situation. We were in a small town, and the sheriff called us, and we kept her for 2 years, and then we kept contact with her, and then we had a couple others that were in emergency until they could find someplace else to put them. But I haven't worked in it, since then. But it takes a lot of work, and
Oh, yeah, 110%.
I was been a teacher for 30-some years, and you got to bond and work with whoever it is, and it sure showed when people know if you care or not. And the lady you're talking about, that she touched you, and that's what we need to do with one another, do this the same thing. But thank you for sharing your testimony.
Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you did very, very well, and you reminded me of something that my daughter would say. So my daughter graduated from the IB program, the International Baccalaureate program, and since she always did really well, now that she's 26, she finally told me, she said, "Mom, I don't think you paid enough attention to me because I never had any problems. I did well in school." And so, so with that, did you ask Diane? Did you tell her that you would have liked for her to have adopted you? Were you?
No, I don't think I ever brought it up to her. Mostly because I didn't know if it would be appropriate to be like, yeah, you're a CASA volunteer, adopt me. But at the same time, not getting adopted, I did a lot of stuff, like activity-wise when it came to being in foster care. Like there was some camps that I had gone to that I wouldn't have been able to go to. Everything works out for a reason. Everything is a path laid down, and at the end of the day, it works out for you, even if you want something. And she might have not adopted me, but again, she is still in my life. And again, I do call her my mother, non-official mother, when I introduce her to people. And I always say she's been the trusted adult for the last 9 years of my life. So in a way, she did adopt me. Right?
Sam, I do not see any more questions from anybody on the committee. Thank you again for your testimony.
Yeah. Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
Like one thing. I do highly recommend that you guys look into volunteering. Just saying. You could help a child out. Like you guys are doing a lot here, but you have to be out there with the kid. Come on. Anyway, thanks.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, one of the statements you made at the beginning of your testimony was that that you felt it was a bad system. And we're here to try to fix that. If you were to give us 3 things that you think this would help fix it, what would the 3 things be?
Okay, well, when I stated that it was a bad system, I am stating more on my caseworker type of life. Like I said, I had over 30 caseworkers. And again, some of them I didn't even meet. One of them we were on our way to visit my mom. And again, it was a supervised visit. She didn't read my files. She asked me, point blank, is this visit supervised or not? And me being me, I told her it wasn't, which is why my mom and I were missing for like 2 hours. And then I had a caseworker who she would come, drop me off, leave, and I didn't see her again until I got picked up by transportation. And that is because she had went off to do something with her own kid and forgot about me. So when it comes to like caseworkers, like I think that's where I had the
So
worst.
one would be fewer caseworkers assigned to one child in the foster care program.
Yes, because caseworkers have about 30 kids and they have to see every child at least once a month. That means you're on the road every single day. And yes, you're not normally placed in a decent radius of your children.
So that's number one. What would
Yeah.
be number two?
Number two would be the lack of things that I could have done with my foster family.
Okay.
Meaning, there was no foster child and foster parent activities for kids over the age of like 11. Everything was for younger kids, like, oh, they have like a playpen, daycare, stuff like that, like activities of that thing. But there was none for foster parents to bond with teenagers. And a teenager in foster care really needs someone to bond with. They need that adult to be there. But teenagers are to be put into a stereotypical group. And yes, I do know some, or did know some who fit those stereotypes of sneaking out, smoking, drinking alcohol, not caring about authority. But I also knew some who were just trying to get by, like myself. And so teenagers, yes, they're put in therapy, or they're sent to KBC hospitals, which they're great, don't get me wrong, but those are the only time we ever really see kids our age who are in care.
Would you say that's a product of the system, or were there other activities that perhaps your foster mother family could have done on their own? Or are you saying these were activities that were kind of coordinated, sponsored by the system?
Yes, so the activities that I had seen were for pre-ads, so children, and they were more of like making the child feel comfortable with their foster parents. And I didn't really see any, again, teenagers there. So yes, I would have to say that they weren't necessarily something that our foster parents could have taken us to. And I think if there were more, sorry.
No. So is it safe to say then, so number two could be more activities designed for older foster kids?
Yes, but not just older foster kids and their foster families.
Foster kids and foster families, okay?
Because that's important.
And do you have a number three?
Do I have a number three? See, my foster families, as much as I didn't get along with the second half, they were pretty amazing. They got my license because I was driving around without one. Don't do that. No, I don't think.
So those are the two major, as far as changes that we can recommend that you would think would help with the system as somebody who was a product of the system.
Yes.
Great, thank you so much.
I could also say getting to know where the child came from is important.
Okay.
So not just like reading the red book, as I said earlier, because that's a huge thing in foster kids' life. There's a red book, or a blue book if you're in St. Mary's. But the red book, again, has everything about your life from the point you're in foster care, like up to that present moment. And it's mostly testimonies from other people, like they observe you. It's never really from the child's perspective. And that I've had things, I was put into a sibling care, learning how to care for a sibling, I guess, activity therapy thing that I had to graduate from. And that is because my stepmom stated that I was abusing my little sister, but I didn't live with them, so I don't know how that was happening. So again, it's like, it's more of hearing what the child has to say and not just necessarily other people. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Thank you so much.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being candid with us. I was a little curious. So you were 11 when you went into foster care.
Mm-hmm.
Were you moved to a different school, and how did teachers treat you?
Oh, well, when my first foster home, my foster mom was actually a counselor at the school. So people knew that I was in care, which again can be intimidating, and they would always go to her about something instead of, I guess, asking me like they would a normal person, like a normal student. Like, hey, what's going on with you? Is there anything that, we could work out to make you more comfortable in class? They would just run to her. And that's because they knew I was in foster care, and they wanted to know if there was something going on in my home life, which I think is highly inappropriate. But, so yes and no. I had some teachers who were a lot more cautious on what they talked about, and I had teachers who, I guess would, I don't know. I want to say, even in a small town, even in a small town, like everyone knew everyone. So when I was in school there, yes, everyone knew that I was in care. And yes, you get treated different anyway, because there's things you couldn't do. Like I got asked, we were going on a field trip, and I got asked if it was okay with my caseworker if I went on a field trip. And that's just not something you would ask a normal, like you don't walk up to someone, hey, is your mom cool with you going on a field trip? They cool with that? Yeah, you don't ask that. That's not a thing. You get a permission slip, you sign it, that's it. So yes, I was treated differently. And it was annoying. So I buried myself in books and not teachers.
That's important to know. Thank you so much.
Sam, you've brought a new perspective to the committee, and we really appreciate it. You have a bright future ahead of you. I really believe that. So you're well-grounded, and we appreciate you coming and talking to us.
I appreciate you guys listening to my rambling.
It was good. It was good. So we enjoyed it. So, Sam, thank you once again.
Thank you.
Committee, now we will hear from Eric Vaughn, Director of Court-Appointed Special Advocates for Douglas County. Eric, welcome to the committee.
Thank you for having me, and I promise I did not coach her to recruit you as volunteers, although
I was looking through
good job, Sam.
I was looking through your testimony to see if there's applications. So.
You can find that on our website. So thanks for allowing me to speak to you all today. My name is Eric Vaughn. I'm the Executive Director of Douglas County CASA. And I'm also the past chair and a current member of the Children's Subcommittee of the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council. And then I was recently appointed to the advisory board for the Child Welfare Settlement. I'm the current vice chair of that. And just so you all know, we are now calling ourselves the Kansas Foster Care Accountability Advisory Board, or KFAB. So hopefully everyone will find some more information out about that at a future date when we're ready to kind of make that public. But so from those various positions that I've had, I wanted to be able to just share my unique perspectives and what I've been able to learn from all those positions and people that I get to interact with who are very intelligent and know lots of things. So first, I wanted to start off by just kind of sharing the context of the system and lots of things that are kind of cultural and systemic that are a problem. The first of those being that the system or systems are very overwhelmed. And in my opinion, there's no fixing the child welfare system. The goal really needs to be on making progress towards improvement. And that improvement needs to be focused on the child and children who have experienced abuse and neglect and those who are at risk of experiencing abuse and neglect. And I do have to say, in all of the interaction that I have with folks, I'm very unclear on whether or not we have a clear vision about where we're trying to go as a system. There's not a clear voice on that. And so one of my recommendations would be to have a group pulled together and facilitated by a neutral party who could create that shared vision for the state of Kansas, and then also help put together what that plan would be. So we could all work together, know what our parts are, in order to get there. There are lots of committees and groups and people working on lots of amazing things, including this one, and I'm happy that that's happening, but it seems a little disjointed and not together. So personally, I would like to see the system kind of really flipped. So right now there's lots of investments made in children and family after they've experienced abuse and neglect, and that's important, and that will always be needed. However, I would like to see greater investments earlier on in prevention services. That way, over time, we will not see the 6,700 children and families in care as we do today. It's a heartbreaking number to see. Other systemic and cultural issues at play include workforce issues across all the systems that touch the lives of children and their families. Specifically, as has already been mentioned today, case managers are overwhelmed. And when I speak about this with groups, I simply say that case managers have an impossible job. I would never want it. Imagine having 30 children on your caseload, which means dedicating an average of 1 hour and 20 minutes a week to each of those kids. That's not enough. And to give you context, our CASA volunteers spend an average of 3 hours a week working with their kids and on their case. It has been my experience that case managers are overwhelmed and can really only attend to emergencies and urgent situations, such as children moving placements, running away, or having medical or educational issues that need urgent attention, which I think is one of those reasons why Sam was talking. She kind of flew under the radar and perhaps didn't get as much attention as she needed. Also, brain research indicates that when you're in a state of emergency, your brain struggles with planning ahead and being hyper-focused on what is urgent. So basically, we're asking case managers to take on being in an urgent and emergent state constantly, while yet thoughtfully planning for the quality provision of case management services. And so that's why I believe that this is an impossible job that we're asking case managers to do. So one change that other states have implemented to help this is lowering the maximum allowed ratio of cases per case manager from 30 down to 25 or maybe even lower than that. Associated with case managers is the concern that in an effort to help with the workforce shortage, educational and experience requirements have been modified and lowered. And I've heard many stories from across the state of case managers who are strong advocates for their families, which is admirable and great, but they tend to ignore and not speak to the work that families need to do to keep their children or to get them back, which is a disservice to themselves and to the children and to the families, and does not focus on reintegration, which should be the primary goal of most of the cases. It is a difficult thing that takes skills and experience to support families and be their champion, while also pointing out the change that is necessary. So there's certainly a need to review workforce issues and work on possible improvements. Other important context components that we should consider are ways that neglect, abuse, and poverty are related to the impact that children, families, and their entry into the system and longevity in the system. The majority of children in child welfare come into care initially because of neglect. And that proves true in Douglas County, and with our program that we serve, it hovers around 75% of the cases where the primary concern is neglect. But our data also indicate that most of these families also struggle with a trifecta of problems. So untreated or self-treated mental health issues, substance use, abuse, or dependence, which is often related to their mental health issue, and or domestic violence. And then to complicate all of this, many of the families also experience poverty, both relational and financial, and these are complicated problems. There's also concerning national and state data that indicates bias within the system. For example, parents with disabilities are more likely to have their children removed. Disabled parents are also more likely to have their parental rights terminated. Parents with a psychiatric disability are 70 to 80% more likely to have their children removed, and 40 to 80% more likely if they have an intellectual disability. Black and Native families are more likely to be reported to Child Protective Services, to have their cases substantiated, and to have their children removed and placed into care. Something is wrong. There needs further investigation, and these things need to be addressed immediately. The final context issue that I wish to talk about is trauma. And it's not just about what children experience due to their neglect and abuse that they've experienced, but the continual stress and trauma that children and families experience from the system itself. I would never want my child to be in the care of the state. Yet every day there are thousands of children and their families who experience this. Children suffer harm when separated from their families, whether that separation is necessary or not for their immediate safety and protection. Children are removed from their home and placed in the care of strangers, and this is traumatic. And this is not me saying anything negative about foster families. We need more foster homes. However, the fact still remains initially when they first meet those foster families, that they're strangers to them, and that in and of itself is stressful and traumatic. Then you add on top of that multiple placement changes and that many children experience. And each time they move, they lose connections with those people that they're living with, people at school, as well as connections with other community members, and they lose their belongings. And these kids quickly learn to not make meaningful connections with others because of the pain of losing them. And meaningful connections are vital for healthy development, and that just really impacts their long-term development. So we can certainly look back since privatization of the child welfare system, and we as a state have mostly used one tool, removing children from their home in an attempt to fix abuse and neglect. I believe enough time has passed to indicate that this is not working, and it's time to utilize other tools, such as greater investments in prevention efforts and services, which we've seen some improvements in that over the past few years. Many people nationally and in Kansas are talking more about the traumatic system. In fact, many are starting to call the child welfare system the family regulatory system and talk about how it is in fact abusive and sometimes worse than if children had stayed with their families. So I would like a system that helps as well as protects and ensures safety. So now on to some recommendations. So if I've not made it clear already within my remarks, I would recommend greater investments in preventative services. So this includes primary prevention, so that the public at large and those who are at risk of experiencing abuse and neglect know about ways to prevent it from occurring, and not just seek services and supports at first sign of risk, but implement protective factors to keep those risk factors from even happening. This recommendation also includes greater investment in secondary prevention, which means investing in services and supports that support families once abuse and neglect have occurred. I am pleased by the work that DCF that they have done to implement family first services, team decision making, and so there have been some much needed improvements. However, there needs to be a much greater investment in prevention services. And this is a shared and joint responsibility between the legislature to provide state general funds to fund such services, and also DCF to faithfully administer such funds to implement and sustain effective supports, and even to increase the state's investment through federal matching programs that may be available. I would also recommend the legislature and state agencies investigate gaps and needs, work with providers, and fund services for those gaps. So I know this is a topic that comes up at the Children's Subcommittee quite frequently, so we've noted some key populations that tend to fall through the gaps, and those are youth who act out or have destructive behavior, youth who run away often, youth who have over-sexualized behavior, and children and youth with dual diagnosis, mental illness, and IDD. We also need to coordinate and increase the recruitment of foster families, including specialized or therapeutic foster families, and consider increased reimbursement and the associated supports for those families. I've heard quite frequently also the need for increased and equitable support and training for kinship care. I think there have been some improvements in this regard over the past few years. However, we know that children do better with their family and known family friends. And investing in and supporting those natural supports whenever possible would be one of the best ways to minimize trauma that children and families experience while supporting the family and maintaining custody of their child safely. Greater investments in support and training for professionals is also needed So increased access to care must mean increased access to expertise. And I know in lots of professional groups I've been a part of, we're consistently frustrated by the lack of reimbursement mechanisms that support training for professionals. A great example, a good thing that's happening is the Kansas Kids Map project. So that's the team offers support via toll-free consultation line, an ongoing tele-echo clinic, and PCP wellness activities. And this project is working on ways to sustain and grow the project. So this is something that I believe the committee should take a look at and possibly find a way to find and sustain. There are also gaps and needs in other systems, some of which I have listed in the written testimony. And just in summary, these gaps include the courts, which are overwhelmed, but they also struggle with finding and providing best interest advocacy, so CASAs and GALs, and then also legal representation for parents. Mental health and behavioral systems are also impacted by workforce shortages and issues, and this is an issue that needs some serious research to determine some next steps to improve workforce shortages. And from what I've heard, there is a 10-year waiting list for IDD waiver services. So short and sweet, this waiting list needs to be funded because lots of families aren't even adding their names to the list anymore because by the time their children become eligible, or services become available, their children will no longer be available due to age. There are also many other recommendations from previous years of annual reports from the Children's Subcommittee and other committees. So please let me know if I can be of any support in connecting you and getting copies of those reports or finding people to help speak to those. Finally, CASA programs do have a need for increased investments to ensure more children have access to safe and caring adults who get to know them. And they get to know their circumstances and advocate for their best interests inside and outside of the courtroom. And in Douglas County, just as an example, we currently have a waiting list of about 90 children who would benefit from having a CASA, so we would need to double in size as an agency in order to provide a CASA to every child just in Douglas County. I really do believe that accountability and advocacy are important to ensure that children and their families get the support that they need, and a greater investment in CASA services would have an impact on outcomes for children as well as their families. So thank you for your time today. I appreciate you guys listening to me, considering my remarks, and if you guys have questions, I'll definitely answer them.
Eric, thank you for your testimony. I have to admit, I was really hoping to get more on CASA part of everything.
What about it?
Well, you spent all your 5-page testimony, you only spent a half a page on CASA. I'm from an area of Kansas that does not have a CASA program.
Okay.
I'm in the 11th Judicial District, which is extreme southeast Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
So we do not have a CASA program.
Yeah.
And when Sam was talking, I thought, wow, that's really neat. I'd like to hear more about it.
Sure.
So if you wouldn't mind, would you kind of walk us through the process, especially for those, and I was looking online at your map to see if I was the only senator here that was not CASA.
That doesn't have a CASA,
But there's quite a few, so I think there's some that don't. So could you walk us through the process of how someone, like a foster care or foster child like Sam, gets introduced to the CASA program? At what point does that happen? What do you guys do with that foster care child?
Sure.
And what are the obstacles that you guys have with the foster care system directly as a CASA volunteer?
Sure, definitely. So CASA are only signed on sync cases, so there has to be a sync case in the court. And honestly, I don't think that there are any CASA programs that are serving all of the kids with sync cases in their jurisdictions. So at our program, we triage cases. So we're recruiting, training, and supporting volunteers all the time. and we get to know the volunteer, and we really try to make a good match between that particular volunteer and the kid's case. So I think, Sam was mentioning that Diane chose her, right? So we do as best as we can to share, what that case is about within the constraints of confidentiality. So we can't share a case file with anybody until they're assigned on the case. So that's a little bit difficult because we can kind of only share, hey, this is a case that came into care because there's some substance abuse problems, right? So we see that you've had a family member who has experienced substance abuse. We think you'd be a really good fit for this. And then they then don't get access to the case file until they've been sworn in on the case by the judge. And so at that point, then they're reading through the case file. And because of Rule 110, CASA volunteers are privileged to be able to access some confidential information in regards to healthcare, education, those types of things, which is why CASA programs have so many requirements for background checks and training and screening volunteers, because they have access to a lot of protected health information. So with that oath, they can go to medical providers, education providers, and say, I'm a CASA that's on this case. I'd like to ask you some questions about how this kiddo is doing. And so really, first and primary for me, CASA volunteers develop a relationship with the kid and the family. And so that's the biological family, and if they're placed in a foster family, also getting to know the foster family. We want them to spend time with the kid. They're required to see the child face-to-face once a month, but I know in our program and other programs, we encourage them to see the child more often than that. And then obviously they're in contact with them more frequently through texting, email, that type of thing. And so they get to know the kid and be a mentor for them. And then they're also investigating the case. So talking to all of those adults and other people who are engaged in the life of the kid. And they're collecting information that then is provided in monthly reports to our program. So then we can review that and make sure it's accurate. And if there's anything missing, other questions we would like them to do and follow up on. And then whenever there's a hearing, we submit a court report that provides a summary of all the information that they've collected since the last hearing. And then we also can make recommendations about the case. So recommendations for maybe a change in outcome in the case, some services that the kid would benefit from, services the family would benefit from. Then that's up to the judge whether or not they order those services or enact those recommendations. And our request for volunteers is that they make a commitment to serve on a case for at least 1 year, because we see that kids see adults change very frequently, and we want this person to be safe, but also consistent, safe adult in their life. And in our program, we've been pretty successful with retention and volunteers staying on the case until it ends. And from the point of assignment until case closes in our program, it's been almost 3 years is the average length of a case right now. So it is a huge time commitment, 3 hours a week for about 3 years. So these people are amazing people who give a lot of their time and service to these kids. And I guess as far as things that we see and our volunteers see that are struggles with the system is, those kids that just have complex needs that are falling through the cracks that I mentioned. So I think we find lots of times we can maybe find a placement and the kid's in a placement, but maybe it's not the ideal placement and the placement in which they're going to get the services that they really need. It seems like more of a temporary thing until they disrupt. And we can my staff are amazing and they've been doing this for longer than I have, and they can pretty much say, well, it's going to be another 4 months and then this kid's going to run or do something. And sure enough, that's usually what happens. And so I think more trauma-informed care training for providers and resources for that would be helpful, because the kids that move a lot are difficult. They have difficult, challenging behaviors, and it's hard to keep a kid safe when they're running away and being destructive, but we need people who can kind of get through all of that and get to the support and the treatment. And then, like I said, the issue with case managers changing frequently and just being overwhelmed. I find lots of times our volunteers are the ones who are saying, you guys said you were going to do X, Y, Z, and that didn't. And so we feel like we're the bad guy lots of times, calling people out for things that didn't happen. And certainly that's their responsibility to do. But like I said, I think lots of times case managers they're called on to do something that's just impossible. And so, we're there for accountability, and we call that out, and we call attention and become the squeaky wheel so kids get what they need. That really is our job. So.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And just another question that I have is, why do some areas of the state have the program, some areas of the state don't?
Well, I think it's all dependent on, just like was mentioned. So in Douglas County, 30 years ago, the Honorable Judge Jean Shepard saw a need for a CASA program, and she was the huge champion that got the program started because the judge saw a benefit in having more information to make better decisions on the cases that she was seeing. So I think it has a lot to do with in those areas where we have them, there were judges that saw the benefit of that and kind of rallied community members around to create programs. But we also do a lot of fundraising. So the large portion of funding that we get is through grants that we write for, as well as individual donations and sponsorships. There is some state funding that we get through Permanent Families Fund, IOLTA dollars, and some other things that flow through the state and through the state association or through the Office of Judicial Administration. But that's a small portion of most of our budgets. So I think that's probably another barrier for lots of places. It takes a lot of work, I think, to get a program up and going where there isn't one. It's a lot of relationship development with the court to get up and going. Yeah.
Eric, thank you. Committee, do we have any further questions for Eric? Okay, I don't see any, Eric.
Okay, thank you for your
very
time.
much.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Committee, next up, we have Christina Cumley, a private citizen. And Christina, if you come up to the microphone. And Christina, I do apologize.
It's Christiana.
It's what?
Christiana.
Christiana? Okay. I apologize that we had you down incorrectly as what you were, but you are a private citizen. We have that corrected, so go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name's Christiana Cumley, and I am a private citizen, a mother of 3 children. And although everybody may know about it as much about me as I know about you, the state of Kansas had identified me at 5 years old. The United States federal government identified me at 2008. I've been called genius, brilliant, all these other names. But we're going to put you in these special things, these special sectors. We're going to do this and do that. Oh, okay, that's fine. But despite all that, I have disabilities. I have the dyslexia set. I've been diagnosed with Asperger's. I've been diagnosed with fluctuating hearing loss. And I'm very nervous speaking about that here, because that's why I'm here today, because of my children. I was directed to you by many of our state politicians about the agenda regarding the Oversight Committee of Child Welfare here today. My family and I were targeted and continue to be targeted for having a child with disabilities and having evidence of crimes committed against them by Kansas RAND systems, recorded evidence. Consistently throughout my children's lives, I've heard the word burden being directed at them and directly said to them. A new church's pastor and wife, various school personnel, DCF social workers, advocacy agencies such as Families Together, developmental disability organizations, even my mother's best friend, who was a former DCF head, whom later became a professor of social work at Wichita State University. Her name is Sherry Chapman. Sherry Chapman had yelled loudly and angrily at me in my mother's home. Quote, "He is a burden on the school system. Get him out before we take him out." He takes resources away from other children, and he can't learn anyway. Other than that, I've been commended by many health professionals how wonderful my son is or was, being able to tell my son was loved and felt very safe with me and his sisters because he would run when people became scary instead of fight. Over and over, all of these people use the same word for these children with disabilities. It's called burden. With help from families together who hears and warns of this language all too often, too many parents who seek their help and have almost resigned to hopelessness, this was helped written. To whom it may concern, I'm a parent of now 3 adult children with disabilities whom I feel have all been victims of a system that was supposed to support and protect them and continue to be abused by them. My son, who has special needs, was harmed while attending school by school personnel, which was then reported as neglect on my part when the school learned I had recorded their abuse done to my child, and then they turned it into a SINC case with support of DCF and the hospital, whose harm I also had evidence of. DCF had alleged against me a support of Munchausen should it be diagnosed by a provider. The support of a diagnosis was made by Children's Mercy, Dr. Anderst, the hospital I had evidence of harms against my children. Dr. Anderst refused to look at my child's complete record, stating he would look only those few provided directly by DCF working with the school. Munchausen's was found unsubstantiated by professionals in Johnson County Court SINC case. Instead, the court finding the children's father guilty of 8 counts of abuse and neglect. And DCF, the school system, and Dr. Ander's statements all found to be false. Because of the neglectful system that me and my children were forced to be in, the children had been put in a home, their father's, that was later legally found to be abusive and neglectful. My 3rd child had been caught up in that same abusive home, which was allowed to continue this abuse towards her as well, fully supported by DCF. Despite the court's verdict on the tremendous amount of evidence in my favor of no abuse of any type, my children were never returned, as stated. DCF continues to state to this day that my children chose the abuse, which was created and forced upon them by DCF using the educational hospital systems. A system that was meant to protect and support them were used for neglect and harm. The lack of truthful and honest communication between systems and the ability to brush off my plea for someone to listen has left my family destroyed, leaving me continually fighting for the abuse to be stopped. Among the many years of education, I began by graduating at the very top of my class with William Gale. Bill Gale was the head of DCF when this abuse towards my family first started. I ran into him a few months ago and asked why he never would take or return my many calls to his office. His response, I never got the messages. I didn't really do anything. DCF ran itself. They let me go when I was 48, but it was only a year and a half until I turned 50, so I retired early. So I told Bill then about the abuse that was started and allowed to continue under his leadership and is still continuing. And his response was, good luck. I don't think anyone can make a difference. The powers run too deep. I wish I could help, but I know I can't. I called the Governor Laura Kelly's office. The office attorney's reply was, Governor Kelly is aware crimes have been purposefully committed against families by DCF and the institutions they work with in Kansas to rid their systems of these so-called burdens. We are adding your case to be reviewed. I have not had my calls returned since. I feel I must be a voice for other families who have or will experience what I and my family are going through. We as families want what is best for our children and often feel betrayed and not listened to. I'm asking someone to listen now. In 5th grade, upon learning of his dyslexia diagnosis and IQ from Dr. Brian Stone at Fundamental Learning Center in Wichita, Kansas, my son chose Yale to attend college. It's a university famous for their studies on dyslexia. Despite my son's language and hearing processing disabilities, his IQ is 158, diagnosed by Dr. Brian Stone, which anyone in that dyslexia circle knows is the top. My daughters, near the same IQs, attested at that same time they didn't care where they studied university as long as they could support their little brother. My daughter's disabilities do not encompass dyslexia, but autism and hearing loss, and wanted their brother to have the chance to be just successful as they are, or were. Today, my son is homeless, works when he can get it if he can. He threatens me with violence, that I was a bad mom for not beating and choking him like his father and stepmom did. He blames me for his life now for caring about him. He screams at me he wasn't some special needs stupid kid with dyslexia, autism, and hearing loss. He didn't need those hearing aids. He didn't need to learn language, and he didn't even need things explained when he was asked. He was just a bad child that needed to shut up and do what was told, even when he couldn't hear it. The latest threat my son made to me was yesterday in a text. There have been many threats made to me by his father and his wife's family, using these same words but threatening me with murder. I would repeat some of the words, but even I don't want to say them. And I lost my place. Instead, oh, no, that's wrong too. My oldest saw the documents and has learned the abuse towards all of us and is traumatized. My youngest daughter refuses to accept the court's documents. I was not guilty of Munchausen or any other type of abuse, and refuses to ask Johnson County Court for the petitions and seek adjudication herself. She refuses to talk to me until I get help for things I was never found guilty of. I left my $225,000 a year job when I almost made what could have been a fatal error regarding a newborn. Had I not caught it, it could have easily been proved fatal. Due to the ongoing abuses and threats of violence directed at me and my family, I couldn't concentrate on my patients anymore. Instead, I continued to fight to get the abuse and support of abuse by the state systems, especially DCF, stopped. I pray, please listen. We are the voices for our children when theirs are stolen, and never should a child demand from others to be beat, choked, and berated for being different. My children's pediatrician, Dr. Ann Bray of Overland Park, Kansas, said, if my children did not continue to receive the care I was giving them, it would lead to their untimely early death. This is now in your hands and in anyone's terms. These actions by DCF and the state systems are attempted murder on my children, our children, by this system which deems them burdens. I'm here to bring to your attention these children are not burdens. They are our future, and they are going to change the world for the better unless all of you and others demand their genius not be heard. Please help me get this abuse to me and my family stopped, and stopped for others whose children are also suffering. Just ask the many families turning to special needs advocates across the state. So again, my name is Christiana Cumley. I'm a mom to 3 children with various disabilities such as dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, autism, hearing loss, and auditory processing disorder. It is very well known in that arena that those things go together. They were diagnosed by the greatest doctors specializing in these fields, Dr. Brian Stone of Fundamental Learning Center, Wichita, Kansas, Heart Springs of Kansas, and Dr. Jack Katz's laboratory at St. Luke's in Kansas City. My children's disabilities were found to be burdens due to their needs in a classroom and need for ensured safety by community members. The school systems, the school classrooms, and the communities are not set up to protect children like mine. They're not set up to allow their voices to be heard. I've never believed it was a burden to love anyone. My children have been abused and continue to be abused by DCF systems set up to hide its own abuses, when or should they occur, through parents who they can manipulate to hide it. Although families together wanted me to call these actions a miscommunication in case I wouldn't be heard, I have not been able to deny the evidence of occurrences within the systems that I have in my own hands. I'm asking, please help get these abuses stopped and transparencies put in place, and especially a safety net for parents whom have special needs children that are targeted as burdens on systems. Children are not burdens. They're God's gifts to be loved and cared for. Just ask any special needs advocate, and I recommend starting with Tammy, who's the head of Families Together. Thank you.
Christiana, thank you for your testimony. Committee, do we have questions for the conferee? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I think sometimes it's good to be heard. And so thank you for your testimony. We appreciate that. I don't know if there's something in particular that you're asking from this committee.
Just to get these abuses stopped, not only for me, but for the many families. the thing I hear, whether it's the DDOs or the advocates, the special education attorneys, these systems do not want your children in them. You're going to have to fight hard. You're going to go through hell. And I said, well, let's do it.
So I think that's what this committee is about, is being able to hear from constituents and people out in the community. And so we're taking note, and we appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christiana, I do not see any further questions from the committee. Again, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Committee, our next conferee and our final conferee for the day is Abby Fry, Regional Manager at Care Portal, and Abby is with us virtually. Abby, welcome to the committee.
Thank you so much for having me virtually today. Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chair Concannon, and Ranking Member Faust-Godot, and the rest of the committee. Like said, my name is Abby Fry, and I'm a Regional Manager with Care Portal. Care Portal is a technology platform of the Global Orphan Project based here in Kansas City. And we use a technology to connect kids and families with churches and community around them. We believe that families are best served when the church and community can rally around that family. We serve as that connecting tool between DCF and other child placing agencies and even other organizations that are more on the prevention side with kids and families. We know that all the time there's kids and families that could use help in each of our communities. And we know that there's people who are willing to help. Sometimes they just don't know what those needs are. So we use a technology platform that helps make those connections. For example, on October 13th, there was a mom who was in need of some sheets, backpacks, extra clothes, things like that, so her kids could participate in daycare. And that was a need that a DCF worker saw in a case that they were overseeing, and so entered that into our system. That went out to churches and community members within an 8 to 10 mile radius of where that mom was located, and a church was able to come together to meet those needs. So we're using these tangible goods and services as opportunities for connection points, because we know that lots of times when kids and families are vulnerable, one of the things that they really need is connection with other people in their community. And so we want to provide those connection points. We believe that the ecosystem that we all live in operates the best when we're all working together for the benefit of kids and families. One of the things that has recently come about is that Care Portal, along with the KU School of Social Welfare and DCF, have formed the Racial Equity Collaborative. I know that you all have heard over the past few days how Black and Brown kids are overrepresented in the foster care system. And we know that data also suggests that the outcomes that they have are not as good as their white counterparts. So we have formed this collaborative. We realize that working together is one of the best ways to approach this. We think that everybody, whether you're a senator, whether you work in a law room, whether you attend a church, whether you're a teacher, no matter what your role is, there is something that you can do to address this issue. Our hope is that by examining history of racial inequity in this country, asking tough questions, being able to have those courageous conversations, developing a shared language, that we can move forward in being able to fully support Kansas families. This Racial Equity Collaborative, we have already hosted 2 out of our 4 virtual learning lectures, where we've brought in some national speakers in order to address these issues. Our first 2 topics, we already talked about historical context, so addressing the history that many of us may not have heard growing up in our classrooms. And then we also talked about early childhood education and how Black and Brown children are overrepresented there. And again, as you've already heard, we know that many of the children who enter foster care at that age, they stay in for a longer time. And most of the kids are entering during those first 0 to 5 age of their life. So we have 2 more learning lectures that we will host in after January in this next year. And then we'll have an in-person symposium in the spring. We hope that as we are on this journey together throughout the whole state of Kansas, like I said, people in all walks of life, we can all address this issue of the overrepresentation of Black and Brown kids in our system and make some tangible steps in order to combat that. So it's not just talking about what we would like to see, but we really hope that everyone can walk away with some tangible next steps of things that they can do from where they sit in order to address this issue. Thank you so much for your time and for allowing me to share today. And if you do have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Abby, thank you very much for your testimony. Committee, do we have any questions for Abby? Representative Reese.
Sorry, I don't have a question, I have a comment. Abby, I was looking at the website, the care portal, and I did participate in the second webinar that you did, and it was really good because I need my CEUs for my social work degree license, but it was very well done. And one of the things that I saw before, and I just pulled it up again, we've heard from so many faith-based agencies who are doing wonderful work and helping our kids in Kansas. But the one thing that I really appreciate that you have done in your in the site that just deals with churches, it is stated, that it's a one sense it's like a non-discrimination kind of statement that is there, and I really appreciate that. You specifically state that you're there to support children and families in crisis regardless of race, religion, gender, age, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, nationality, political leanings, etc. I really appreciate that is on the website because there are many children that may be in the LGBTQ community, but they're also very spiritual and they want to be connected to a church, and so I'm glad that there's a network of churches that would be very welcoming for them. I appreciate that.
Abby, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you share with us again what the next two presentations are going to be?
Sure. Yes, on January 26th, it will be debunking myths around racial inequities and child welfare. And then in February, it's going to be forward movement, shifting from control to support for Black and Brown families.
So I'm curious, one thing that we know to be true is that the likelihood is significant if a child enters into foster care. The likelihood is more than 50% that they'll be in some type of a corrections, some type of judicial corrections as they get older. So I'm curious, are you addressing that at some point?
So just to be clear, do you mean specifically with Care Portal, with the technology platform, or are you asking about the Racial Equity Collaborative?
I'm talking about the Racial Equity Collaborative.
Sure. So while we do know that incarceration does play a large role, that may be specifically addressed in the myths, but we're not going to necessarily have a specific a whole session dedicated to that. Also, in the in-person symposium in the spring, I believe we're going to have some breakouts according to discipline. And so law enforcement may be involved there as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Abby, thank you. No more questions from the committee. Committee, this does wrap up our conferees. Next on our agenda is we have the approval for October 5th and 6th minutes. Has everybody had an opportunity to review those? Senator Foscato?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for the record, not so much for me but for history and just for the record, if you could correct in the minutes my ranking member status to say ranking member in front of my name or after it. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve the minutes? Motion made by Senator Gossage. Do we have a second? To approve the minutes? Senator Foscato?
There you go.
Okay. Is your motion as amended? Okay, so we have a motion to approve as amended, a second by, or motion was made by Senator Gossage, second by Representative Humphreys. Any discussion on this motion before we take it to a vote? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Okay, all those opposed, no? Okay, that motion is approved. Okay, so now we are on to the last segment of our agenda, and that is recommendations. So we are now open for recommendations. Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask, do you want to take, I have 3, do you want to take them individually, or will you just take them with no objection? How do you want to do that, Mr. Chair?
Let's do them individually, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So over and over, we've heard that there is a high rate of turnover of caseworkers, social workers, whether it be just within DCF and TANF, or in foster care issues. So, Mr. Chairman, I am making a recommendation that when foster parents, biological parents, particularly biological parents, when they go to court regarding their children, that they leave the courtroom with something in hand of the requirements that the judge or CASA or attorneys, whoever that might be, in there are making to them. Mr. Chairman, I do know that in western Kansas, some attorneys from Wichita have shared that when they go to western Kansas for the foster care cases, that they actually leave that courtroom, the biological parents, everybody involved, they leave with kind of that list of things that that individual is required to do before reintegration or permanent placement takes place. So that would alleviate, as we know, the caseworker turnover. And even Sam shared, she saw 30 different caseworkers. And so some translation is lost sometimes. And and I don't know if that's a carbon copy from the court reporter but something as opposed to what I've heard, and it's been verified, is that the caseworker will call the bio parent in a couple of days after that hearing and then tell them what they need to do. And so I just want that in writing so that they have a checklist. And perhaps if the court reporter, and I don't know who would implement that, whether it would be Secretary of DCF or who would help coordinate that, but it just makes sense in the event that there is a different caseworker in that case's life that we thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do we have a second on the motion? Before we take it to discussion, we have a second by Representative Ousley. Do we have any discussion on this motion to require that biological parents receive paperwork on their requirements before leaving the courtroom? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a little bit of input probably because I've been involved in some of those sync cases. And there usually is not a court reporter in those. It's audio and they're doing a journal entry. And so I don't think when it's over, there is a paper. So I don't know. So maybe our recommendation is to ask the CSOs how to do it differently or the court system. I'm not sure how that would be implemented, but I hear what you're saying, and they need to understand what exactly is being asked of them in maybe a more clear form or something. So maybe the Judicial Council, I'm not sure how to implement it, but I do think there's a reason why they don't get a paper when they leave that day is because there hasn't been one produced yet. Just a little bit of information there.
Representative Reese.
I agree with Representative Humphreys. I think that's probably why. And my fear is that once that family leaves, trying to find them in some way, you know, if they don't have internet, if they don't have email, you know, or, you know, there's no way to then later on for the court to be able to give them something, you know, even if it's an email. These are all the things, here's all the important people you need to know, how do you get a hold of them, and all that kind of information. So yes, I mean, something needs to be produced that day before they walk out of the courtroom. It's the only window of opportunity that's there.
So thinking out loud here, I've never been a part of that process. So would there be an opportunity that if there was I'm assuming in each jurisdiction, the people are relatively the same, that there can be a uniform paperwork or packet that maybe DCF could provide with the list of names, numbers, who to get a hold. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I may
Senator
just,
Fosco.
I'll be clear. I'll clarify here. So I go to court often with these cases, and so I stay the whole time and I talk to the judges, the court reporters, the people who are there. Sometimes I just kind of sit there. And so in the courtroom, I am hearing with my own ears where the judge and social workers are saying, you need to do this and you need to do that and you need to, you know, they're talking about what's going on. So then I walk out with the parents or grandparents, and then I say, did you get anything to remember all of that? Because remember, they don't have a lawyer with them. They are they are emotional. They're hearing certain things, and then they tell me, no, my caseworker is going to call me tomorrow and tell me the things I need to do. And what I hear over and over and over is that, Mr. Chairman, is that a new caseworker will have that person do all of those things all over again, whether they went to anger management class, parenting classes, they've had the UAs, they've had the hair follicles tested, and they're paying for this stuff, and they're doing it all, and then a new caseworker comes, and then paperwork is lost, or there's this discrepancy of, I did this already, no you didn't, and then the other new caseworker just starts all over. And so, again, Mr. Chairman, I serve on the Kansas Legal Services Board. I see a lot of attorneys with the Wichita Bar Association on a regular basis. Some of them travel to western Kansas where they have came up with a way, so perhaps staff could look into, and I'll provide attorneys information who they travel to western Kansas from Sedgwick County, and somehow or another those individuals involved in a foster care placement case, or you've got to do X, Y, Z. We saw something earlier where it talked about there was 11 things on the list for these individuals to require. I think a check-off list, something of that nature, And perhaps the Secretary of DCF. I think I've mentioned this before, and I think that they were talking to the courts to see how we could resolve the issue or help those individuals so that things aren't repetitive and that we can help with reintegration sooner. And maybe they're already doing it. Maybe I don't know. And so just a recommendation to make that process easier so when they leave, and I'm saying, I'm in the courtroom with my own eyeballs, and I'm seeing somebody's taking some notes, and so perhaps that social worker, Mr. President, you might be, Mr. Chairman, perhaps that social worker could jot down something, get a copy machine, make a little something where they leave out of there with 3 or 5 things they need to do and working on, and then they can refer back to their caseworker or check off list. Because here's the other thing is sometimes I don't know, I didn't make this world, Mr. Chairman, but the telephone numbers like you shared, Representative, at least if they had something, I don't know. So it's just a thought. If you want to do it, you do it. If you don't, you don't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Humphries.
I think one important piece is that every jurisdiction is different and is going to do it. I mean, Sedgwick County, as we know, has high caseloads. And so maybe there is a court reporter in other places and maybe even in Sedgwick County sometimes, but not others. And we do use court service officers in our sync cases. Other jurisdictions don't. So, but when a family has a child that's been adjudicated as a child in need of care, they do get an attorney, an appointed attorney. I mean, I'm thinking I see them sitting there, I'm seeing them in cases, so their attorney should be the one to be telling them. Maybe I could see how you feel about us having I know we're not going to have a meeting of this committee for several months, but we are continuing to meet in the first quarter of 2022. So we could maybe have one session on what is the procedure in sync cases, how parents are informed of what they need to do. I don't know, maybe we could have a presentation, we could all learn the issue, and then we could be more informed when we make recommendations. That would just be an idea.
Senator Foscato.
I didn't really think that this was going to go like this. I thought it was going to be pretty short and to the point. Just a recommendation of some better relationship of communication of what is required of those individuals when they leave the courtroom. What do they do? I just get phone calls from people that say, I just left the courtroom and I don't know. And I'm like, well, I don't know either. So let me go look and see what's going on. And they walk out of there with, the caseworker's going to call them in a day or two. And even within that time, Mr. Chairman, and I've kept documentation and proof of this, even in that 2-day period, they get a new caseworker. And so I'm open to the suggestion of Representative Humphries. I do know that they do it different in Western County, and I'm just saying maybe if we could reach out to them and kind of implement a little bit of what they're doing because it's working in that area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As well as the natural parents, we talked so much about kin care that I would think that grandparents or the closest relative to the child, instead of just stating parents, that it should be broader because it may not be parents. It could be grandparents, it could be an aunt and uncle, just whatever. And then the other thing is, as Representative Humphries was saying, there's surely a court service officer in the room. When we had people on probation, the probation officer had a long list of everything that could possibly be done on probation. And when they went over this with the person, they circled the only ones that pertained to them. So everything was there. They didn't have to write anything down. They would circle it and go over it with the client. So, I mean, I know they're not going to do that, but if they could just be a form, like the probation form, that it's all the same, it lists everything that is possible for anybody that is going into foster care, for the people, the family to have to do. Those things are circled, and the attorney that's representing the child's name and phone number is on there as well. But that way, and then they hand it to them. And they walk out of the courtroom because the form's already ready. All they have to do is circle it. And then those are the ones they're going to have to finish or complete. And I don't know, it just, to me, that was just an idea because that's how we did probation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Gossage.
I like that idea, and I would say that I heard Senator Falscato say two things. One, even if they got the list, then they would do things, then people would say, no, you never did that. So perhaps that same list could be used for initialing, checking off, whatever. When they went to the class or when they did whatever, use this list and you have the initials of the people that were there at the time. But I definitely think it's doable, and I think it's a really good idea for these families to know. I didn't have time to write down everything they were saying I'm going to have to do. I also think it would be helpful with the court to be able to say, and I would think that much of this, forgive me, because I certainly don't have the experience of Representative Humphreys, but nor yourself, Senator Falscato. However, it seems that we could make this a better transition from the court to the family so that they walk away knowing precisely what they need to do, and the court has a copy to know what they told you that you need to do. So I would be in favor.
Okay, seeing no more discussion, all those in favor of the motion by Senator Foscato, second by Representative Ousley, to give the parents to receive paperwork or requirements before leaving the courtroom. Representative Carlson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but yeah, there would be an amendment in there because instead of just parents, closest family member, because the parents might be incarcerated. I mean, they could be somewhere that they couldn't find them. So if we're trying to encourage the kin care, I would have to somehow add that language to where it's not just parents.
Okay, Representative,
Thank you.
that's not a decision for the chair to make. That's a decision for the maker of the motion and the second. So we have discussion. This is the opportunity to make an amendment.
It's your...
Mr. Chairman, I am in favor, and I consider it a friendly, really good amendment to include language that would include all those who might be in that role of caring for or seeking custody of that child. Thank you.
So you would like to amend your motion to?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
to include the Carlson's amendment.
Okay. Is the second approved?
I do
Representative
approve,
Ousley?
I do approve, Mr. Chair. And I'd just chime in real quick. We did something for caregivers when they were leaving a hospital years ago of patients that were in the hospital to make sure that that caregiver knew what that patient needed when they left the hospital. And I just consider this kind of along those same lines. So I do approve of the amendment.
If I could just
Representative
ask,
Humphreys.
thank you, sorry, didn't mean to jump the gun. So I guess I just need to understand a little bit better what we're recommending that this happen, but we're not, are we recommending that the court make a rule that, we change legislation? I don't know exactly what it is that we're recommending. We're recommending that the legislature takes a look at it? Is that what we're recommending?
Senator
So,
Bosco.
So from this committee and from my understanding, Mr. Chairman, Representative, are we not making recommendations to, so if there were an advocate center or DCF or courts or anybody who's listening to us, this committee is I'm making a recommendation. We heard over and over that there is a turnover of caseworkers, social workers, and whether it be for just TANF or whether it's the foster care system. And I'm just simply saying, from my many years of dealing with this situation and being in, getting calls from people who just left the courtroom, and they wait a couple of days, they get a phone call, or maybe they have an appointment with their social worker and then they're told to do X, Y, Z. By the time it's all done, and by the time that 12-month period or whatever the case is, everybody's lost translation. We heard that paperwork is lost. We heard all of that. So I just thought maybe a carbon copy, something they could leave with in hand, but also, Mr. Chairman, they would have something in all of this technology we've heard about, to whereas that information is there. So just to eliminate individuals repeating the requirements that we've made to them, just something to be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the procedure that we're talking about. We have an agency. We legislate with policies. The agency, I think, has heard along with us that from a procedural standpoint, things aren't working. When we have turnover of staff, be it from their agency or from folks that they contract with the contractors, still communication is not occurring. So I feel as if the recommendation is, we are saying it hasn't happened yet. There isn't any type of uniform document that seems to get to those folks when they show up in court. So we're saying, seems quite obvious, there's this need. There's a need for it to be consistent throughout the state. There's a need for it to be consistent each time people go to court. So there are two options. One is we make this recommendation and our agency that is responsible for child welfare heeds the recommendation, gets the document formed. We know they can do it because guess what? We have a safe care document that they came up with for a pilot program. So they can come up with documents that has, DCF and the logo on it, and this looks like a pretty legal document. So they can come up with documents, and the next step is, if they don't, then we legislate. So it really is kind of this to me is really more of a procedural issue that we are recommending based on all of the information we've heard from a variety of different folks. And so I am comfortable that the agency is going to come up with the document, but then we've got to get some other partners in, and that's going to be from the standpoint of in the judiciary. So we're going to have to all work together to roll it out, and if that doesn't happen, then our next step as legislators serving on this committee is we come up with a bill. Not my choice. I think that's kind of like that final option, but I think that that is really what we're trying to make happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on this motion before we take it to a vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried.
Thank
Senator
you, Mr. Chairman.
Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second recommendation is just a recommendation, no legislation, that DCF or the Child Advocate Center, those involved, when individuals decide to be a foster parent or a host family, and they go through the MAP program of training to be a foster parent, that they be funneled to adoption or foster to adopt, or just to be a foster parent. Therefore, we don't hear the stories of the foster parents who are saddened to depart from the child, and then we don't hear the stories from the biological families who are seeking to have their children reintegrated with them. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I just hear it all the time, that problem of a person who started out to a foster, then they want to adopt, and then there's the battle. And I just think if we funnel them to the, a lack of better word to use, it's kind of like a rent to buy a home. You know, so if you just want to adopt, if you just want to foster, we already know the children that are in that category, and we already know the ones that are, that want to eventually adopt. So if we could direct those individuals to that right area would be my recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Have that motion on the floor by Senator Foscato. A second, Senator Reichman? Okay. Do we have a second on this motion? Second by Representative Ousley. Senator Reichman on discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry I got out of order there. When they spoke, I asked that question of a person if they're going to be a foster parent and whatever it is, and she says, take the MAP course. And that should help decide if you're going to be a foster person or go into adoption. So if she knows what she's talking about, what's in the MAP course, I don't think this is necessary.
And Senator Reichman, I was going to make a comment that I believe this is already in place, that there is a foster to adopt program once you go into the foster, to be a foster parent, and I could be wrong, but once you take that, go into the foster care, there's certain things they ask you, and one of them is, are you wanting to adopt? And if you're going to adopt, they go to a foster to adopt program. And I think, and I believe I am correct, and I don't, not seeing any confirmation from my.
We have nonverbal at all?
Okay, we have nonverbal confirmation of that, so.
Well,
Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess still I just still hear it over and over, is that foster parents and biological parents are battling in the courtroom for the child who the foster parents are wanting to adopt. And it's a battle. So I've never taken the MAP program, and I know that that's how it's supposed to work. But the cases, it's still happening. We're still having the foster parent and the I'm in the courtroom hearing this stuff, and it's recent. So then my recommendation, I'll withdraw that one if you're saying you're already doing that one, and I'll say that, make a substitute motion that DCF or whoever is doing those training or MAP trainings now perhaps, I don't want to get into the person wanting to be a foster parent to sign an affidavit saying, I never will want to adopt this child, because I don't have a crystal ball to know what's going to happen, but then my recommendation would be to just put more emphasis on that issue to prevent hurt feelings in the end, or misunderstandings of the role as a foster parent as opposed to a foster parent who eventually wants to adopt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so Senator Foscato withdraws her motion. I know I saw a nonverbal, but Representative Ousley, just to be sure you were okay with that. So then we have another motion by Senator Foscato to make sure I understand this, for DCF to put more emphasis as they are putting new foster parents into the program on what their exact role would be, whether that is a foster parent for a temporary time for a child, or it is a foster to adopt situation. Do we have a second on that motion? Representative Ousley seconds it. Do we have any discussion? Senator Reichman.
Hate to be the thorn in the flesh on this one. We can have them write that out, and they can change it. And I'm not familiar with the MAP program. I'm just saying by human nature, you can say it also, well, I just want to be a foster parent. Then you have that child or someone else, and you say, well, you know what? I want to adopt. I mean, people change, and as they get more information, or if they could bond with that child. But I understand exactly what you're saying, or the people are fighting in there. And I'm not against the motion. I just don't know if they actually can do it or not. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I have heard consistently from DCF is that when a child goes into custody, they aren't necessarily going to know when that child is placed if that even is eventually going to be a child for adoption. That the primary efforts are first reintegration with the biological parent. If reintegration doesn't work, then they work toward a relationship and adoption with family, and that kind of is that hierarchy. So I think it would be wonderful if DCF knew when a child was first being placed, if they really could tell where that was going to go. We've heard repeatedly that they wish the adoption had occurred earlier, if they had known. But it is a lengthy process. It's a deliberate process. We've heard many examples where it didn't work as well as anyone intended, and we've heard examples where it worked wonderfully. So I think that there are going to be multiple moving issues. The child or children, the foster parent initially, and just where that goes with regard to why that child or those children were moved into state care to begin with. And I'm seeing nods. We all would like to have permanent placement occur at a quicker rate, but I just think that there are many different variables. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Foscato.
Mr. Chairman, I think everybody's got it totally wrong. I'll just say this one more time, and perhaps we do need to have someone give this committee a presentation on the MAP program itself, that training, and so that we all understand it. And Mr. Chairman, I am only asking that if I walk in and I say, I want to be a foster parent, that we put emphasis on saying, you might fall in love with the child and decide that you want to adopt. You might. However, it's unfair also that we set that poor, uneducated young mother up for failure, thinking that I'm going to do all these 11 things and I've got 12 months to do it, or maybe 2 years to do it. And she does X, Y, Z just to be told, oh, sorry, you didn't get out of prison, gosh darn it, in time, like we heard, to finish your program. So now this foster parent who they just wanted to help and give, not knowing they would fall in love with the child, and that biological mother loves that child too, just had some problems. We're supposed to be giving helping hands. And so I'm just saying to, don't tell me to do all these things. I know situations where my dear friend and colleague, Representative Gelfini, who is a foster parent, and their family also owns property in Wichita, whereas we have told these mothers to go get this apartment, go get your GED, go do all these things. And the Finney properties in Wichita, they're helping people get apartments. Then they go back to court. And then now the foster parent who is rich, educated, got connections, I fell in love with the child. And now the court says, this is in the best interest of this child, because this child knows this family more. I'm just saying, what's wrong with, just like people do homes, you rent to buy? Surely people have some inkling that they just want to foster. And some people do that for years. They just want to foster. They don't want to, just like a grandparent. I want to keep you on the weekend, not forever. And so I'm just saying, somewhere I've heard senators, chairman, anybody, I've heard too many sad stories on both sides of fighting for the child. So I don't know, it was just a recommendation. And you can vote it down if you want to, but like I said, I go to the courtrooms, I hear from individuals, I hear from foster parents and biological parents that there's a fight at the end of it. And so I was just trying to help funnel those individuals to the right direction in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion on this motion before we take it to a vote? Okay, seeing none, we are voting on the Foscato recommendation, seconded by Representative Ousley, to put more emphasis, for DCF to put more emphasis to the difference in the rules of each type of foster parent. Roles, I'm sorry, not rules, roles for each foster parent, type of foster parent. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion's carried. Senator Foscato with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I received a text message from Mary Dean, and I received a text message from Ms. Dixon from Faith Builders, and the consensus of both of their text messages are just asking that for those individuals with the boots on the ground, providing the services that you heard about, that we, and I understand, Mr. Chairman, that we, in order for faith builders, for them to do the service, provide the services that she talked about, she can't really be under the thumb of all of us too much, because she needs to be able to navigate and help a person right then and there. But and I don't know how, this one I'm going to ask staff or the chairman to help of how we can better support those with boots on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Since that's really not a motion yet, we're going to have some discussion real quick, if that's okay. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we had a very good presentation after lunch today with regard to TANF. And one of the things we heard that I think really does dovetail with those folks that have boots on the ground is that it seems quite apparent that the folks that they are serving may very well be eligible for TANF support, but those connections aren't being made. I have a concern that we're asking the folks that are voluntary service to please now come up with laptops and iPads and Wi-Fi for that. But I do think that we need to urge DCF to work with those organizations that we know have boots on the ground, know that there's a steady flow of folks that may very well be eligible for TANF. So what can you do to have someone there, maybe 1 or 2 of the days during the time frame that they're open, so that it's not just your contractors that are showing up with the list saying, these are the things we need to give to foster kids, but rather that they're there and can help initiate that process, or at least give those materials so that that process can begin, so that some of those folks that aren't in the system, because I think we need to start with what's goal number 1. Goal number 1 is help the folks in need so that their children aren't going into the system. Help the folks in need so that our children aren't going into the system. And I do think that TANF is going to be one of those initial first steps. I think with what you have available through TANF also, with that to work training, daycare opportunities, you compound that with what's available, helping them fill out FAFSA, getting them there with community colleges or the tech colleges. Those are all things that I think can be working together, but we're not having the folks from DCF there to help. And volunteer folks need to focus on their volunteer work, but that's where the folks are showing up, and they need to know what's available to them before their children get into the system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Baumgartner. So if I understood Senator Foscado's motion correctly off of what your statement is her motion would be to have DCF work with the people with the boots on the ground to better communicate and to actually do, I don't know, open houses, events or something at these facilities to explain the TANF opportunities and other opportunities within DCF that are available. Senator Foscado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that was shared here, and it has been over the years. Faith Builders and Mary Dean, the advocate group, in Wichita, they already know how to help the people fill out an application to get food stamps or a medical card. And you heard Miss Dixon say she was here. She's going to go to the vital statistics office and get somebody's birth certificate. So if they're already networking somewhat with DECA, we heard, and so I don't know if there's but they still need like transportation. They need gasoline to pay if they're going to help take somebody to these places or help them with getting us whatever they might need. They lost the birth certificate. They need their birth certificate anyway so they can vote and all these things. So maybe if the DCF, I don't know all the different monies out there and all the different family first, and perhaps they could give them a small stipend, those with boots on the ground, or something to that effect, if that's possible. So the recommendation would be that DCF help assist those non-licensed organizations with boots on the ground with a small stipend to help offset some of the costs, like just gasoline. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got mixed feelings about that. Well, the thing that we don't know, or at least I don't know, is the families that, like the, their agency that we're talking, Faith Builders, whether the families that they're assisting right now are families who have already gone through TANF and they've already hit that limit, that lifetime limit, and now, they continue to need services, but they are not eligible for TANF. And I didn't think to ask the agency that, but my guess is that they know that, because they know the system. And so I think they probably do ask those kinds of questions of the families that they're helping, but that these are folks who are not eligible for anything else. They've exhausted that, or they've exhausted that lifetime. So, I kind of don't want to constrain them either. I don't want to have them come under DCF or anybody else, because if they're doing well right now, let's don't mess with them, and so I think that's a thing that we don't know. We don't know if the families they're helping are folks that have already exhausted everything else. But that would be my guess, that these are the families that have already exhausted that, and they've already used some services. They're not eligible for anything else. And now, they're able to go to this agency and the other ones that we listen to, for services. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Senator Reitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I like to kind of piggyback what the Representative Reese said. When I heard all four of them speak, as I said, I was very impressed the passion they had. And they're finding ways to volunteer. I also understand you say you want to help, but whenever government helps, there's also going to be other restraints or restrictions. They're not asking for this, and so I just think we ought to stay out of their way. Thank you.
Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there a motion?
Just full discussion.
Okay. If there's not a motion, I have a couple.
Senator Foscato, are you through with your motions? Okay. Representative Ousley.
Okay, thank you. And I'd start with the CASA motion from last time addressing the clarifying email. I think we'd recommended that we change the statute to get them the $200,000 that we thought they were in fear of losing, and it come to find out they've got $225,000 coming for fiscal year 2022. I would like to amend that motion to recommend that we keep the $225,000 going to CASA for 2023 and beyond.
Second.
Okay. Representative Ousley has a motion to modify, or to amend the original motion that was made back on our previous meeting to maintain the $225,000 funding for this year and following years, and a second by Senator Baumgartner. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Representative Reese.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you mentioned that there are no CASA workers in your area, right? Was it southeast?
That is correct. 11th Judicial District, Southeast Kansas.
Is it possible that we ask that these funds be used to expand CASA into those areas that are not, that?
Representative Ousley.
Thank you. And if you recall from the last time, that 225,000 was just so they didn't have to shut down 3 programs. That was just to keep them operating. I'd love to expand them if that's the will of the committee. I'm fine with that. I'd support getting KFAN some funding as well. They keep kids out of the system the same. But I just wanted to make sure that we cleaned up that from the last time. So I'll leave it to the will of the committee if somebody wants to amend the amendment.
Any further, Representative Reese, did you have
No further comment.
Okay, not seeing any further comments. All those in favor of the Ousley recommendation? Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then while we're on recommendations from last time we'd recommended the pediatrician see everything, and I would like to see us amend that Adrian's law to reflect the AAP's recommendations that we heard today.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Representative Ousley, seconded by Senator Baumgartner, to amend the recommendation from previous meeting about having the pediatrician on Adrian's law view it, but to amend it to what the AAPs had recommended today about legislation, working with legislate or revisers to form legislation. Was that the recommendation, or am I thinking wrong, Representative?
I don't think they were ready for legislation, but just to have our recommendation reflect what's going on in the pilot program, with that form that they had to fill out and, send it to a child abuse pediatrician, for recommendations on what the pediatrician looking at the child has, and I'll yield to the senator.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. They are ready to move forward with regard to that framework. And the framework was that we will use those that are already trained, the triage approach, and that it actually be 2-step. Because you want to have the triage approach and you want to start the educational training for the pediatricians that are willing to get that. And we did receive a price tag on that. They indicated that it was roughly $500,000. So I think that we have the framework. We already have a document that's working. And I think if we make it so that it would be effective July 1 would probably be best.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Representative Ousley.
If the senator wanted to make a substitute motion, I'd be happy to second it.
I do, thank you.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to move forward with the legislation.
Yes, and that would be to phase 1 and phase 2.
To phase 1 of the triage approach, and phase 2 would be the educational training. And a second by Representative Ousley. So this substitute motion does replace the original motion. So we are discussing the substitute motion. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is carried. Do we have any other further recommendations? Senator Gossage.
Mr. Chair, I had,
Representative Ousley, I'm sorry.
I had two more, if I could.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you only had two, so I went ahead and recognized Senator, so we'll come back to you. Senator Gossage.
And mine is short, Representative. We heard compelling testimony from Sam Mason, and I would like to make a recommendation from this committee that we listen to her and we ask that the whomever can make these decisions, and I don't want to specify whether it's CDC or whomever it may be, but to expand activities for the foster parents of older age foster children to have more activities like they do where foster parents can take the young ones and they can bond with their parents as well as other kids their age, and that more activities be added. So that would be a recommendation. And then I can make that separate, or I have another that could go with it. So let's just leave that one alone and make that separate.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor by Senator Gossage to request DCF to expand activities for all age groups of foster care children and activities with the foster parents. Is that correct? Okay. Do I have a second? Seconded by Senator Baumgardner. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That motion was carried. Senator Gossage, if you just have one.
I do, it's short.
Okay. One more, and then we'll go back
And
to
this
Representative
also
Ousley.
comes from Ms. Mason, and that is this red book, blue book, that DCF makes sure that they also include input from the child themselves, rather than just observations from others. I think that's an excellent idea. As a former teacher, when I had foster children that came into my classroom, it was always helpful to sit down and just have some time to just listen to the child. And that's my last recommendation, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion on the floor by Senator Gossage to request that DCF or the agencies under DCF, when they are forming their red book or blue book or whatever book they are using, that they must include input from each foster child that book is about. And we have a second by Senator Foscato. Any discussion on this motion before we take it to a vote? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion carries. Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the senator may have to correct me on this one, but this morning when we were talking about the funding that had been swept out of the juvenile justice, whatever fund they call that, I would like to back up the oversight, the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee with the same recommendation that we replace those funds that were swept.
I will gladly second that. Thank you.
I have we have a motion on the floor by Representative Ousley, seconded by Senator Baumgardner, to recommend that the funds that were swept out of the juvenile detention fund, is that Juvenile Justice Oversight Fund?
It's the evidence-based fund, but everyone knows what it is.
Evidence-based program fund, and it was 21 million?
It was.
Okay, that 21 million be put back. Do we have any discussion on this motion before we take it to a vote? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion was carried. Representative Ousley.
Okay, and then this one I'm not quite sure how to word, but we discussed a lot about the heavy caseloads that our social workers carry. And I'm aware of Nebraska having a statutory cap upon their caseloads at 17. And we know that the high caseloads leads to turnover, that leads to poorer quality care for our kids in foster. I don't know if 17 is the best number for Kansas, but I would like to see us explore that and maybe honestly try to put a cap on it. Because I think that causes a lot of the problems in our foster care system is not the retention of the caseworkers and the overwork of the social workers. So I don't know how to put that into a motion.
Just a thought before we take it to a second, and I just want to make sure, and I'll need some help from maybe Tanya on this. Because we're privatized and those are contracts between the state and the providers, would this have, if something like this was to happen, would it have to be after the next contract cycle? Or could it go in place while the current contract is without breaking that, the state breaking that contract? Tanya, yes, please.
Thank you, committee. I'm Tanya Keys. Currently, the contracts require them to stay within accreditation requirements, which would have that ideal caseload. The ideal caseload is between 12 and 15. There is not a cap because the accreditation standards would say that the caseload is based on child, number of siblings, et cetera. To speak to the amendment, we would be able to do an amendment to capture the will of the committee to change the language from maintaining a caseload within accreditation standards to a figure or a number on a cap. Certainly any cap is based on an available workforce and the number of children. So there still could be times, even with that intent and that cap, that it might go over. But the short answer is we would be able to do an amendment, but currently they're required to stay within accreditation standards.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Senator Baumgartner.
Tanya, while you're still up there, one thing that I think we often hear about is an unfunded mandate. So while you can amend that, if you will, what is going to be the ask back from those that you contract with? Are they going to ask for a change in how they are compensated?
It could have an impact on personnel, salaries in terms of a cost, the way pieces are structured in terms of the number of children in care and a caseload. So yes, it could have an impact on personnel cost.
I appreciate that, and I only bring that up because one thing that we heard at length in corrections and juvenile justice, so we had a tremendous appeal for support in the judiciary system, and so we did this last legislative session. We funded $16 million worth of for new positions and pay increases, and what happened immediately? July 1, the Emporia office lost their staff. Their corrections staff was poached by judiciary, and half of the staff in another regional office was poached by judiciary. So suddenly we have folks that were in corrections are now working for, judiciary was able to fill the 70 positions instantly. But what happened is they shifted from one agency to another. And so when we do things like this, there is an absolute ripple or domino effect. And we did see in social work a shift when we had the education commissioner say, I want this many counselors and this many social workers in our public schools. And so we saw an exodus from the CMHCs and from DCF and from those contractors. They shifted there to the K through 12. So I support what you're saying. but there is going to be a cost to that. Thank you.
Representative Ousley, it's his motion, so yeah, it's on his discussion. So he'll have a chance to respond to the comment. Representative Ousley.
I don't disagree, but maybe I do. Because if we're already at 12 to 15 caseloads per contract, per social worker, then it shouldn't be a problem. It should be paid for already. We just codify that in statute.
Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, and just for clarification, so are you talking about, we do know that caseworkers, whether it be for TANF only, or whether it be for foster care issues, that they have a high caseload, and you're just wanting to put a cap on the amount of children, just like our court's appointed attorneys. They have a full caseload. And so we started talking about contractors and so forth, but aren't you talking about the individual social worker who has foster care cases, and they have a whole bunch of them? You just want to limit that so we don't burn them out and we prevent that high turnover? Is that what you're saying?
It is kind of like we cap classroom sizes for teachers. You know, we keep them in a workable, deal where they can share their time with all of their students or kids that they're the social worker for.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought what I heard from Tanya was that, yes, they can make that amendment to the existing contracts, but when amendments get changed, or when amendments get added, oftentimes there is that ask, okay, we'll abide by that, but we're going to need more funds coming in. We're going to need to make that adjustment. And what we keep hearing is that folks have high caseloads. So we're saying we want to reduce the caseloads, and that means they're going to need more FTEs. That means they're going to need more money.
Yeah.
Representative Ousley.
Thank you. And I think maybe where I might be confused is I heard accredited standards, and that is acceptable from 12 to 15 cases per social worker, which is where we're supposed to be at today. And then I think where some issue with that being is a cap of 17 wouldn't include siblings like we are today, so that one case out of the 12, and maybe the deputy secretary can correct me if I'm wrong, please. One of those 12 could be 3 siblings, and 2 of them could be 2 siblings. So then we're over that cap, and maybe that's where the problem would come in. Because if we were already contracted for accredited standards between 12 and 15, I don't see how that would create a problem if we just codified that in statute, saying this is best practice. We're doing it today. We ought to continue to do it.
Representative Rees.
We also heard from the director for Bindi, and yesterday, and talked about how streamlined things hopefully could be with a new electronic record system, and that one of the things that would be a benefit is that it would increase the time that the social worker would have with the families. So that might be a built-in thing where the caseloads might be able to be streamlined a little bit more, because the caseworker, or maybe the stress level would come down because the caseworker is going to have more time with the families versus sitting behind, on a keyboard, So, I mean, that could be something that we need to also think about. The new electronic record system is going to help with that.
Representative Ousley, have you decided on the language of your motion?
Let's just recommend I guess, to the legislature, it sounds like DCF already has, explore the potential of, codifying accredited standard caseloads into statute.
So the recommendation made by Representative Ousley, the motion is for the legislature to look at codifying the accredited caseloads and putting them in statute. Do we have a second? Second by Representative Reese. Do we have any discussion on this motion before we take it to a vote? Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we want caseworkers to spend the appropriate time on the individual cases, I see this as really potentially leading us down the path of an unfunded mandate. I think we've already had a history of problems where we were told that caseworkers met with foster kids, met with foster parents, met with adoptive parents, and that didn't actually happen. So at this point, I think I would be more inclined to focus on making sure that we have an appropriate reporting mechanism, that we look at that implementation of an online system, and then if there is still a need to cap, then we should. I don't think that we're there yet. What I don't want to have as an excuse for this didn't get done, or there was a problem, something fell through the cracks because, well, we couldn't comply. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ousley.
I understand the senator's concerns, and I believe that's why I put explore in front of it, but I do think this is a conversation worth continuing. And whether or not, it does get codified into statute, I'm not sure, but I think if we were to have hearings and look at the, cost-benefit analysis of it, I think it's worthy of the conversation, so I'll support my motion.
Not seeing any further discussion on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Do we have any other recommendations? Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start with one, and then I saw some other hands, so we can kind of go back and forth. But, we did have a bill before us this last session, and that was specifically so that funds that went out would be performance-based grants. And one of the reasons that bill did not go further is because what we did learn from DCF is that those funds are typically awarded through an RFP process. So I do think that it would be important, not so much that we're ready for a reintroduction of legislation, because this would mean a procedure change for DCF as well as our Department of Administration. And I think as we get to discussing a few other issues, we're going to see that there already is this relationship with the Department of Administration and the Department of DCF. But I'll keep this separate for now. But I do think that we do need to have DCF addressed how they can move and change to a performance-based grant process as opposed to an RFP. Because I think one of the concerns that we continue to have, we know lots of money is going out. What we're not seeing is that accountability. And I appreciate all the folks that have come and spoken to us, including the different members of DCF. But what we're hearing is anecdotal stories. We're hearing that this block of money went here and this block went there, but we're hearing very piecemeal. And performance-based grants they have baked into them an outcomes assessment. And so I think it would be very appropriate that we get really kind of an in-depth piece of information from DCF on how they can convert that, and perhaps they need to look at it where X number of dollars they'll stick with the RFP, and other dollars they might start that process of performance-based. That would be my motion, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor by Senator Baumgartner, a second by Senator Gossage, to have DCF come up with a process to transform their RFP process into a performance-based contract process. Is there any discussion on this motion before we take it to a vote? Not seeing any. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. That motion was carried. Senator Baumgartner, did you have another motion or another? Oh, Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. I have one, just a request and then a motion. My request is just, Mr. Chairman, if we could get the information from DCF on the Faith and Community Initiative that they don't have a program for anymore, kind of what happened to that. If we could just get a report on that, that would be a request. I don't know if we have to vote on it, but I'm happy to.
No, I think that's good. Malaysia, could we have that request sent out and then sent to the committee members? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that the committee recommend strengthening the consideration of attachment in best interest staffings and also in court hearings on permanency.
So you'd like to recommend that, I apologize, I didn't catch it all.
I think it would be a recommendation to make some adjustments to some statutes. That we have a kind of mild consideration of attachment in the statutes, but I would like that strengthened. And there are states that have stronger attachment sections in their bills on permanency. And I would like, and that is kind of already in motion. I mean, revisers have already worked on that to some degree, but I would move that the committee reinforces that with a recommendation that attachment science is considered when we're deciding on permanency for children.
The motion by Representative Humphreys is for the legislature, or for this committee to request or recommend that the legislature reinforce the attachment process be strengthened for permanency.
Great.
Do we have a second by Representative Johnson? Any discussion? Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Humphreys, can you define your attachment?
Well, I don't know that I can define it. I'll just say that I know there have been some studies in scientific, it's a science that, children at a certain age become attached if they're with a certain family member or person for a certain period of time. And we haven't tended to take that into consideration when we're making decisions on permanency as much as I would like to see that. So, I mean, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative. So that's what I was trying to get to when it was to funnel those who want to adopt and who just want to foster, because if I'm understanding your motion correctly and understanding your attachment piece, are you talking about the baby that's been with a foster parent and then they go back to the biological parent, that attachment to whomever they've spent the most time with? If you could just elaborate to understand the motion of what I'm voting on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think really what we're voting on is that we look at it, because I don't think all the details are worked out. I think there might be some merit to looking at it differently with infants and with older children, because we all agree infants, the first thing kin is better, that's great. But after a period of time, so there might be time limits. I know Colorado has some time limits in their child in need of care in their children's code. So I don't know that all the details are worked out. Thank you.
And did we have a second and I missed it? Oh, it's right, Johnson. Thank you. I didn't write that down, so thank you, Nancy. Okay, do we have any further discussion on this motion? Senator Gossage.
And what I understood whenever I've seen some of this other legislation that you're talking about from other states, Representative Humphreys, and it's more attachment of the child rather than the parent, or rather than the foster parent. It's the child being attached and feeling like they're yanked out of the arms where they've been for 4 or 5 years. And that's the type of attachment, the scientific attachment that you're referring to. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. Senator Baumgartner, did you have another recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We've heard a lot of conversation the last times that we met and these past 2 days with regard to the kinship priority. And yet what we're hearing is with that kinship priority, those individuals, those kinship families are not afforded the services that traditional licensed foster homes would receive. And I think if we're relying on kinship placement and we have all of these different services, again, we have to get back to what is in the best interest or what is the need of the child. And I believe those services need to be provided even in a kinship setting. I understand there's some concerns, and as I understand, also some limitations in some ways with federal money coming in and money going to unlicensed homes. But again, this is a child that is in state custody. It's been the state that has chosen kinship as a priority and to maintain that familial connection. But to take that child into custody and not to provide the services is the same as putting them in a classroom and you get a teacher, but you don't get any additional services, even though you've been identified to need those additional services. We're requiring our schools to provide those extra services. I think we need to make sure that the child in the home situation is receiving those services. And so I don't think that we can make this a bill quite yet, because I do think we need to understand fully what those limitations are based on federal funding coming in. But I might say that perhaps that might be how we go about performance-based grants. Maybe those might start out being specifically for kinship placements. But again, there are services out there in our communities, and these kids aren't receiving them.
Okay.
Let's just make it, we're all in.
So we have a motion by Senator Baumgartner, second by Representative Reese, to have the legislature look at prioritizing kinship, kinship being afforded the same services as a licensed foster home does. So any discussion on this motion?
And can we simply say children placed in kinship? It's the children that receive the services.
Children placed in kinship, yes. Correct my wording on that. All right, seeing no other comments, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, that motion carries. Do we have any further recommendations? I have one.
Oh, Lord.
Now you're talking, Senator Foscato. Better than your before lunch speech. And that's one of the good things about going last is I had a couple, but you guys touched on most of them, so I appreciate that. So thank you very much. But the one you guys did not touch on was the executive order 21-28 that the governor has given us or issued. And you guys should have an email from Malaysia with a response about Senator Baumgartner's question about the FTEs. If you have not had an opportunity to review that email, I can read it. Has everybody had an opportunity to read it, or would you guys like for me to read it? Okay. It says the Division of Child Advocate will be led by the Child Advocate. The division will also employ other support staff. The Department for Children and Families and the Department for Aging and Disability Services will require staffing increases similar to what has been described in both the fiscal notes for House Bill 2345 and Senate Bill 301. The provisions of Executive Order 21-28 are not fully identical to those in either bill, and a fiscal note has not been created relating to the executive order. That's just information that I thought we should have before we discuss this executive order. We heard from Revisor's office yesterday that I had sent a request asking about whether or not this should have fallen under an executive reorganization order. And the paraphrasing their response was it very likely should have, but there's no, we would probably need to go to a legal battle with that. That's not something I really want to see us do. I think as a committee, I think and I appreciate every single committee person and their candidacy and their opinions. We might not always agree, but I do believe that each and every one of us sitting here in their own views have been trying to do what's right for Kansas kids, and that's who we're looking out for. There is no doubt that the Office of Child Advocate is something that is needed. The House had a bill, the Senate had a bill, they were different. The governor thought so as much, she issued an executive order. I will always have a hard time, no matter who is in that office, legislating from the executive office. And to me, that is what happened. I strongly feel that it should have been an ERO at least, if she was going to issue something. So my recommendation is that this committee recommends that the governor strongly recommends to the governor to encourage her to rescind her EO and send out an ERO as to avoid any legalities between the legislative branch and the executive branch going forward. And that is my motion. Have a second by Senator Gossage. Any discussion on this motion? Representative Ousley.
I just want to share with you guys, with the committee, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got from July 1987, Governor Mike Hayden, Executive Order number 8789, establishing the State Superconducting Supercollider Project Office and the SSC Coordinating Committee. From October 1989, Governor Hayden, Executive Order number 8919, Establishing the Office of Children and Families. That's a big one. From October 24th, Governor Sebelius. Establishing the Governor's Office of Health Planning and Finance, which brings us to 2011. Executive Order 1101. Establishing the Office of the Repealer, Governor Brownback. I don't see any legal issue here in establishing an office. I will not support this motion. I think, as I stated before, I applauded the governor's efforts, kind of putting out from my opinion, kind of putting out a fight between the Senate and the House. And I think we should absolutely keep it established. This pen right here means a lot to me. When she signed the executive order and handed it to me, this is a lot of hard work went into this for the benefit of the children of the state of Kansas. It should have happened a long time ago. I agree with you upon that. And I'm sorry that we ran out of session and couldn't get it done, but I think to rescind something that's in place right now is backwards. It's going to benefit the kids. We all agree upon that. Why would we ask or strongly encourage the governor to rescind something that's good for the kids? Thank you.
So I appreciate you bringing up those past executive orders. Those executive orders were forming. An executive reorganization order is reorganizing an existing agency or position. So that is the difference, and that is why my motion is for an ERO, because those EOs that you brought up don't fall under an ERO. Representative Ousley.
So it brings us to today, Executive Order number 2128, Governor Kelly, establishing the Division of the Child Advocate. There's no reorganization here. This is establishing an office. We don't currently have an office.
What does Executive Order 2127 do?
Are we discussing 2127?
It also reorganizes. So let me clarify my motion. My motion is to rescind 2127 and 2128 because they're both combined.
They're not combined. They're separate executive orders, and 2128 simply establishes a Division of the Child Advocate.
You can't do 2128 without 2127 if you read the executive order.
You could tweak it and you could do it because the office or the long-term care ombudsman is already in the Department of Administration. All that, there's nothing saying she couldn't do this.
So if we're going to tweak it, let's do it right from the beginning.
I'm not
That's my motion. Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like I just heard so many families out there just scream because they have been pounding and demanding and asking and pleading that we have this Division of the Child Advocate. And I commend the Senate for passing it, but the House did not, and we let it die. And I think that we tried our best. There are many of us in this room or on who are listening online that we tried to get this passed, and we weren't able to. And that was a tragedy to the families that we're trying to help. I think the governor gave us plenty of time. We had 90 days to pass this, and we didn't do it. And I don't know all the reasons for it, but all I know is that we let it go, and we didn't pass it. So I think she gave us plenty of time to pass it, so therefore she did the executive order. I think we need to do right by the families.
Thank you for that, Representative Ruiz. The only comment I will say is what I am hearing from families is they want accountability, transparency, and somebody, whenever they have an issue, that they can go to and talk to. Whenever you put a agency under the same department or the same branch, that has the direct oversight of that same agency that you're going to have more direct oversight of, you lose a lot of accountability, you lose a lot of transparency. And that is what I'm hearing, and that is why I'm going to stick with my motion. Do we have any further discussion? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I originally co-sponsored this bill because of, in the House, serving on the Children's Committee because of my interest, and I respect my colleagues' hard effort to come to this. It didn't pass out. What I felt a little bit let down on is that despite putting my name on the bill, I was never told anything about an executive order except somebody left a voice message on a phone that I don't answer very often. And the first I heard about an executive order was when I walked into this committee in the morning one day. And I sensed that that was more of a political issue than a good legislative issue. I still support this bill, whichever one we come to, but I think it should be legislated. And so I will support this motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. And just throw out a little bit of information, I do have one more recommendation that will be following up with this that will deal with the bill, but that's for a different recommendation. Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, yesterday we had former Representative Cox that was here, sitting and listening to our meeting. And it was interesting because one of the things that he shared was one of the most important pieces of legislation that he worked on, and that was the formation of the Dyslexia Task Force. And when he was first working on that bill, he was told by another legislator, don't touch it. We tried that more than 10 years ago and it didn't work. And you know, what's interesting to me is those of us sitting around and serving on this committee, we know what that legislative process is. And sometimes, if we're really lucky, a bill that gets introduced at the start of the session might actually pass out of one house, pass out of the other house, go to conference committee, and might, just might, pass into law. I'm not going to task our legislative research or our revisers, but they could find for us very quickly just how many bills were introduced last year, this last session. And it was hundreds. So there was a bill that came out of the House. The House committee had their hearing, and they passed it out of committee. The Senate introduced a bill. I introduced it. We had a hearing. We worked the bill, just like the House worked their bill. We vetted it. We made all kinds of amendments to address the concerns that we heard during the legislative hearing. We passed it out of the Senate after a lengthy debate and bipartisan support. It did go over to the House. They didn't have a hearing on it, but we did have a conference committee. It was a conference committee whereby this Oversight Committee was added and amended through conference committee, and there was an opportunity to add the child advocate position in that very same conference committee, and the House said no. We know the process. That is where we could have negotiated, but that was just the first year of both bills getting out of committee. One bill went further than the other, but that was just the first year. And our sitting governor is not a novice to the legislative process. that it had to be done. If it had to be done by this governor, then it could have been done the first day she was governor. It could have been done the first week. It could have been done the first month. But it wasn't. It was done the day before this joint committee had their first meeting. So the rub is one person decides who gets hired. That's the person that signed the executive order. One person gets to decide what this ombudsman gets paid. That's the person that signed the executive order. One person gets to select who is the secretary of DCF, and that's the person that signed the executive order. One of the things that we talk about repeatedly is where's the accountability? Where are the check and balances? Where is the transparency? So my concern is we don't have checks and balances. We're not going to have transparency. And I believe we will continue to have that false hope for our families and for our foster kids. And I might add, one of the components of the Senate version that I was quite proud of, if you go back and look at that beautiful spreadsheet that was prepared for us with a comparison, but it was what constituted a child. What child would be represented? Thank you. And the Senate came up with 4 different possibilities for the child. It was a child that is in custody of the Secretary for Children and Families. It could be someone that was previously in the custody of the Secretary for Children and Families. It is someone that is alleged to be a child in need of care, or it is someone that was receiving services, treatment, or other programs from the Department of Corrections. It was to make it clear that any of those individuals were children that were going to be advocated for. The executive order has no definition, but in subsection 8A, it references a child in the custody of the Secretary for the Department of Children and Families, or alleged to be a child in need of care. I wanted this position to be broad in scope and to really be that phone number that everyone was going to know what that number was if they had a concern, if they were a whistleblower, if they had been abused, if they had been compromised in any manner. That was what this position was about. So I will be supporting our chair's recommendation because I am disappointed we have a very lukewarm solution to some very serious, significant problems, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seconded this motion because, one, we worked very hard in committee on this, and I appreciate Senator Baumgardner and the bill. But the main reason that I support it is that you're absolutely right. There is a difference between the executive order, and that is we established the office of the child advocate, and you'll notice the executive order is division of the child advocate, and they had to call it that because it's not just about this one office. If you read further, it's about the reorganization. And also, I'm very proud of the fact that all of us were included in the Senate bill, in that the decision as to who would be this one person, this advocate, if we go with the executive order as it is now, would be, as Senator Baumgardner said, the governor, one person. But the way we had it structured in the Senate bill is that the Attorney General would make that, but only from the 3 applicants that this committee, recommended and was confirmed by the Senate. And then from those 3 applicants, then the Attorney General. So it gave us a voice that are in this room, and it was particularly for, we spent a lot of time reviewing this, working on this for this particular office of the child advocate. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to weigh in on this, give my 2 or 3 cents. I just want to say first, you have the information, the committee, these 2 days have been one of the best committees that I've attended related to foster care, DCF, SRS, all those issues. I've been kind of involved since 1972, and my mother organized moms, founded Moms in Wichita, Kansas, Mothers Organized Movement to help welfare recipients. And so when everything that we've heard today, it's kind of sad to me now we're down to the politics of it. And my mother used to say, put people before policies and those type of things. And so I think if you know me, you know my heart. I really want to see people prosper, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I really, really want that. So my mother my sister works for DCF now, actually, in the missing and exploited unit. She's been there for 24 years. My mother marched on Washington for welfare rights recipients. I came into the legislature and introduced the first piece with the Kansas Silver-haired legislature to help the child in need of care system. So when the child advocate position, the topic that we're discussing now, I think we all agreed that something needed to be done. And I think we heard today from Carol, who oversees TANF. I think we heard that under DCF, it's not just foster care issues. I mean, it's child enforcement where they oversee if you don't pay your child support and just so many pieces to it. To whereas when I heard about the child advocate piece, I thought, hallelujah. You know, now they can call that office as opposed to calling me. And I don't have to figure out who and what. So, and just a safe or place where you can go for that foster care issue and it not being so under the umbrella of DCF. And so, Mr. Chairman, I have a question before I vote on this, just a clarification from you. And like I said, I've been around here a long time too. Executive orders, they happen all the time. And you're putting emphasis on the R in between there. And so your motion would do what? Would it just eliminate that concept? And you know this legislative process, 90 days takes a long time. Will the children and families with those complaints, do they wait longer? Are you saying, are you saying just put it out there for someone else to oversee that, to be that advocate? Maybe I'll apply for the position. You know, I don't know. But Mr. Chairman, I just need clarification. So are we stalling that process, because to me, we need something. We need something. And when I often hear that I don't need to write back home and tell Wichitans what I'm doing. And I was raised in the church to say, do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And that I don't need to take the praise for doing it. Just do it because it's the right thing to do. So we know we need that. And so what exactly does your motion delay what we need, or just clarify it for me, please? Thank you.
Definitely, Senator Foscato, but I want to address something that you said earlier. You thanked me for the meetings, and I've got to tell you that without the staff did most of the work, and they deserve all the credit for these meetings. So they asked me for my ideas and the direction I wanted to go, and they did all the legwork and all the hard work. So I just got to talk and say, this is what I'd like to see come about it, and they did all the magic and put this together. So thank them. As far as the motion, nothing that this motion theoretically wouldn't delay anything, because theoretically the governor has the ability right now, since she oversees both DCF or just DCF, they could do what they're doing in their executive order right now. They could have someone investigate these things, and it'd be no different than what she's doing in her executive order, except forming that position and reorganizing that position. So they could, and they could have from day one, already been doing this, had someone investigating this stuff. They decided to go this route on the eve of our inaugural meeting. The executive order, the motion is to rescind the executive order, so that would bring that back, and to issue a ERO. And what the ERO does is puts it back and gives legislative oversight the opportunity to where it should have been legislatively brought up, the opportunity to weigh in. And that is the only thing that it will do.
On January 2022?
2022, correct. Keep in mind, Senator, that if this is a very important issue of having someone investigate and communicate, DCF can already be doing that. So we are not delaying anything. Procedurally, we are, but technically, no. Okay, do we have any further discussion on Representative Ousley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize to the committee if I come off defensive upon this. This is a concept that I personally have been working on for multiple years, multiple sessions. I believe Erin Davis was my chair on Children and Seniors when she gave me my first hearing on this. It's been some time, and that brings me to a point I want to make, that 2345 wasn't just my work. That was work of House members, that was work of attorneys, that was work alongside with judges, advocates, people, the feet on the ground, the boots on the ground, so to speak. There was a ton of work by a ton of people that went into that. I was just the one to bring it to committee. And I don't care who gets credit. I was thrilled when the governor gave me the pen. I thought that was, I didn't need that. I was just happy to see it come to fruition, to be established. A lot of talk about, okay, so 2345, the governor could have done this her first year, her second year, or this or that. It wasn't crafted to the legislation that it was until last session, and it was even towards the end of session, at least, regular session before turnaround day. I wish the speaker had given any of the House members that were sponsors of that bill. Every House member on this committee was a sponsor of that bill. And I've asked a bunch of us if anybody got an explanation as to why that was allowed to die on the vine. And to date, I've not gotten one reason for it. So that's still up in the air. The appointment process, I'm not happy with it neither. There's a couple things in the EO. I'm not happy with the restrictions upon who can be the office or the advocate. I really think having a 12-month delay from anybody that's involved with our child welfare system currently today really shrinks our pool. Not as much as having these conversations in this committee, I think, shrinks our pool of who would step up to be the advocate. I think if we were supportive of this and we still took the time to legislate next session, Missouri's Office of the Child Advocate, which was the foundation of the concept when it was brought to me, was established by executive order, I believe by a Democratic governor. After a child death in their child welfare system, they saw this as a way to really improve their child welfare system, and the governor put it in executive order. And then I believe the next governor, and I could be backwards on this, the next governor was a Republican and asked the majority Republican legislature codified in law. This is a good idea. We should go ahead and do that. And on that aspect, I don't understand why we would want to rescind this when we all agree that we need it. Let's get it going right now with the executive order. Let's continue the legislative process next session. There is no reason to stop, the House and the Senate to come into an agreement, somewhere in between 2345 and 2153. And I know 2345 is dead, but we changed it enough that it can absolutely be reintroduced next session. There's no wrong with stating the House opinion again. And it is independent. Nowhere in the EO does it say that the OCA would report to the executive branch. Again, that's like the Missouri setup. The Missouri setup is in the Department of Administration, and theirs has been quite successful. I don't know if any of the senators have had a chance to meet Kelly Schultz, but she was a Missouri advocate who also helped tremendously craft this legislation, and she came to testify in front of committee 2 times, if not 3. So I guess I understand your frustration. I hope you understand mine. I don't see this as a productive way to move forward to ensure the safety and well-being of the children in the state of Kansas, to rescind something that's already there. It's going to be a small pool of applicants to begin with, and then having conversations like this, it's going to shrink that pool even more. If we leave the EO alone, we continue our process come January, it's going to be here in a hot minute. Maybe we can come to a conclusion. And, the Missouri advocate also has served underneath, I think, 3 different governors, both sides of the aisle. And when you're doing your job good and you keep the politics out of it and you keep the children first and all you do is advocate for the kids, it doesn't matter who you're working for. You do your job. And that's what I want for us. And I believe the executive order is a step in the right direction. And hopefully we can come along, pick up, and come to some sort of agreement and codify it into statute next session. The Senate's put in their work. The House has put in their work. There was a stall. We know the process. But I'd like to not do this and to continue our work alongside and keep the children first and forget about who did what. Thank you.
Any further discussion before we take this to a vote? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is carried. My second motion is because Representative Ousley.
May I have my no vote recorded in the minutes?
Yes. Representative Ousley wants his no vote recorded. Representative Rees. So noted. Okay. Now on to my second motion, and hopefully our final motion before we get out of here for a recommendation. So on that caveat of what we were talking about in EO, one of the biggest negatives of an EO is while it was signed with a pen, it can be taken away with a pen. And everybody in this room understands the importance of this position. So my recommendation is for the governor to work with each chamber, and each chamber to work with each other to come up with a consensus and a bill next year to get passed out for the permanency and codify a true, independent, transparent Office of Child Advocacy. And that is my motion. Second by Senator Gossage. Do we have any discussion on this motion before we take it to a vote? Representative Rees.
Can you make it a little clearer for me as to what that all means?
Sure. To my What it means is that we're going to send out, as our recommendation, that the executive branch, the governor, works with the House, works with the Senate, and the Senate works with the House, works with the governor. The House works with the Senate, House works with the governor in forming legislation and putting this in statute for the Office of the Child Advocate. Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if it's necessary, but I would like to add something like as soon as possible, or, some measure of urgency, since we want to get this done.
I would take that as a friendly amendment and
Okay.
add that and amend my recommendation. So, and second's amended. So,
Thank you.
any further discussion? Senator Foscato.
Mr. Chairman, so exactly what does that look like, working together, So, I mean, do you form another committee to talk about those things? Do we have a full session over in the, when you say governor working with legislators on both sides of the rotunda? So what does that mean? We have one big meeting over in the House, like we do when the first day of session, or the state of the state? I mean, so what does that look like? I mean, as opposed to a regular introducing a bill and going through that process.
So typically, and I'm glad you asked that, Senator Foscato. So typically, whenever there is a bill that is important to everybody, everybody's working on it. So, and to my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, last session, everybody was working against each other on this bill. And as a matter of fact, I don't know that the governor actually even communicated what she would prefer to be in the bill. I know I never heard anything, and I'm the chair of the Public Health and Welfare, and I talked to the Senate committee and the sponsor of the original Senate version, and they never had any communication. So I think that we need to communicate. So the governor to communicate with us, we need to communicate with the governor, we need to communicate with the House needs to communicate with us via leadership, via our respective committees. Okay. Any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those in, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Ruiz, I didn't see you.
Sorry. One more. How would the makeup of is it going to be a committee, or what would be the makeup of the meetings, and who's going to determine that?
It would be just like any other legislation normally that is high importance.
Okay.
That the governor will meet with probably your leadership team, the Senate leadership team, possibly reach out to the chair of the prospective committee, and vice versa, and then it would work that way.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Do we have any other recommendations? Anything else to come before the meeting? Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this brief. We touched on it yesterday when Michelle gave her testimony, when she shared with us that that's the young lady that went into foster at age 5. Her infant child was taken from her at age 16 when she was arrested for underage drinking. She then shared with us that she wasn't able to get that child back for quite some time because she did not have the money for the testing. And if you don't go in for the UA test, then it's counted as, it wasn't a clean test. And so this issue of these fees and tests requirements, so costs for tests for minors, is a big issue. It's an issue for them, particularly our crossover youth. And just wanted you to know that the Judiciary Joint Committee did put into their recommendation for work to start on a piece of legislation that would eliminate those fees for minors. Because a minor isn't going to have that source of income, and it seems to keep them in that foster as well as that judicial system, simply because they can't afford to pay for those fees and to have those tests. So just wanted you to be aware of that, so that when it comes up, perhaps you'll see that as a friendly bill for what we've heard about what's going on with our crossover youth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Baumgartner. And just a reminder, this is the last meeting of this committee this year. Next year, it'll be on correct me if I'm wrong, I rate it, but first quarter, there'll be one meeting. Second quarter, there'll be one meeting. The third and fourth quarters, there will be 2 meetings. And this will be my last time chairing this committee, because at least for next year, 2 years, because next year it is the House's turn to chair. So as the chair, I really do, and I know I've said this, but I really do appreciate every member that is sitting on this committee. We all have different views, different opinions, and I appreciate that. And staff, I cannot thank you enough for all the hard work that you guys do in keeping us halfway lined out. If you can keep me lined out, you guys are miracle workers, so good job. So with that, we are adjourned. Safe travels, everybody.